The Banks of the Sacramento. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Tom Crawford. The Banks of the Sacramento by Jack London. For it's blow ye winds hi-ho, for California. For there's plenty of gold, so I've been told, on the banks of the Sacramento. It was only a little boy, singing in a shrill treble the sea chanty which seamen sing the wide world over when they man the capstan bars and break the anchors out for Frisco port. It was only a little boy who had never seen the sea, but 200 feet beneath him rolled the Sacramento. Young Jerry, he was called, after old Jerry, his father, from whom he had learned the song, as well as received his shock of bright red hair, his blue dancing eyes, and his fair and inevitably freckled skin. For old Jerry had been a sailor, and had followed the sea till middle life, haunted always by the words of the ringing chanty. Then one day he had sung the song in earnest in an Asiatic port, swinging and thrilling round the capstan circle with 20 others. And at San Francisco he turned his back upon his ship and upon the sea, and went to behold with his own eyes the banks of the Sacramento. He beheld the gold, too, for he found employment at the Yellow Dream mine, and proved of utmost usefulness in rigging the great ore cables across the river and 200 feet above its surface. After that he took charge of the cables and kept them in repair, and ran them and loved them, and became himself an indispensable fixture of the Yellow Dream mine. Then he loved pretty Margaret Kelly, but she had left him and young Jerry, the latter barely toddling, to take up her last long sleep in the little graveyard among the great sober pines. Old Jerry never went back to the sea. He remained by his cables and lavished upon them and young Jerry all the love of his nature. When evil days came to the Yellow Dream, he still remained in the employ of the company as watchman over the all but abandoned property. But this morning he was not visible. Young Jerry only was to be seen, sitting on the cabin step and singing the ancient chanty. He had cooked and eaten his breakfast all by himself, and had just come out to take a look at the world. 20 feet before him stood the steel drum round which the endless cable worked. By the drum, snug and fast, was the ore car. Following with his eyes the dizzy flight of the cables to the farther bank, he could see the other drum and the other car. The contrivance was worked by gravity, the loaded car crossing the river by virtue of its own weight, and at the same time dragging the empty car back. The loaded car being emptied, and the empty car being loaded with more ore, the performance could be repeated, a performance which had been repeated tens of thousands of times since the day old Jerry became the keeper of the cables. Young Jerry broke off his song at the sound of approaching footsteps. A tall, blue-shirted man, a rifle across the hollow of his arm, came out from the gloom of the pine trees. It was Hall, watchman of the Yellow Dragon mine, the cables of which spanned the Sacramento a mile farther up. "Hello, younker," was his greeting. "What you doing here by your lonesome?" "Oh, batchin'," Jerry tried to answer unconcernedly, as if it were a very ordinary sort of thing. "Dad's away, you see." "Where's he gone?" the man asked. "San Francisco. Went last night. His brother's dead in the old country, and he's gone down to see the lawyers. Won't be back till tomorrow night." So spoke Jerry, and with pride, because of the responsibility which had fallen to him of keeping an eye on the property of the Yellow Dream, and the glorious adventure of living alone on the cliff above the river and of cooking his own meals. "Well, take care of yourself," Hall said, "and don't monkey with the cables. I'm going to see if I can't pick up a deer in the Cripple Cow Cañon." "It's going to rain, I think," Jerry said with mature deliberation. "And it's little I mind a wettin'," Hall laughed as he strode away among the trees. Jerry's prediction concerning rain was more than fulfilled. By 10 o'clock the pines were swaying and moaning, the cabin windows rattling, and the rain driving by in fierce squalls. At 11:30 he kindled the fire, and promptly at the stroke of 12 sat down to his dinner. No out of doors for him that day, he decided, when he had washed the few dishes and put them neatly away, and he wondered how wet Hall was and whether he had succeeded in picking up a deer. At 1 o'clock there came a knock at the door, and when he opened it a man and a woman staggered in on the breast of a great gust of wind. They were Mr. and Mrs. Spillane, ranchers, who lived in a lonely valley a dozen miles back from the river. "Where's Hall?" was Spillane's opening speech, and he spoke sharply and quickly. Jerry noted that he was nervous and abrupt in his movements, and that Mrs. Spillane seemed laboring under some strong anxiety. She was a thin, washed-out, worked-out woman whose life of dreary and unending toil had stamped itself harshly upon her face. It was the same life that had bowed her husband's shoulders and gnarled his hands and turned his hair to a dry and dusty gray. "He's gone huntin' up Cripple Cow," Jerry answered. "Did you want to cross?" The woman began to weep quietly, while Spillane dropped a troubled exclamation and strode to the window. Jerry joined him in gazing out to where the cables lost themselves in the thick downpour. It was the custom of the backwoods people in that section of country to cross the Sacramento on the Yellow Dragon cable. For this service a small toll was charged, which tolls the Yellow Dragon Company applied to the payment of Hall's wages. "We've got to get across, Jerry," Spillane said, at the same time jerking his thumb over his shoulder in the direction of his wife. "Her father's hurt at the Clover Leaf. Powder explosion. Not expected to live. We just got word." Jerry felt himself fluttering inwardly. He knew that Spillane wanted to cross on the Yellow Dream cable, and in the absence of his father he felt that he dared not assume such a responsibility, for the cable had never been used for passengers, in fact, had not been used at all for a long time. "Maybe Hall will be back soon," he said. Spillane shook his head and demanded, "Where's your father?" "San Francisco," Jerry answered, briefly. Spillane groaned and fiercely drove his clenched fist into the palm of the other hand. His wife was crying more audibly, and Jerry could hear her murmuring, "And Daddy's dyin', dyin'." The tears welled up in his own eyes, and he stood irresolute, not knowing what he should do. But the man decided for him. "Look here, kid," he said with determination. "The wife and me are going over on this here cable of yours. Will you run it for us?" Jerry backed slightly away. He did it unconsciously, as if recoiling instinctively from something unwelcome. "Better see if Hall's back," he suggested. "And if he ain't?" Again Jerry hesitated. "I'll stand for the risk," Spillane added. "Don't you see, kid, we've simply got to cross." Jerry nodded his head reluctantly. "And there ain't no use waitin' for Hall," Spillane went on. "You know as well as me he ain't back from Cripple Cow this time of day. So come along and let's get started." No wonder that Mrs. Spillane seemed terrified as they helped her into the ore car. So Jerry thought as he gazed into the apparently fathomless gulf beneath her. For it was so filled with rain and cloud, hurtling and curling in the fierce blast, that the other shore, 700 feet away, was invisible, while the cliff at their feet dropped sheer down and lost itself in the swirling vapor. By all appearances it might be a mile to the bottom instead of 200 feet. "All ready?" he asked. "Let her go!" Spillane shouted, to make himself heard above the roar of the wind. He had clambered in beside his wife and was holding one of her hands in his. Jerry looked upon this with disapproval. "You'll need all your hands for holdin' on, the way the wind's yowling." The man and the woman shifted their hands accordingly, tightly gripping the sides of the car, and Jerry slowly and carefully released the brake. The drum began to revolve as the endless cable passed round it, and the car slid slowly out into the chasm, its trolley wheels rolling on the stationary cable overhead to which it was suspended. It was not the first time Jerry had worked the cable, but it was the first time he had done so away from the supervising eye of his father. By means of the brake he regulated the speed of the car. It needed regulating, for at times, caught by the stronger gusts of wind, it swayed violently back and forth, and once, just before it was swallowed up in a rain squall, it seemed about to spill out its human contents. After that Jerry had no way of knowing where the car was except by means of the cable. This he watched keenly as it glided around the drum. 300 feet, he breathed to himself as the cable markings went by. 350, 400, 400 and... The cable had stopped. Jerry threw off the brake, but it did not move. He caught the cable with his hands and tried to start it by tugging smartly. Something had gone wrong. What? He could not guess, he could not see. Looking up, he could vaguely make out the empty car which had been crossing from the opposite cliff at a speed equal to that of the loaded car. It was about 250 feet away. That meant, he knew, that somewhere in the gray obscurity, 200 feet above the river and 250 feet from the other bank, Spillane and his wife were suspended and stationary. 3 times Jerry shouted with all the shrill force of his lungs, but no answering cry came out of the storm. It was impossible for him to hear them or to make himself heard. As he stood for a moment, thinking rapidly, the flying clouds seemed to thin and lift. He caught a brief glimpse of the swollen Sacramento beneath, and a briefer glimpse of the car and the man and woman. Then the clouds descended thicker than ever. The boy examined the drum closely and found nothing the matter with it. Evidently it was the drum on the other side that had gone wrong. He was appalled at the thought of the man and woman out there in the midst of the storm, hanging over the abyss, rocking back and forth in the frail car, and ignorant of what was taking place on shore. And he did not like to think of their hanging there while he went round by the Yellow Dragon cable to the other drum. But he remembered a block and tackle in the tool house and ran and brought it. They were double blocks, and he murmured aloud, "A purchase of 4," as he made the tackle fast to the endless cable. Then he heaved upon it, heaved until it seemed that his arms were being drawn out from their sockets and that his shoulder muscles would be ripped asunder. Yet the cable did not budge. Nothing remained but to cross over to the other side. He was already soaking wet, so he did not mind the rain as he ran over the trail to the Yellow Dragon. The storm was with him, and it was easy going, although there was no Hall at the other end of it to man the brake for him and regulate the speed of the car. This he did for himself, however, by means of a stout rope, which he passed, with a turn, round the stationary cable. As the full force of the wind struck him in mid-air, swaying the cable and whistling and roaring past it, and rocking and careening the car, he appreciated more fully what must be the condition of mind of Spillane and his wife. And this appreciation gave strength to him as, safely across, he fought his way up the other bank in the teeth of the gale to the Yellow Dream cable. To his consternation he found the drum in thorough working order. Everything was running smoothly at both ends. Where was the hitch? In the middle, without a doubt. From this side, the car containing Spillane was only 250 feet away. He could make out the man and woman through the whirling vapor, crouching in the bottom of the car and exposed to the pelting rain and the full fury of the wind. In a lull between the squalls he shouted to Spillane to examine the trolley of the car. Spillane heard, for he saw him rise up cautiously on his knees and with his hands go over both trolley wheels. Then he turned his face toward the bank. "She's all right, kid." Jerry heard the words, faint and far, as from a remote distance. Then what was the matter? Nothing remained but the other and empty car, which he could not see, but which he knew to be there, somewhere in that terrible gulf 200 feet beyond Spillane's car. His mind was made up on the instant. He was only 14 years old, slightly and wirily built, but his life had been lived among the mountains. His father had taught him no small measure of sailoring, and he was not particularly afraid of heights. In the tool box by the drum he found an old monkey wrench and a short bar of iron, also a coil of fairly new manila rope. He looked in vain for a piece of board with which to rig a bosun's chair. There was nothing at hand but large planks, which he had no means of sawing, so he was compelled to do without the more comfortable form of saddle. The saddle he rigged was very simple. With the rope he made merely a large loop round the stationary cable to which hung the empty car. When he sat in the loop his hands could just reach the cable conveniently, and where the rope was likely to fray against the cable he lashed his coat, in lieu of the old sack he would have used had he been able to find one. These preparations swiftly completed, he swung out over the chasm, sitting in the rope saddle and pulling himself along the cable by his hands. With him he carried the monkey wrench, a short iron bar, and a few spare feet of rope. It was a slightly uphill pull, but this he did not mind so much as the wind. When the furious gusts hurled him back and forth, sometimes half twisting him about, and he gazed down into the gray depths, he was aware that he was afraid. It was an old cable. What if it should break under his weight and the pressure of the wind? It was fear he was experiencing, honest fear, and he knew that there was a gone feeling in the pit of his stomach and a trembling of the knees which he could not quell. But he held himself bravely to the task. The cable was old and worn, sharp pieces of wire projected from it, and his hands were cut and bleeding by the time he took his first rest and held a shouted conversation with Spillane. The car was directly beneath him and only a few feet away, so he was able to explain the condition of affairs and his errand. "Wish I could help you," Spillane shouted at him as he started on. "But the wife's gone all to pieces. Anyway, kid, take care of yourself. I got myself in this fix, but it's up to you to get me out." "Oh, I'll do it," Jerry shouted back. "Tell Mrs. Spillane that she'll be ashore now in a jiffy." In the midst of pelting rain, which half blinded him, swinging from side to side like a rapid and erratic pendulum, his torn hands paining him severely and his lungs panting from his exertion and panting from the very air which the wind sometimes blew into his mouth with strangling force, he finally arrived at the empty car. A single glance showed him that he had not made the dangerous journey in vain. The front trolley wheel, loose from long wear, had jumped the cable, and the cable was now jammed tightly between the wheel and the sheave block. One thing was clear. The wheel must be removed from the block. A second thing was equally clear. While the wheel was being removed, the car would have to be fastened to the cable by the rope he had brought. At the end of a quarter of an hour, beyond making the car secure, he had accomplished nothing. The key which bound the wheel on its axle was rusted and jammed. He hammered at it with one hand and held on the best he could with the other, but the wind persisted in swinging and twisting his body and made his blows miss more often than not. 9/10 of the strength he expended was in trying to hold himself steady. For fear that he might drop the monkey wrench, he made it fast to his wrist with his handkerchief. At the end of half an hour, Jerry had hammered the key clear, but he could not draw it out. A dozen times it seemed that he must give up in despair, that all the danger and toil he had gone through were for nothing. Then an idea came to him, and he went through his pockets with feverish haste and found what he sought, a 10-penny nail. But for that nail, put in his pocket he knew not when or why, he would have had to make another trip over the cable and back. Thrusting the nail through the looped head of the key, he at last had a grip, and in no time the key was out. Then came punching and prying with the iron bar to get the wheel itself free from where it was jammed by the cable against the side of the block. After that Jerry replaced the wheel and by means of the rope heaved up on the car till the trolley once more rested properly on the cable. All this took time. More than an hour and a half had elapsed since his arrival at the empty car, and now, for the first time, he dropped out of his saddle and down into the car. He removed the detaining ropes and the trolley wheels began slowly to revolve. The car was moving, and he knew that somewhere beyond, though he could not see, the car of Spillane was likewise moving, and in the opposite direction. There was no need for a brake, for his weight sufficiently counterbalanced the weight in the other car, and soon he saw the cliff rising up out of the cloud depths and the old familiar drum going round and round. Jerry climbed out and made the car securely fast. He did it deliberately and carefully, and then, quite unhero-like, he sank down by the drum, regardless of the pelting storm, and burst out sobbing. There were many reasons why he sobbed, partly from the pain of his hands, which was excruciating, partly from exhaustion, partly from relief and release from the nerve tension he had been under for so long, and in a large measure from thankfulness that the man and woman were saved. They were not there to thank him, but somewhere beyond that howling, storm-driven gulf he knew they were hurrying over the trail toward the clover-leaf. Jerry staggered to the cabin, and his hand left the white knob red with blood as he opened the door, but he took no notice of it. He was too proudly contented with himself, for he was certain that he had done well, and he was honest enough to admit to himself that he had done well. But a small regret arose and persisted in his thoughts. If his father had only been there to see. End of The Banks of the Sacramento by Jack London.
Before the Law by Franz Kafka, translated by Ian Johnston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Before the Law. Before the law sits a gatekeeper. To this gatekeeper comes a man from the country who asks to gain entry into the law. But the gatekeeper says that he cannot grant him entry at the moment. The man thinks about it and then asks if he will be allowed to come in later on. "It's possible," says the gatekeeper, "but not now." At the moment the gate to the law stands open, as always, and the gatekeeper walks to the side, so the man bends over in order to see through the gate into the inside. When the gatekeeper notices that, he laughs and says, "If it tempts you so much, try it in spite of my prohibition. But take note, I am powerful, and I am only the most lowly gatekeeper. But from room to room stand gatekeepers, each more powerful than the other. I can't endure even one glimpse of the third." The man from the country has not expected such difficulties. The law should always be accessible for everyone, he thinks, but as he now looks more closely at the gatekeeper in his fur coat, at his large pointed nose and his long, thin, black Tartar's beard, he decides that it would be better to wait until he gets permission to go inside. The gatekeeper gives him a stool and allows him to sit down at the side in front of the gate. There he sits for days and years. He makes many attempts to be let in, and he wears the gatekeeper out with his requests. The gatekeeper often interrogates him briefly, questioning him about his homeland and many other things, but they are indifferent questions, the kind great men put, and at the end he always tells him once more that he cannot let him inside yet. The man who has equipped himself with many things for his journey spends everything, no matter how valuable, to win over the gatekeeper. The latter takes it all, but as he does so says, "I am taking this only so that you do not think you have failed to do anything." During the many years the man observes the gatekeeper almost continuously. He forgets the other gatekeepers, and this one seems to him the only obstacle for entry into the law. He curses the unlucky circumstance, in the first years thoughtlessly and out loud; later, as he grows old, he still mumbles to himself. He becomes childish, and, since in the long years studying the gatekeeper he has come to know the fleas in his fur collar, he even asks the fleas to help him persuade the gatekeeper. Finally his eyesight grows weak, and he does not know whether things are really darker around him, or whether his eyes are merely deceiving him. But he recognizes now in the darkness an illumination which breaks inextinguishably out of the gateway to the law. Now he no longer has much time to live. Before his death he gathers in his head all his experiences of the entire time up into one question which he has not yet put to the gatekeeper. He waves to him, since he can no longer lift up his stiffening body. The gatekeeper has to bend way down to him, for the great difference has changed things to the disadvantage of the man. "What do you still want to know, then?" asks the gatekeeper. "You are insatiable." "Everyone strives after the law," says the man. "So how is that in these many years no one except me has requested entry?" The gatekeeper sees that the man is already dying, and, in order to reach his diminishing sense of hearing, he shouts at him, "Here no one else can gain entry, since this entrance was assigned only to you. I am going now to close it." End of Before the Law, by Franz Kafka. Translated by Ian Johnston. Read by Avai.
Emancipation, a Life Fable by Kate Chopin. Read by Maria Grazia Tundo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There was once an animal born into this world, and opening his eyes upon life, he saw above and about him confining walls, and before him were bars of iron, through which came air and light from without. This animal was born in a cage. Here he grew, and throve in strength and beauty under the care of an invisible protecting hand. Hungering, food was ever at hand. When he thirsted, water was brought, and when he felt the need to rest, there was provided a bed of straw upon which to lie, and here he found it good, licking his handsome flanks, to bask in the sunbeam that he thought existed but to lighten his home. Awaking one day from his slothful rest, lo, the door of his cage stood open. Accident had opened it. In the corner he crouched, wondering and fearlingly. Then, slowly, did he approach the door, dreading the unaccustomed, and would have closed it, but for such a task his limbs were purposeless. So, out the opening he thrust his head, to see the canopy of the sky grow broader, and the world waxing wider. Back to his corner, but not to rest, for the spell of the unknown was over him, and again he goes to the open door, seeing each time more light. Then, one time, standing in the flood of it, a deep indrawn breath, a bracing of strong limbs, and with a bound he was gone. On he rushes, in his mad flight, heedless that is wounding and tearing his sleek sides, seeing, smelling, touching all things, even stopping to put his lips to the noxious pool, thinking it may be sweet. Hungering there is no food, but such as he must seek, and of times fightful, and his limbs are weighted before he reaches the water that is good to his thirsting throat. So does he live, seeking, finding, joying, and suffering. The door which accident had opened is open still, but the cage remains forever empty. End of recording. This recording is in the public domain.
Enter a Dragoon by Thomas Hardy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I lately had a melancholy experience, said the gentleman who is answerable for the truth of this story. It was that of going over a doomed house, with whose outside aspect I long had been familiar. A house, that is, which by reason of age and dilapidation was to be pulled down during the following week. Some of the thatch, brown and rotten as the gills of old mushrooms, had indeed been removed before I walked over the building. Seeing that it was only a very small house, which is usually called a cottage residence, situated in a remote hamlet, and that it was not more than 100 years old, if so much, I was led to think in my progress through the hollow rooms, with their cracked walls and sloping floors, what an exceptional number of abrupt family incidents had taken place therein, to reckon only those which had come to my own knowledge. And no doubt there were many more of which I had never heard. It stood at the top of a garden stretching down to the lane or street that ran through a hermit group of dwellings in Mellstock parish. From a green gate at the lower entrance, over which the thorn hedge had been shaped to an arch by constant clippings, a gravel path ascended between the box edges of once trim raspberry, strawberry, and vegetable plots, toward the front door. This was in color an ancient and bleached green that could be rubbed off with the finger, and it bore a small, long-featured brass knocker covered with verdigris in its crevices. For some years before this eve of demolition, the homestead had degenerated and been divided into 2 tenements to serve as cottages for farm laborers, but in its prime it had indisputable claim to be considered neat, pretty, and genteel. The variety of incidents above alluded to was mainly owing to the nature of the tenure, whereby the place had been occupied by families not quite of the kind customary in such spots, people whose circumstances, position, or antecedents were more or less of a critical, happy-go-lucky cast. And of these residents, the family whose term comprised the story I wish to relate was that of Mr. Jacob Paddock, the market gardener, who dwelt there for some years with his wife and grown-up daughter. 1. An evident commotion was agitating the premises, which jerked busy sounds across the front plot, resembling those of a disturbed hive. If a member of the household appeared at the door, it was with a countenance of abstraction and concern. Evening began to bend over the scene, and the other inhabitants of the hamlet came out to draw water, their common well being in the public road opposite the garden and house of the Paddocks. Having wound up their buckets full respectively, they lingered and spoke significantly together. From their words, any casual listener might have gathered information of what had occurred. The woodman who lived nearest the site of the story told most of the tale. Selina, the daughter of the Paddocks opposite, had been surprised that afternoon by receiving a letter from her once intended husband, then a corporal, but now a sergeant major of dragoons, whom she had hitherto supposed to be one of the slain in the Battle of the Alma 2 or 3 years before. "She picked up wind against your father's wish, as we know, and before he got his stripes," their informant continued. "Not but that the man was as hearty a feller as you'd meet this side o' London. But Jacob, you see, wished her to do better, and one can understand it. However, she was determined to stick to him at that time, and for what happened she was not much to blame, so near as they were to matrimony, when the war broke out and spoiled all." "Even the very pig had been killed for the wedding," said a woman, "and the barrel of beer ordered in. Oh, the man meant honourable enough, but to be off in 2 days to fight in a foreign country, 'twas natural of her father to say they should wait till he got back." "And he never came back," murmured one in the shade. "The war ended, but her man never turned up again. She was not sure he was killed, but was too proud or timid to go and hunt for him." "One reason why her father forgave her when he found out how matters stood was, as he said plain at the time, that he liked the man and could see that he meant to act straight. So the old folks made the best of what they couldn't mend and kept her there with them, when some wouldn't. Time has proved seemingly that he did mean to act straight. Now that he has writ to her that he's coming, she'd have stuck to him all through time, 'tis my belief, if t'other hadn't come along." "At the time of the courtship," resumed the woodman, "the regiment was quartered in Casterbridge barracks, and he and she got acquainted by his calling to buy a penn'orth of rathripes off that tree yonder in her father's orchard. Though 'twas said he seed her over hedge as well as the apples, he declared 'twas kind of apple that he much fancied, and he called for a penn'orth every day till the tree was cleared. It ended in his calling for her." "'Twas a thousand pities they didn't jine up at once and ha' done wi't." "Well, better late than never, if so be he'll have her now. But Lord, she'd had that faith in en, she'd no more belief that he was alive when a didn't come home than that the undermost man in our churchyard was alive. She'd never have thought of another but for that. Oh, no." "'Tis awkward altogether for her now." "Still, she hadn't married with the new man. Though, to be sure, she would have committed it next week, even the licence being got, they say, for she'd have no banns this time, the first being so unfortunate." "Perhaps the sergeant major will think he's released, and go as he came."
"Oh, not as I reckon. Soldiers bain't particular, and she's a tidy piece of furniture still. What will happen is that she'll have her soldier, and won't break off the master wheelwright, licence or no. Daze me if she won't."
In the progress of these desultory conjectures, the form of another neighbor arose in the gloom. She nodded to the people at the well, who replied, "Good night, Mrs. Stone," as she passed through Mr. Paddock's gate towards his door. She was an intimate friend of the latter's household, and the group followed her with their eyes up the path and past the windows, which were now lighted up by candles inside. 2. Mrs. Stone paused at the door, knocked, and was admitted by Selina's mother, who took her visitor at once into the parlour on the left hand, where a table was partly spread for supper. On the buffet against the wall stood probably the only object which would have attracted the eye of a local stranger in an otherwise ordinarily furnished room: a great plum cake, guarded as if it were a curiosity by a glass shade of the kind seen in museums, square, with a wooden back like those enclosing stuffed specimens of rare feather or fur. This was the mummy of the cake, intended in earlier days for the wedding feast of Selina and the soldier, which had been religiously and lovingly preserved by the former as a testimony to her intentional respectability in spite of an untoward subsequent circumstance, which will be mentioned. This relic was now as dry as a brick, and seemed to belong to a pre-existent civilization. Till quite recently Selina had been in the habit of pausing before it daily, and recalling the accident whose consequences had thrown a shadow over her life ever since, that of which the water drawers had spoken, the sudden news one morning that the rout had come for the Dragoons, 2 days only being the interval before departure, the hurried consultation as to what should be done, the second time of asking being passed but not the third, and the decision that it would be unwise to solemnize matrimony in such haphazard circumstances, even if it were possible, which was doubtful. Before the fire the young woman in question was now seated on a low stool in the stillness of reverie, and a toddling boy played about the floor around her. "Ah, Mrs. Stone," said Selina, rising slowly, "how kind of you to come in. You'll bide to supper? Mother has told you the strange news, of course." "No, but I heard it outside, that is, that you'd had a letter from Mr. Clark, Sergeant Major Clark, as they say he is now, and that he's coming to make it up with 'ee." "Yes, coming to-night, all the way from the north of England, where he's quartered. I don't know whether I'm happy or frightened at it. Of course, I always believed that if he was alive he'd come and keep his solemn vow to me, but when it is printed that a man is killed, what can you think?" "It was printed?" "Why, yes. After the Battle of the Alma, the book of the names of the killed and wounded was nailed up against Casterbridge Town Hall door. 'Twas on a Saturday, and I walked there o' purpose to read and see for myself, for I'd heard that his name was down. There was a crowd of people round the book, looking for the names of relations, and I can mind that when they saw me they made way for me, knowing that we'd been just going to be married, and that, as you say, I belonged to him. Well, I reached up my arm and turned over the ferrules of the book, and under the killed I read his surname, but instead of John they'd printed James, and I thought 'twas a mistake, and that it must be he. Who could have guessed that there were two nearly of one name in one regiment? Well, he's coming to finish the wedding of 'ee, as may be said, so never mind, my dear. All's well that ends well. That's what he seems to say, but then he has not yet heard about Mr. Miller, and that's what rather terrifies me. Luckily, my marriage with him next week was to have been by license and not banns, as in John's case, and it was not so well known on that account. Still, I don't know what to think. Everything seems to come just 'twixt cap and lip with 'ee, don't it now, Miss Paddock? 2 weddings broke off. 'Tis odd. How came you to accept Mr. Miller, my dear? He's been so good and faithful, not minding about the child at all, for he knew the rights of the story. He's dearly fond of Johnny, you know, just as if 'twere his own, isn't he, my duck? Do Mr. Miller love you, or don't he?" "Yes, and I love Mr. Miller," said the toddler. "Well, you see, Mrs. Stone, he said he'd make me a comfortable home, and thinking 'twould be a good thing for Johnny, Mr. Miller being so much better off than me, I agreed at last, just as a widow might, which is what I have always felt myself, ever since I saw what I thought was John's name printed there. I hope John will forgive me." "So he will forgive 'ee, since 'twas no matter of wrong to him. He ought to have sent 'ee a line saying 'twas another man." Selina's mother entered. "We've not known of this an hour, Mrs. Stone," she said. "The letter was brought up from Lower Millstock post office by one of the school children only this afternoon. Mr. Miller was coming here this very night to settle about the wedding doings. Hark! Is that your father, or is it Mr. Miller already come?" The footsteps entered the porch, there was a brushing on the mat, and the door of the room sprung back to disclose a rubicund man about 30 years of age, of thriving master mechanic appearance and obviously comfortable temper. On seeing the child, and before taking any notice whatever of the elders, the comer made a noise like the crowing of a cock and flapped his arms as if they were wings, a method of entry which had the unqualified admiration of Johnny. "Yes, it is he," said Selina, constrainedly advancing. "What? Were you all talking about me, my dear?" said the genial young man, when he had finished his crowing and resumed human manners. "Why, what's the matter?" he went on. "You look struck all of a heap." Mr. Miller spread an aspect of concern over his own face and drew a chair up to the fire. "Oh, mother, would you tell Mr. Miller, if he don't know?" "Mr. Miller, and going to be married in 6 days," he interposed. "Ah, he don't know it yet," murmured Mrs. Paddock. "Know what?" "Well, John Clark, now Sergeant Major Clark, wasn't shot at Alma after all. 'Twas another of the most same name." "Now that's interesting. There are several cases like that." "And he's home again, and he's coming here tonight to see her." "Whatever shall I say, that he may not be offended with what I've done?" interposed Selina. "But why should it matter if he be?" "Oh, I must agree to be his wife if he forgives me. Of course I must." "Must? But why not say nay, Selina, even if he do forgive 'ee?" "Oh, no. How can I, without being wicked? You were very kind, Mr. Miller, to ask me to have you. No other man would have done it after what had happened, and I agreed, even though I did not feel half so warm as I ought. Yet it was entirely owing to my believing him in the grave, as I knew that if he were not he would carry out his promise, and this shows that I was right in trusting him." "Yes, he must be a goodish sort of fellow," said Mr. Miller, for a moment so impressed with the excellently faithful conduct of the sergeant major of dragoons that he disregarded its effect upon his own position. He sighed slowly and added, "Well, Selina, 'tis for you to say. I love you, and I love the boy, and there's my chimney corner and sticks of furniture ready for 'ee both." "Yes, I know, but I mustn't hear it any more now," murmured Selina quickly. "John will be here soon. I hope he'll see how it all was when I tell him. If so be I could have written it to him, it would have been better." "You think he doesn't know a single word about our having been on the brink o't? But perhaps it's the other way. He's heard of it, and that may have brought him." "Ah, perhaps he has," she said, brightening, "and already forgives me." "If not, speak out straight and fair, and tell him exactly how it fell out. If he's a man, he'll see it." "Oh, he's a man, true enough. But I really do think I shan't have to tell him at all, since you put it to me that way." As it was now Johnny's bedtime, he was carried upstairs, and when Selina came down again, her mother observed with some anxiety, "I fancy Mr. Clark must be here soon if he's coming, and that being so, perhaps Mr. Miller wouldn't mind wishing us good night, since you are so determined to stick to your sergeant major." A little bitterness bubbled amid the closing words. "It would be less awkward, Mr. Miller not being here, if he will allow me to say it." To be sure, the master wheelwright exclaimed with instant conviction, rising alertly from his chair. "Lord bless my soul," he said, taking up his hat and stick, "and we to have been married in 6 days. But, Selina, you're right. You do belong to the child's father, since he's alive. I'll try to make the best of it." Before the generous Miller had got further, there came a knock to the door, accompanied by the noise of wheels. "I thought I heard something driving up," said Mrs. Paddock. They heard Mr. Paddock, who had been smoking in the room opposite, rise and go to the door, and in a moment a voice familiar enough to Selina was audibly saying, "At last I am here again, not without many interruptions. How is it with 'ee, Mr. Paddock, and how is she? Thought never to see me again, I suppose?" A step with a clink of spurs in it struck upon the entry floor. "Danged if I bain't catched," murmured Mr. Miller, forgetting company speech. "Never mind, I may as well meet him here as elsewhere, and I should like to see the chap and make friends with him, as he seems one of the right sort." He returned to the fireplace just as the sergeant major was ushered in. 3. He was a good specimen of the long service soldier of those days, a not unhandsome man with a certain undemonstrative dignity, which some might have said to be partly owing to the stiffness of his uniform about his neck, the high stock still being worn. He was much stouter than when Selina had parted with him. Although she had not meant to be demonstrative, she ran across to him directly she saw him, and he held her in his arms and kissed her. Then, in much agitation, she whispered something to him, at which he seemed to be much surprised. "He's just put to bed," she continued. "You can go up and see him. I knew you'd come home if you were alive, but I had quite gied you up for dead. You've been home in England ever since the war ended?" "Yes, dear." "Why didn't you come sooner?" "That's just what I ask myself. Why was I such a sappy as not to hurry here the first day I set foot on shore? Well, who'd have thought it? You are as pretty as ever." He relinquished her to peep upstairs a little way, where, by looking through the balusters, he could see Johnny's cot just within an open door. On his stepping down again, Mr. Miller was preparing to depart. "Now, what's this? I'm sorry to see anybody going the moment I've come," expostulated the sergeant major. "I thought we might make an evening of it. There's a 9-gallon cask of Phoenix beer outside in the trap, and a ham and half a raw mill cheese, for I thought you might be short of forage in a lonely place like this, and it struck me we might like to ask a neighbor or two, but perhaps it would be taking a liberty." "Oh no, not at all," said Mr. Paddock, who was now in the room, in a judicial, measured manner. "Very thoughtful of 'ee, only 'twas not necessary, for we had just laid in an extry stock of eatables and drinkables in preparation for the coming event." "'Twas very kind, upon my heart," said the soldier, "to think me worth such a jocund preparation, since you could only have got my letter this morning." Selina gazed at her father to stop him, and exchanged embarrassed glances with Miller. Contrary to her hopes, Sergeant Major Clark plainly did not know that the preparations referred to were for something quite other than his own visit. The movement of the horse outside, and the impatient tapping of a whip handle upon the vehicle reminded them that Clark's driver was still in waiting. The provisions were brought into the house, and the cart dismissed. Miller, with very little pressure indeed, accepted an invitation to supper, and a few neighbors were induced to come in to make up a cheerful party. During the laying of the meal and throughout its continuance, Selina, who sat beside her first intended husband, tried frequently to break the news to him of her engagement to the other, now terminated so suddenly and so happily for her heart and her sense of womanly virtue. But the talk ran entirely upon the late war, and though fortified by half a horn of the strong ale brought by the sergeant major, she decided that she might have a better opportunity when supper was over of revealing the situation to him in private. Having supped, Clark leaned back at ease in his chair and looked around. "We used some time to have a dance in that other room after supper, Selina dear, I recollect. We used to clear out all the furniture into this room before beginning. Have you kept up such goings on?" "No, not at all," said his sweetheart, sadly. "We were not unlikely to revive it in a few days," said Mr. Paddock. "But howsomever, there's seemingly many a slip, as the saying is." "Yes, I'll tell John all about that by and by," interposed Selina, at which, perceiving that the secret which he did not like keeping was to be kept even yet, her father held his tongue with some show of testiness. The subject of a dance having been broached, to put the thought in practice was the feeling of all. Soon after the tables and chairs were borne from the opposite room to this by zealous hands, and 2 of the villagers sent home for a fiddle and tambourine, when the majority began to tread a measure well known in that secluded vale. Selina naturally danced with the sergeant major, not altogether to her father's satisfaction, and to the real uneasiness of her mother, both of whom would have preferred a postponement of festivities till the rashly anticipated relationship between their daughter and Clark in the past had been made fact by the church's ordinances. They did not, however, express a positive objection, Mr. Paddock remembering, with self-reproach, that it was owing to his original strongly expressed disapproval of Selina's being a soldier's wife that the wedding had been delayed, and finally hindered, with worse consequences than were expected. And ever since the misadventure brought about by his government, he had allowed events to steer their own courses. "My tails will surely catch on your spurs, John," murmured the daughter of the house as she whirled around upon his arm with the rapt soul and look of a somnambulist. "I didn't know we should dance, or I would have put on my other frock." "I'll take care, my love. We've danced here before. Do you think your father objects to me now? I've risen in rank. I fancy he's still a little against me." "He has repented times enough." "And so have I. If I had married you then, 'twould have saved many a misfortune. I have sometimes thought it might have been possible to rush the ceremony through somehow before I left, though we were only in the second asking, were we? And even if I had come back straight here when we returned from the Crimea and married you then, how much happier I should have been." "Dear John, to say that! Why didn't you?" "Oh, dilatoriness, and want of thought, and a fear of facing your father after so long. I was in the hospital a great while, you know. But how familiar the place seems again! What's that I saw on the buffet in the other room? It never used to be there. A sort of withered corpse of a cake. Not an old bride cake, surely?" "Yes, John, ours. 'Tis the very one that was made for our wedding 3 years ago." "Sakes alive! Why, time shuts up together, and all between then and now seems not to have been. What became of that wedding gown that they were making in this room? I remember, a bluish, whitish, frothy thing." "I have that too." "Really? Why, Selina!" "Yes?" "Why not put it on now?" "Wouldn't it seem? And yet, oh, how I should like to! It would remind them all, if we told them what it was, how we really meant to be married on that bygone day." Her eyes were again laden with wet. "Yes, the pity that we didn't. The pity." Moody mournfulness seemed to hold silent a while one not naturally taciturn. "Well, will you?" he said. "I will, the next dance, if mother don't mind." Accordingly, just before the next figure was formed, Selina disappeared, and speedily came downstairs in a creased and box-worn, but still airy and pretty muslin gown, which was indeed the very one that had been meant to grace her as a bride 3 years before. "It is dreadfully old-fashioned," she apologized. "Not at all. What a grand thought of mine. Now let's to it again." She explained to some of them, as he led her to the second dance, what the frock had been meant for, and that she had put it on at his request. And again athwart and around the room they went. "You seem the bride," he said. "But I couldn't wear this gown to be married in now," she replied ecstatically, "or I shouldn't have put it on and made it dusty. It is really too old-fashioned, and so folded and fretted out, you can't think. That was with my taking it out so many times to look at. I have never put it on, never, till now." "Selina, I am thinking of giving up the army. Will you emigrate with me to New Zealand? I've an uncle out there doing well, and he'd soon help me to making a larger income. The English army is glorious, but it ain't altogether enriching." "Of course, anywhere that you decide upon. Is it healthy there for Johnny?" "A lovely climate, and I shall never be happy in England. Aha!" he concluded again with a bitterness of unexpected strength. "Would to heaven I had come straight back here." As the dance brought around one neighbor after another, the reunited pair were thrown into juxtaposition with Bob Hertall, among the rest who had been called in, one whose chronic expression was that he carried inside him a joke on the point of bursting with its own vastness. He took occasion now to let out a little of its quality, shaking his head at Selina as he addressed her in an undertone. "This is a bit of a topper to the bridegroom, ho-ho. 'Twill teach un the liberty you'll expect when you've married un." "What does he mean by a topper?" the sergeant major asked, who, not being of local extraction, despised the venerable local language, and also seemed to suppose bridegroom to be an anticipatory name for himself. "I only hope I shall never be worse treated than you've treated me tonight." Selina looked frightened. "He didn't mean you, dear," she said as they moved on. "We thought perhaps you knew what had happened, owing to your coming just at this time. Had you heard anything about what I intended?" "Not a breath. How should I, away up in Yorkshire? It was by the merest accident that I came just at this date to make peace with you for my delay." "I was engaged to be married to Mr. Bartholomew Miller. That's what it is. I would have let 'ee know by letter, but there was no time, only hearing from 'ee this afternoon. You won't desert me for it, will you, John? Because, as you know, I quite supposed you dead, and—" Her eyes were full of tears of trepidation, and he might have felt a sob heaving within her. 4. The soldier was silent during 2 or 3 double bars of the tune. "When were you to have been married to the said Mr. Bartholomew Miller?" he inquired. "Quite soon." "How soon?" "Next week. Oh yes, just the same as it was with you and me. There's a strange fate of interruption hanging over me, I sometimes think. He had bought the license, which I preferred so that it mightn't be like ours, but it made no difference to the fate of it." "He bought the license? The devil!" "Don't be angry, dear John. I didn't know." "No, I'm not angry." "It was so kind of him, considering." "Yes, I see, of course. How natural your action was, never thinking of seeing me any more. Is it the Mr. Miller who is in this dance?" "Yes." Clark glanced around upon Bartholomew and was silent again for some little while, and she stole a look at him, to find that he seemed changed. "John, you look ill," she almost sobbed. "'Tisn't me, is it?" "Oh dear, no, though I hadn't somehow expected it. I can't find fault with you for a moment, and I don't. This is a deuce of a long dance, don't you think? We've been at it 20 minutes, if a second, and the figure doesn't allow one much rest. I'm quite out of breath." "They seem so dreadfully long here. Shall we drop out, or I'll stop the fiddler?" "Oh, no, I think I can finish. But although I look healthy enough, I have never been so strong as I formerly was since that long illness I had in the hospital at Scutari." "And I knew nothing about it." "You couldn't, dear, as I didn't write. What a fool I have been altogether." He gave a twitch as of one in pain. "I won't dance again when this one is over. The fact is, I have travelled a long way to-day, and it seems to have knocked me up a bit." There could be no doubt that the sergeant major was unwell, and Selina made herself miserable by still believing that her story was the cause of his ailment. Suddenly he said in a changed voice, and she perceived that he was paler than ever, "I must sit down." Letting go her waist, he went quickly to the other room. She followed and found him in the nearest chair, his face bent down upon his hands and arms, which were resting on the table. "What's the matter?" said her father, who sat there dozing by the fire. "John isn't well. We are going to New Zealand when we are married, Father. A lovely country. John, would you like something to drink?" "A drop of that Schiedam of old Owlett's. That's under the stairs, perhaps," suggested her father. "Not that nowadays 'tis much better than licensed liquor." "John," she said, putting her face close to his and pressing his arm, "will you have a drop of spirits or something?" He did not reply, and Selina observed that his ear and the side of his face were quite white. Convinced that his illness was serious, a growing dismay seized hold of her. The dance ended. Her mother came in, and learning what had happened, looked narrowly at the sergeant major. "We must not let him lie like that. Lift him up," she said. "Let him rest in the window bench on some cushions." They unfolded his arms and hands as they lay clasped upon the table, and on lifting his head found his features to bear the very impress of death itself. Bartholomew Miller, who had now come in, assisted Mr. Paddock to make a comfortable couch on the window seat, where they stretched out Clark upon his back. Still he seemed unconscious. "We must get a doctor," said Selina. "Oh, my dear John, how is it you be taken like this?" "My impression is that he's dead," murmured Mr. Paddock. "He don't breathe enough to move a tomtit's feather." There were plenty to volunteer to go for a doctor, but as it would be at least an hour before he could get there, the case seemed somewhat hopeless. The dancing party ended as unceremoniously as it had begun, but the guests lingered round the premises till the doctor should arrive. When he did come, the sergeant major's extremities were already cold, and there was no doubt that death had overtaken him almost at the moment that he had sat down. The medical practitioner quite refused to accept the unhappy Selina's theory that her revelation had in any way induced Clark's sudden collapse. Both he and the coroner afterwards, who found the immediate cause to be heart failure, held that such a supposition was unwarranted by facts. They asserted that a long day's journey, a hurried drive, and that an exhausting dance were sufficient for such a result upon a heart enfeebled by fatty degeneration after the privations of a Crimean winter and other trying experiences. The coincidence of the sad event with any disclosure of hers being a pure accident. This conclusion, however, did not dislodge Selina's opinion that the shock of her statement had been the immediate stroke which had felled the constitution so undermined. 5. At this date the Casterbridge barracks were cavalry quarters, their adaptation to artillery having been effected some years later. It had been owing to the fact that the th Dragoons, in which John Clark had served, happened to be lying there that Selina made his acquaintance. At the time of his death the barracks were occupied by the Scots Greys, but when the pathetic circumstances of the sergeant major's end became known in the town, the officers of the Greys offered the services of their fine reed and brass band that he might have a funeral marked by due military honours. His body was accordingly removed to the barracks and carried thence to the churchyard in the Durnover quarter on the following afternoon, one of the Greys' most ancient and docile chargers being blacked up to represent Clark's horse on the occasion. Everybody pitied Selina, whose story was well known. She followed the corpse as the only mourner, Clark having been without relations in this part of the country, and a communication with his regiment having brought none from a distance. She sat in a little shabby brown-black mourning carriage, squeezing herself up in a corner to be as much as possible out of sight during the slow and dramatic march through the town to the tune from Saul. When the interment had taken place, the volleys been fired, and the return journey begun, it was with something like a shock that she found the military escort to be moving at a quick march to the lively strains of "Off She Goes," as if all care for the sergeant major was expected to be ended with the late discharge of the carbines. It was, by chance, the very tune to which they had been footing when he died, and unable to bear its notes, she hastily told her driver to drop behind. The band and military party diminished up the High Street, and Selina turned over Swan Bridge and homeward to Mellstock. Then recommenced for her a life whose incidents were precisely of a suit with those which had preceded the soldier's return, but how different in her appreciation of them! Her narrow miss of the recovered respectability they had hoped for from that tardy event worked upon her parents as an irritant, and after the first week or two of her mourning her life with them grew almost insupportable. She had impulsively taken to herself the weeds of a widow, for such she seemed to herself to be, and clothed little Johnny in sables likewise. This assumption of a moral relationship to the deceased, which she asserted to be only not a legal one by two most unexpected accidents, led the old people to indulge in sarcasm at her expense whenever they beheld her attire, though all the while it cost them more pain to utter than it gave her to hear it. Having become accustomed by her residence at home to the business carried on by her father, she surprised them one day by going off with the child to Chalk Newton, in the direction of the town of Ivell, and opening a miniature fruit and vegetable shop attending Ivell Market with her produce. Her business grew somewhat larger, and it was soon sufficient to enable her to support herself and the boy in comfort. She called herself Mrs. John Clark from the day of leaving home, and painted the name on her signboard, no man forbidding her. By degrees the pain of her state was forgotten in her new circumstances, and getting to be generally accepted as the widow of a sergeant major of dragoons, an assumption which her modest and mournful demeanour seemed to substantiate, her life became a placid one, her mind being nourished by the melancholy luxury of dreaming what might have been her future in New Zealand with John, if he had only lived to take her there. Her only travels now were a journey to Ivell on market days, and once a fortnight to the churchyard in which Clark lay, there to tend, with Johnny's assistance, as widows are wont to do, the flowers she had planted on his grave. On a day about 18 months after his unexpected decease, Selina was surprised in her lodging over her little shop by a visit from Bartholomew Miller. He had called on her once or twice before, on which occasions he had used without a word of comment the name by which she was known. "I've come this time," he said, "less because I was in this direction than to ask you, Mrs. Clark, what you mid well guess. I've come on purpose, in short." She smiled. "'Tis to ask me again to marry you?" "Yes, of course. You see, his coming back for 'ee proved what I always believed of 'ee, though others don't. There's nobody but would be glad to welcome you to our parish again, now you've showed your independence and acted up to your trust in his promise. Well, my dear, will you come?" "I'd rather bide as Mrs. Clark, I think," she answered. "I am not ashamed of my position at all, for I am John's widow in the eyes of heaven." "I quite agree. That's why I've come. Still, you won't like to be always straining at this shopkeeping and market standing, and 'twould be better for Johnny if you had nothing to do but tend him." He here touched the only weak spot in Selina's resistance to his proposal, the good of the boy. To promote that there were other men she might have married off-hand without loving them if they had asked her to, but though she had known the worthy speaker from her youth, she could not for the moment fancy herself happy as Mrs. Miller. He paused a while. "I ought to tell 'ee, Mrs. Clark," he said by and by, "that marrying is getting to be a pressing question with me. Not on my own account at all. The truth is that mother is growing old, and I am away from home a good deal, so that it is almost necessary there should be another person in the house with her besides me. That's the practical consideration which forces me to think of taking a wife, apart from my wish to take you, and you know there's nobody in the world I care for so much." She said something about there being far better women than she, and other natural commonplaces, but assured him she was most grateful to him for feeling what he felt, as indeed she sincerely was. However, Selina would not consent to be the useful third person in his comfortable home, at any rate just then. He went away, after taking tea with her, without discerning much hope for him in her good-bye. 6. After that evening she saw and heard nothing of him for a great while. Her fortnightly journeys to the sergeant major's grave were continued, whenever weather did not hinder them, and Mr. Miller must have known, she thought, of this custom of hers. But though the churchyard was not nearly so far from his homestead as was her shop at Chalk Newton, he never appeared in the accidental way that lovers use. An explanation was forthcoming in the shape of a letter from her mother, who casually mentioned that Mr. Bartholomew Miller had gone away to the other side of Shottsford Forum to be married to a thriving dairyman's daughter that he knew there. His chief motive, it was reported, had been less one of love than a wish to provide a companion for his aged mother. Selina was practical enough to know that she had lost a good and possibly the only opportunity of settling in life after what had happened, and for a moment she regretted her independence. But she became calm on reflection, and to fortify herself in her course started that afternoon to tend the sergeant major's grave, in which she took the same sober pleasure as at first. On reaching the churchyard, and turning the corner toward the spot as usual, she was surprised to perceive another woman, also apparently a respectable widow, and with a tiny boy by her side, bending over Clark's turf and spudding up with the point of her umbrella some ivy roots that Selina had reverently planted there to form an evergreen mantle over the mound. "What are you digging up my ivy for?" cried Selina, rushing forward so excitedly that Johnny tumbled over a grave with the force of the tug she gave his hand with her sudden start. "Your ivy?" said the respectable woman. "Why, yes, I planted it there on my husband's grave." "Your husband's?" "Yes, the late Sergeant Major Clark. Anyhow, as good as my husband, for he was just going to be." "Indeed? But who may be my husband, if not he? I am the only Mrs. John Clark, widow of the late Sergeant Major of Dragoons, and this is his only son and heir." "How can that be?" faltered Selina, her throat seeming to stick together as she just began to perceive its possibility. "He had been going to marry me twice, and we were going to New Zealand." "Ah, I remember about you," returned the legitimate widow calmly and not unkindly. "You must be Selina. He spoke of you now and then, and said that his relations with you would always be a weight on his conscience. Well, the history of my life with him is soon told. When he came back from Crimea he became acquainted with me at my home in the north, and we were married within a month of first knowing each other. Unfortunately, after living together a few months, we could not agree, and after a particularly sharp quarrel, in which perhaps I was most in the wrong, as I don't mind owning here by his graveside, he went away from me, declaring that he would buy his discharge and emigrate to New Zealand and never come back to me any more. The next thing I heard was that he had died suddenly at Mellstock in some low carouse, and as he had left me in such anger to live no more with me, I wouldn't come down to his funeral or do anything in relation to him. 'Twas temper, I know, but that was the fact. Even if we had parted as friends, it would have been a serious expense to travel 300 miles to get here for one who wasn't left so very well off. I am sorry I pulled up your ivy roots. But that common sort of ivy is considered a weed in my part of the country. End of Enter a Dragoon by Thomas Hardy. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. High Water Mark by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When the tide was out on the Dedlow Marsh, its extended dreariness was patent. Its spongy, low-lying surface, sluggish, inky pools, and tortuous sloughs, twisting their slimy way, eel-like, toward the open bay, were all hard facts. So were the few green tussocks with their scant blades, their amphibious flavor and unpleasant dampness. And if you choose to indulge your fancy, although the flat monotony of the Dedlow Marsh was not inspiring, the wavy line of scattered drift gave an unpleasant consciousness of the spent waters, and made the dead certainty of the returning tide a gloomy reflection which no present sunshine could dissipate. The greener meadowland seemed oppressed with this idea, and made no positive attempt at vegetation until the work of reclamation should be complete. In the bitter fruit of the low cranberry bushes one might fancy he detected a naturally sweet disposition curdled and soured by an injudicious course of too much regular cold water. The vocal expression of the Dedlow Marsh was also melancholy and depressing. The sepulchral boom of the bittern, the shriek of the curlew, the scream of passing brent, the wrangling of quarrelsome teal, the sharp, querulous protest of the startled crane, and syllabled complaint of the killdeer plover were beyond the power of written expression. Nor was the aspect of these mournful fowls at all cheerful and inspiring. Certainly not the blue heron standing mid-leg deep in the water, obviously catching cold in a reckless disregard of wet feet and consequences, nor the mournful curlew, the dejected plover, or the low-spirited snipe, who saw fit to join him in his suicidal contemplation, nor the impassive kingfisher, an ornithological Marius, reviewing the desolate expanse, nor the black raven that went to and fro over the face of the marsh continually, but evidently couldn't make up his mind whether the waters had subsided, and felt low-spirited in the reflection that, after all this trouble, he wouldn't be able to give a definite answer. On the contrary, it was evident at a glance that the dreary expanse of Dedlow Marsh told unpleasantly on the birds, and that the season of migration was looked forward to with a feeling of relief and satisfaction by the full-grown, and of extravagant anticipation by the callow brood. But if Dedlow Marsh was cheerless at the slack of the low tide, you should have seen it when the tide was strong and full. When the damp air blew chilly over the cold, glittering expanse, and came to the faces of those who looked seaward like another tide, when a steel-like glint marked the low hollows in the sinuous line of slough, then the great shell-encrusted trunks of fallen trees arose again, and went forth on their dreary, purposeless wanderings, drifting hither and thither, but getting no farther toward any goal at the falling tide or the day's decline than the cursed Hebrew in the legend. When the glossy ducks swung silently, making neither ripple nor furrow on the shimmering surface, when the fog came in with the tide and shut out the blue above, even as the green below had been obliterated, when boatmen lost in that fog, paddling about in a hopeless way, started at what seemed the brushing of mermen's fingers on the boat's keel, or shrank from the tufts of grass spreading around like the floating hair of a corpse, and knew by these signs that they were lost upon Dedlow Marsh and must make a night of it, and a gloomy one at that, then you might know something of Dedlow Marsh at high water. Let me recall a story connected with this latter view which never failed to recur to my mind in my long gunning excursions upon Dedlow Marsh. Although the event was briefly recorded in the county paper, I had the story, in all its eloquent detail, from the lips of the principal actor. I cannot hope to catch the varying emphasis and peculiar coloring of feminine delineation, for my narrator was a woman, but I'll try to give at least its substance. She lived midway of the great slough of Dedlow Marsh and a good-sized river, which debouched 4 miles beyond into an estuary formed by the Pacific Ocean on the long sandy peninsula which constituted the southwestern boundary of a noble bay. The house in which she lived was a small frame cabin raised from the marsh a few feet by stout piles, and was 3 miles distant from the settlements upon the river. Her husband was a logger, a profitable business in a county where the principal occupation was the manufacture of lumber. It was the season of early spring when her husband left on the ebb of a high tide, with a raft of logs for the usual transportation to the lower end of the bay. As she stood by the door of the little cabin when the voyagers departed, she noticed a cold look in the southeastern sky, and she remembered hearing her husband say to his companions that they must endeavor to complete their voyage before the coming of the southwesterly gale which he saw brewing. And that night it began to storm and blow harder than she had ever before experienced, and some great trees fell in the forest by the river, and the house rocked like her baby's cradle. But however the storm might roar about the little cabin, she knew that one she trusted had driven bolt and bar with his own strong hand, and that had he feared for her he would not have left her. This and her domestic duties and the care of her little sickly baby helped to keep her mind from dwelling on the weather, except of course to hope that he was safely harbored with the logs at Utopia in the dreary distance. But she noticed that day, when she went out to feed the chickens and look after the cow, that the tide was up to the little fence of their garden patch, and the roar of the surf on the south beach, though miles away, she could hear distinctly. And she began to think that she would like to have someone to talk with about matters, and she believed that if it had not been so far and so stormy, and the trail so impassable, she would have taken the baby and have gone over to Rickman's, her nearest neighbor. But then, you see, he might have returned in the storm all wet with no one to see him, and it was a long exposure for baby, who was croupy and ailing. But that night, she never could tell why, she didn't feel like sleeping or even lying down. The storm had something abated, but she still sat, and even tried to read. I don't know whether it was a Bible or some profane magazine that this poor woman read, but most probably the latter, for the words all ran together and made such sad nonsense that she was forced at last to put the book down and turn to that dearer volume which lay before her in the cradle, with its white initial leaf as yet unsoiled, and try to look forward to its mysterious future. And rocking the cradle, she thought of everything and everybody, but still was wide awake as ever. It was nearly 12 o'clock when she at last lay down in her clothes. How long she slept she could not remember, but she awoke with a dreadful choking in her throat, and found herself standing, trembling all over, in the middle of the room, with her baby clasped to her breast, and she was saying something. The baby cried and sobbed, and she walked up and down trying to hush it, when she heard a scratching at the door. She opened it fearfully, and was glad to see it was only old Pete, their dog, who crawled dripping with water into the room. She would like to have looked out, not in the faint hope of her husband's coming, but to see how things looked, but the wind shook the door so savagely that she could hardly hold it. Then she sat down a little while, and then walked up and down a little while, and then she lay down again a little while. Lying close by the wall of the little cabin, she thought she heard once or twice something scrape slowly against the clapboards, like the scraping of branches. Then there was a little gurgling sound, like the baby made when it was swallowing. Then something went click, click, and cluck, cluck, so that she sat up in bed. When she did so, she was attracted by something else that seemed creeping from the back door toward the center of the room. It wasn't much wider than her little finger, but soon it swelled to the width of her hand and began spreading all over the floor. It was water. She ran to the front door and threw it wide open and saw nothing but water. She ran to the back door and threw it open and saw nothing but water. She ran to the side window and throwing that open, she saw nothing but water. Then she remembered hearing her husband once say that there was no danger in the tide, for that fell regularly, and people could calculate on it, and that he would rather live near the bay than the river, whose banks might overflow at any time. But was it the tide? So she ran again to the back door and threw out a stick of wood. It drifted away toward the bay. She scooped up some of the water and put it eagerly to her lips. It was fresh and sweet. It was the river and not the tide. It was then, O God be praised for His goodness, she did neither faint nor fall. It was then, blessed be the Savior, for it was His merciful hand that touched and strengthened her in this awful moment, that fear dropped from her like a garment, and her trembling ceased. It was then and thereafter that she never lost her self-command through all the trials of that gloomy night. She drew the bedstead toward the middle of the room and placed a table upon it, and on that she put the cradle. The water on the floor was already over her ankles, and the house once or twice moved so perceptibly, and she seemed to be racked so, that the closet doors all flew open. Then she heard the same rasping and thumping against the wall, and looking out she saw that a large uprooted tree, which had lain near the road at the upper end of the pasture, had floated down to the house. Luckily its long roots dragged in the soil and kept it from moving as rapidly as the current, for had it struck the house in its full career, even the strong nails and bolts in the piles could not have withstood the shock. The hound had leaped upon its knotty surface and crouched near the roots, shivering and whining. A ray of hope flashed across her mind. She drew a heavy blanket from the bed, and wrapping it about the babe, waded in the deepening waters to the door. As the tree swung again, broadside on, making the little cabin creak and tremble, she leaped onto its trunk. By God's mercy she succeeded in obtaining a footing on its slippery surface, and, twining an arm about its roots, she held in the other her moaning child. Then something cracked near the front porch, and the whole front of the house she had just quitted fell forward, just as cattle fall on their knees before they lie down. And at the same moment the great redwood tree swung around and drifted away with its living cargo into the black night. For all the excitement and danger, for all her soothing of her crying babe, for all the whistling of the wind, for all the uncertainty of her situation, she still turned to look at the deserted and water-swept cabin. She remembered even then, and she wonders how foolish she was to think of it at the time, that she wished she had put on another dress and the baby's best clothes. And she kept praying that the house would be spared, so that he, when he returned, would have something to come to, and it wouldn't be quite so desolate, and how could he ever know what had become of her and baby? And at the thought she grew sick and faint. But she had something else to do besides worrying, for whenever the long roots of her ark struck an obstacle, the whole trunk made half a revolution, and twice dipped her in the black water. The hound, who kept distracting her by running up and down the tree and howling, at last fell off at one of these collisions. He swam for some time beside her, and she tried to get the poor beast up on the tree, but he acted silly and wild, and at last she lost sight of him forever. Then she and her baby were left alone. The light, which had burned for a few minutes in the deserted cabin, was quenched suddenly. She could not then tell whither she was drifting. The outline of the white dunes on the peninsula showed dimly ahead, and she judged the tree was moving in a line with the river. It must be about slack water, and she had probably reached the eddy formed by the confluence of the tide and the overflowing waters of the river. Unless the tide fell soon, there was present danger of her drifting to its channel and being carried out to sea or crushed in the floating drift. The peril averted, if she were carried out on the ebb toward the bay, she might hope to strike one of the wooded promontories of the peninsula and rest till daylight. Sometimes she thought she heard voices and shouts from the river, and the bellowing of cattle and bleating of sheep. Then again it was only the ringing in her ears and throbbing of her heart. She found at about this time she was so chilled and stiffened in her cramped position that she could scarcely move, and the baby cried so when she put it to her breast that she noticed the milk refused to flow, and she was so frightened at that she put her head under her shawl and for the first time cried bitterly. When she raised her head again, the boom of the surf was behind her, and she knew that her ark had again swung around. She dipped up the water to cool her parched throat and found that it was salt as her tears. There was a relief, though, for by this sign she knew that she was drifting with the tide. It was then the wind went down and the great and awful silence oppressed her. There was scarcely a ripple against the furrowed sides of the great trunk on which she rested, and around her all was black gloom and quiet. She spoke to the baby just to hear herself speak and to know that she had not lost her voice. She thought then it was queer, but she could not help thinking it how awful must have been the night when the great ship swung over the Asiatic peak and the sounds of creation were blotted out from the world. She thought, too, of mariners clinging to spars and of poor women who were lashed to rafts and beaten to death by the cruel sea. She tried to thank God that she was thus spared, and lifted her eyes from the baby, who had fallen into a fretful sleep. Suddenly, away to the southward, a great light lifted itself out of the gloom, and flashed and flickered and flickered and flashed again. Her heart fluttered quickly against the baby's cold cheek. It was the lighthouse at the entrance of the bay. As she was yet wondering, the tree suddenly rolled a little, dragged a little, and then seemed to lie quiet and still. She put out her hand, and the current gurgled against it. The tree was aground, and, by the position of the light and the noise of the surf, aground upon Dedlow Marsh. Had it not been for her baby, who was ailing and croupy, had it not been for the sudden drying up of that sensitive fountain, she would have felt safe and relieved. Perhaps it was this which tended to make all her impressions mournful and gloomy. As the tide rapidly fell, a great flock of black brent fluttered by her, screaming and crying. Then the plover flew up and piped mournfully as they wheeled around the trunk, and at last fearlessly lit upon it like a gray cloud. Then the heron flew over and around her, shrieking and protesting, and at last dropped its gaunt legs only a few yards from her. But strangest of all, a pretty white bird, larger than a dove, like a pelican but not a pelican, circled around and around her. At last it lit upon a rootlet of the tree, quite over her shoulder. She put out her hand and stroked its beautiful white neck, and it never appeared to move. It stayed there so long that she thought she would lift up the baby to see it, and try to attract her attention. But when she did so, the child was so chilled and cold, and had such a blue look under the little lashes which it didn't raise at all, that she screamed aloud, and the bird flew away, and she fainted. Well, that was the worst of it, and perhaps it was not so much after all to any but herself. For when she recovered her senses, it was bright sunlight and dead low water. There was a confused noise of guttural voices about her, and an old squaw singing an Indian hushaby and rocking herself from side to side before a fire built on the marsh before which she, the recovered wife and mother, lay weak and weary. Her first thought was for her baby, and she was about to speak when a young squaw, who must have been a mother herself, fathomed her thought and brought her the mowitch, pale but living, in such a queer little willow cradle, all bound up, just like the squaw's own young one, that she laughed and cried together, and the young squaw and the old squaw showed their big white teeth and glinted their black eyes and said, "Plenty get well, Skeenamowitch. Woggy man come plenty soon." And she could have kissed their brown faces in her joy. And then she found that they had been gathering berries on the marsh in their queer, comical baskets, and saw the skirt of her gown fluttering on the tree from afar, and the old squaw couldn't resist the temptation of procuring a new garment, and came down and discovered the Woggy woman and child. And, of course, she gave the garment to the old squaw, as you might imagine, and when he came at last and rushed up to her, looking about 10 years older in his anxiety, she felt so faint again that they had to carry her to the canoe. For, you see, he knew nothing about the flood until he met the Indians at Utopia, and knew by the signs that the poor woman was his wife. And at the next high tide he towed the tree away back home, although it wasn't worth the trouble, and built another house, using the old tree for the foundation and props, and called it after her, Mary's Ark. but you may guess the next house was built above high water mark. And that's all. Not much, perhaps, considering the malevolent capacity of the Dedlow Marsh. But you must tramp over it at low water, or paddle over it at high tide, or get lost upon it once or twice in the fog, as I have, to understand properly Mary's adventure, or to appreciate duly the blessings of living beyond high water mark. End of High Water Mark by Bret Harte. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
The Idiots by Joseph Conrad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Idiots by Joseph Conrad. We were driving along the coast from Triguier to Curvanda. We passed at a smart trot between the hedges topping an earth wall on each side of the road. Then, at the foot of the steep ascent, before Plumar the horse dropped into a walk, and the driver jumped down heavily from the box. He flicked his whip and climbed the incline, stepping clumsily uphill by the side of the carriage, one hand on the footboard, his eyes on the ground. After a while he lifted his head, pointed up the road with the end of the whip, and said, "The idiot!" The sun was shining violently upon the undulating surface of the land. The rises were topped by clumps of meager trees, with their branches showing high on the sky as if they had been perched upon stilts. The small fields cut up by the hedges and stone walls that zigzagged over the slopes lay in rectangular patches of vivid greens and yellows, resembling the unskilful daubs of a naive picture. And the landscape was divided in two by the white streak of a road stretching in long loops far away, like a river of dust crawling out of the hills on its way to the sea. "Here he is," said the driver again. In the long grass bordering the road a face glided past the carriage at the level of the wheels as we drove slowly by. The imbecile face was red, and the bullet head with close cropped hair seemed to lie alone, its chin in the dust. The body was lost in the bushes growing thick along the bottom of the deep ditch. It was a boy's face. He might have been 16, judging from the size, perhaps less, perhaps more. Such creatures are forgotten by time, and live untouched by years until death gathers them up into its compassionate bosom. The faithful death that never forgets in the press of work the most insignificant of its children. "Ah, there's another," said the man, with a certain satisfaction in his tone, as if he had caught sight of something expected. There was another. That one stood near by, in the middle of the road, in the blaze of sunshine at the end of his own short shadow. And he stood with hands pushed into the opposite sleeves of his long coat, his head sunk between the shoulders, all hunched up in the flood of heat. From a distance he had the aspect of one suffering from intense cold. "Those are twins," explained the driver. The idiot shuffled 2 paces out of the way and looked at us over his shoulder when we brushed past him. The glance was unseeing and staring, a fascinated glance, but he did not turn back to look after us. Probably the image passed before the eyes without leaving any trace on the misshapen brain of the creature. When we had topped the ascent, I looked over the hood. He stood in the road, just where we had left him. The driver clambered into his seat, clicked his tongue, and we went downhill. The brakes squeaked horribly from time to time. At the foot he eased off the noisy mechanism and said, turning half round on his box, "We shall see some more of them by and by." "More idiots? How many of them are there, then?" I asked. "There's 4 of them. children of a farmer near Plumar here. The parents are dead now." He added after a while, "The grandmother lives on the farm. In the daytime they knock about on this road, and they come home at dusk along with the cattle. It's a good farm." We saw the other two, a boy and a girl, as the driver said. They were dressed exactly alike, in shapeless garments with petticoat-like skirts. The imperfect thing that lived within them moved those beings to howl at us from the top of the bank, where they sprawled amongst the tough stalks of firs. Their cropped black heads stuck out from the bright yellow wall of countless small blossoms. The faces were purple with the strain of yelling. The voices sounded blank and cracked, like a mechanical imitation of old people's voices, and suddenly ceased when we turned into a lane. I saw them many times in my wandering about the country. They lived on that road, drifting along its length here and there, according to the inexplicable impulses of their monstrous darkness. They were an offense to the sunshine, a reproach to empty heaven, a blight on the concentrated and purposeful vigor of the wild landscape. In time the story of their parents shaped itself before me out of the listless answers to my questions, out of the indifferent words heard in wayside inns or on the very road those idiots haunted. Some of it was told by an emaciated and skeptical old fellow with a tremendous whip while we trudged together over the sands by the side of a two-wheeled cart loaded with dripping seaweed. Then at other times other people confirmed and completed the story, till it stood at last before me, a tale formidable and simple, as they always are, those disclosures of obscure trials endured by ignorant hearts. When he returned from his military service, Jean Pierre Bacadou found the old people very much aged. He remarked with pain that the work of the farm was not satisfactorily done. The father had not the energy of old days. The hands did not feel over them the eye of the master. Jean Pierre noted with sorrow that the heap of manure in the courtyard before the only entrance to the house was not so large as it should have been. The fences were out of repair, and the cattle suffered from neglect. At home the mother was practically bedridden, and the girls chattered loudly in the big kitchen, unrebuked from morning to night. He said to himself, "We must change all this." He talked the matter over with his father one evening when the rays of the setting sun entering the yard between the outhouses ruled the heavy shadows with luminous streaks. Over the manure heap floated a mist, opal tinted and odorous, and the marauding hens would stop in their scratching to examine with a sudden glance of their round eye the two men, both lean and tall, talking in hoarse tones. The old man, all twisted with rheumatism and bowed with years of work. The younger, bony and straight, spoke without gestures in the indifferent manner of peasants, grave and slow. But before the sun had set, the father had submitted to the sensible arguments of the son. "It is not for me that I am speaking," insisted Jean Pierre. "It is for the land. It's a pity to see it badly used. I am not impatient for myself." The old fellow nodded over his stick. "I dare not say. I dare not say," he muttered. "You may be right. Do what you like. It's the mother that will be pleased." The mother was pleased with her daughter-in-law. Jean Pierre brought the two-wheeled spring cart with a rush into the yard. The gray horse galloped clumsily, and the bride and bridegroom, sitting side by side, were jerked backwards and forwards by the up and down motion of the shafts, in a manner regular and brusque. On the road the distanced wedding guests straggled in pairs and groups. The men advanced with heavy steps, swinging their idle arms. They were clad in town clothes, jackets cut with clumsy smartness, hard black hats, immense boots polished highly. Their women, all in simple black, with white caps and shawls of faded tints, folded triangularly on the back, strolled lightly by their side. In front the violin sang a strident tune, and the biniou snored and hummed, while the player capered solemnly, lifting his high, heavy clogs. The somber procession drifted in and out of the narrow lanes, through sunshine and through shade, between fields and hedgerows, scaring the little birds that darted away in troops right and left. In the yard of Bacadou's farm, the dark ribbon wound itself up into a mass of men and women pushing at the door with cries and greetings. The wedding dinner was remembered for months. It was a splendid feast in the orchard. Farmers of considerable means and excellent repute were to be found sleeping in ditches all along the road to Tréguier, even as late as the afternoon of the next day. All the countryside participated in the happiness of Jean Pierre. He remained sober, and together with his quiet wife kept out of the way, letting father and mother reap their due of honor and thanks. But the next day he took hold strongly, and the old folks felt a shadow, precursor of the grave, fall upon them finally. The world is to the young. When the twins were born, there was plenty of room in the house, for the mother of Jean Pierre had gone away to dwell under a heavy stone in the cemetery of Ploumar. On that day, for the first time since his son's marriage, the elder Bacadou, neglected by the cackling lot of strange women who thronged the kitchen, left in the morning his seat under the mantel of the fireplace, and went into the empty cow-house, shaking his white locks dismally. Grandsons were all very well, but he wanted his soup at midday. When shown the babies, he stared at them with a fixed gaze and muttered something like, "It's too much." Whether he meant too much happiness, or simply committed upon the number of his descendants, it is impossible to say. He looked offended, as far as his old wooden face could express anything, and for days afterwards could be seen almost any time of the day sitting at the gate with his nose over his knees, a pipe between his gums, and gathered up into a kind of raging concentrated sulkiness. Once he spoke to his son, alluding to the newcomers with a groan. "They will quarrel over the land." "Don't bother about that, father," answered Jean Pierre stolidly, and passed, bent double, towing a recalcitrant cow over his shoulder. He was happy, and so was Susan, his wife. It was not an ethereal joy, welcoming new souls to struggle, perchance to victory. In 14 years both boys would be a help, and later on Jean Pierre pictured two big sons striding over the land from patch to patch, wringing tribute from the earth beloved and fruitful. Susan was happy too, for she did not want to be spoken of as the unfortunate woman, and now she had children, no one could call her that. Both herself and her husband had seen something of the larger world. He, during the time of his service, while she had spent a year or so in Paris with a Breton family, but had been too homesick to remain longer away from the hilly and green country, set in a barren circle of rocks and sands, where she had been born. She thought that one of the boys ought perhaps to be a priest, but said nothing to her husband, who was a Republican, and hated the crows, as he called the ministers of religion. The christening was a splendid affair. All the commune came to it, for the Bacadous were rich and influential, and now and then did not mind the expense. The grandfather had a new coat. Some months afterward, one evening when the kitchen had been swept and the door locked, Jean Pierre, looking at the cot, asked his wife, "What's the matter with those children?" And as if these words, spoken calmly, had been the portent of misfortune, she answered with a loud wail that must have been heard across the yard in the pigsty, for the pigs, the Bacadous had the finest pigs in the country, stirred and grunted complainingly in the night. The husband went on grinding his bread and butter slowly, gazing at the wall, the soup plate smoking under his chin. He had returned late from the market, where he had overheard, not for the first time, whispers behind his back. He revolved the words in his mind as he drove back. Simple. Both of them. Never any use. Well, maybe. One must see. Would ask his wife. This was her answer. He felt like a blow on his chest, but said only, "Go draw me some cider. I am thirsty." She went out moaning, an empty jug in her hand. Then he arose, took up the light, and moved slowly towards the cradle. They slept. He looked at them sideways, finished his mouthful there, went back heavily, and sat down before his plate. When his wife returned, he never looked up, but swallowed a couple of spoonfuls noisily, and remarked in a dull manner, "When they sleep, they are like other people's children." She sat down suddenly on a stool near by, and shook with a silent tempest of sobs, unable to speak. He finished his meal, and remained idly thrown back in his chair, his eyes lost amongst the black rafters of the ceiling. Before him the tallow candle flared red and straight, sending up a slender thread of smoke. The light lay on the rough sunburnt skin of his throat. The sunk cheeks were like patches of darkness, and his aspect was mournfully stolid, as if he had ruminated with difficulty endless ideas. Then he said deliberately, "We must see. Consult people. Don't cry. They won't all be like that, surely. We must sleep now." After the third child, also a boy, was born, Jean Pierre went about his work with tense hopefulness. His lips seemed more narrow, more tightly compressed than before, as if for fear of letting the earth he tilled hear the voice of hope that murmured within his breast. He watched the child, stepping up to the cot with a heavy clang of sabots on the stone floor, and glanced in, along his shoulder, with that indifference which is like a deformity of peasant humanity. Like the earth they master and serve, those men, slow of eye and speech, do not show the inner fire, so that at last it becomes a question with them, as with the earth, what there is in the core: heat, violence, a force mysterious and terrible, or nothing but a clod, a mass fertile and inert, cold and unfeeling, ready to bear a crop of plants that sustain life or give death. The mother watched with other eyes, listened with otherwise expectant ears, under the high hanging shelves supporting great sides of bacon overhead. Her body was busy by the great fireplace, attentive to the pot swinging on iron gallows, scrubbing the long table where the field hands sit down directly to their evening meal. Her mind remained by the cradle, night and day on the watch, to hope and suffer. That child, like the other two, never smiled, never stretched its hands to her, never spoke, never had a glance of recognition for her in its big black eyes, which could only stare fixedly at any glitter, but failed hopelessly to follow the brilliance of a sun ray slipping slowly along the floor. When the men were at work, she spent long days between her three idiot children and the childish grandfather, who sat grim, angular, and immovable, with his feet near the warm ashes of the fire. The feeble old fellow seemed to suspect that there was something wrong with his grandsons. Only once, moved either by affection or by the sense of proprieties, he attempted to nurse the youngest. He took the boy up from the floor, clicked his tongue at him, and essayed a shaky gallop of his bony knees. Then he looked closely with his misty eyes at the child's face, and deposited him down gently on the floor again. And he sat, his lean shanks crossed, nodding at the steam escaping from the cooking pot, with a gaze senile and worried. Then mute affliction dwelt in Bacadou's farmhouse, sharing the breath and the bread of its inhabitants, and the priest of the Plumar parish had great cause for congratulation. He called upon the rich landowner, the Marquis de Chavannes, on purpose to deliver himself with joyful unction of solemn platitudes about the inscrutable ways of Providence. In the vast dimness of the curtained drawing room, the little man, resembling a black bolster, leaned toward a couch, his hat on his knees, and gesticulated with a fat hand at the elongated, gracefully flowing lines of the clear Parisian toilette, from which the half amused, half bored Marquis listened with gracious languor, He was exulting and humble, proud and awed. The impossible had come to pass. Jean Pierre Bacadou, the enraged Republican farmer, had been to Mass last Sunday, had proposed to entertain the visiting priests at the next festival of Plumar. It was a triumph for the Church and for the good cause. "I thought I would come at once to tell Monsieur le Marquis. I know how anxious he is for the welfare of our country," declared the priest, wiping his face. He was asked to stay to dinner. The Chevinays returned that evening after seeing their guest to the main gate of the park, discussed the matter while they strolled in the moonlight, trailing their long shadows up the straight avenue of chestnuts. The Marquis, a royalist of course, had been mayor of the commune, which includes Plumar, the scattered hamlets of the coast, and the stony islands that fringe the yellow flatness of the sands. He had felt his position insecure, for there was a strong Republican element in that part of the country. But now the conversion of Jean Pierre made him safe. He was very pleased. "You have no idea how influential those people are," he explained to his wife. "Now I am sure the next communal election will go all right. I shall be re-elected." "Your ambition is perfectly insatiable, Charles," exclaimed the Marquise gaily. "But, ma chère amie," argued the husband seriously, "it's most important that the right man should be mayor this year, because of the elections to the Chamber. If you think it amuses me—" Jean Pierre had surrendered to his wife's mother. Madame Levial was a woman of business, known and respected within a radius of at least 15 miles. Thick set and stout, she was seen about the country, on foot or in an acquaintance's cart, perpetually moving, in spite of her 58 years, in steady pursuit of business. She had houses in all the hamlets, she worked quarries of granite, she freighted coasters with stone, even traded with the Channel Islands. She was broad-cheeked, wide-eyed, persuasive in speech, carrying her point with the placid and invincible obstinacy of an old woman who knows her own mind. She very seldom slept for 2 nights together in the same house, and the wayside inns were the best places to inquire in as to her whereabouts. She had either passed or was expected to pass there at 6, or somebody coming in had seen her in the morning, or expected to meet her that evening. After the inns that command the roads, the churches were the buildings she frequented most. Men of liberal opinions would induce small children to run into sacred edifices to see whether Madame Leviel was there, and to tell her that so and so was in the road waiting to speak to her, about potatoes, or flour, or stones, or houses. And she would curtail her devotions, come out blinking and crossing herself into the sunshine, ready to discuss business matters in a calm, sensible way across a table in the kitchen of the inn opposite. Latterly she had stayed for a few days several times with her son-in-law, arguing against sorrow and misfortune with composed face and gentle tones. Jean Pierre felt the convictions imbibed in the regiment torn out of his breast, not by arguments but by facts. Striding over his fields, he thought it over. There were 3 of them. 3! All alike. Why? Such things did not happen to everybody, to nobody he ever heard of. One might pass, but 3? All 3? Forever useless, to be fed while he lived, and what would become of the land when he died? This must be seen to. He would sacrifice his convictions. One day, he told his wife, "See what your God will do for us. Pay for some masses." Susan embraced her man. She stood unbending, then turned on his heels and went out. But afterwards, when a black soutane darkened his doorway, he did not object, even offered some cider himself to the priest. He listened to the talk meekly, went to Mass between the 2 women, accomplished what the priest called his religious duties at Easter. That morning he felt like a man who had sold his soul. In the afternoon he fought ferociously with an old friend and neighbor who had remarked that the priests had the best of it and were now going to eat the priest eater. He came home disheveled and bleeding, and happening to catch sight of his children (they were kept generally out of the way), cursed and swore incoherently, banging the table. Susan wept. Madame Levaille sat serenely unmoved. She assured her daughter that "it will pass," and, taking up her thick umbrella, departed in haste to see after a schooner she was going to load with granite from her quarry. A year or so afterwards the girl was born. A girl. Jean Pierre heard of it in the fields, and was so upset by the news that he sat down on the boundary wall and remained there till the evening, instead of going home as he was urged to do. A girl! He felt half cheated. However, when he got home he was partly reconciled to his fate. One could marry her to a good fellow. Not to a good for nothing, but to a fellow with some understanding and a good pair of arms. Besides, the next may be a boy, he thought. Of course they would be all right. His new credulity knew of no doubt. The ill luck was broken. He spoke cheerily to his wife. She was also hopeful. 3 priests came to that christening, and Madame Levaille was godmother. The child turned out an idiot, too. Then on market days Jean Pierre was seen bargaining bitterly, quarrelsome and greedy, then getting drunk with taciturn earnestness, then driving home in the dusk at a rate fit for a wedding, but with a face gloomy enough for a funeral. Sometimes he would insist on his wife coming with him, and they would drive in the early morning, shaking side by side on the narrow seat above the helpless pig that, with tied legs, grunted a melancholy sigh at every rut. The morning drives were silent, but in the evening, coming home, Jean Pierre, tipsy, was viciously muttering, and growled at the confounded woman who could not rear children that were like anybody else's. Susan, holding on against the erratic swayings of the cart, pretended not to hear. Once, as they were driving through Ploumar, some obscure and drunken impulse caused him to pull up sharply opposite the church. The moon swam amongst a light white clouds. The tombstones gleamed pale under the fretted shadows of the trees in the churchyard. Even the village dogs slept. But only the nightingales, awake, spun out of the thrill of their song above the silence of graves. Jean Pierre said thickly to his wife, "What do you think is there?" He pointed his whip at the tower, in which the big dial of the clock appeared high in the moonlight like a pallid face without eyes, and, getting out carefully, fell down at once by the wheel. He picked himself up and climbed one by one the few steps to the iron gate of the churchyard. He put his face to the bars and called out indistinctly, "Hey there! Come out!" "Jean, return, return!" entreated his wife in low tones. He took no notice, and seemed to wait there. The song of nightingales beat on all sides against the high walls of the church, and flowed back between stone crosses and flat gray slabs engraved with words of hope and sorrow. "Hey! Come out!" shouted Jean Pierre loudly. The nightingales ceased to sing. "Nobody?" went on Jean Pierre. "Nobody there? A swindle of the crows, that's what this is. Nobody anywhere. I despise it. Allez hoop!" He shook the gate with all his strength, and the iron bars rattled with a frightful clanging, like a chain dragged over stone steps. A dog near by barked hurriedly. Jean Pierre staggered back, and after 3 successive dashes got into his cart. Susan sat very quiet and still. He said to her with drunken severity, "See? Nobody. I've been made a fool. Malheur! Somebody will pay for it. The next one I see near the house I will lay my whip on. On the black spine, I will. I don't want to face him in there. He only helps the carrion crows to rob poor folk. I am a man. We will see if I can't have children like anybody else. Now, you mind. They won't be all... we see." She burst out through the fingers that hid her face. "Don't say that, Jean! Don't say that, my man!" He struck her with a swinging blow on the head with the back of his hand, and knocked her into the bottom of the cart, where she crouched, thrown about lamentably by every jolt. He drove furiously, standing up, brandishing his whip, shaking the reins over the gray horse that galloped ponderously, making the heavy harness leap upon his broad quarters. The country rang clamorous in the night with the irritated barking of farm dogs, that followed the rattle of wheels all along the road. A couple of belated wayfarers had only just time to step into the ditch. At his own gate he caught the post and was shot out of the cart head first. The horse went on slowly to the door. At Susan's piercing cries the farm hands rushed out. She thought him dead, but he was only sleeping where he fell, and cursed his men, who hastened to him, for disturbing his slumbers. Autumn came. The clouded sky descended low upon the black contours of the hills, and the dead leaves danced in spiral whirls under naked trees, till the wind, sighing profoundly, laid them to rest in the hollows of bare valleys. And from morning till night one could see all over the land black denuded boughs, the boughs gnarled and twisted, as if contorted with pain, swaying sadly between the wet clouds and the soaked earth. The clear and gentle streams of summer days rushed discolored and raging at the stones that barred the way to the sea, with the fury of madness bent upon suicide. From horizon to horizon the great road to the sands lay between the hills in a dull glitter of empty curves, resembling an unnavigable river of mud. Jean Pierre went from field to field, moving blurred and tall in the drizzle, or striding on the crests of rises, lonely and high upon the gray curtain of drifting clouds, as if he had been pacing along the very edge of the universe. He looked at the black earth, at the earth mute and promising, at the mysterious earth doing its work of life in deathlike stillness under the veiled sorrow of the sky. And it seemed to him that to a man worse than childless there was no promise in the fertility of fields, that from him the earth escaped, defied him, frowned at him like the clouds, somber and hurried above his head. Having to face alone his own fields, he felt the inferiority of man who passes away before the clod that remains. Must he give up the hope of having by his side a son who would look at the turned up sods with a master's eye? A man that would think as he thought, that would feel as he felt. A man who would be part of himself, and yet remain to trample masterfully on that earth when he was gone. He thought of some distant relations, and felt savage enough to curse them aloud. They! Never! He turned homewards, going straight at the roof of his dwelling, visible between the enlaced skeletons of trees. As he swung his legs over the stile, a cawing flock of birds settled slowly on the field, dropped down behind his back, noiseless and fluttering like flakes of soot. That day Madame Levielle had gone early in the afternoon to the house she had near Kervanion. She had to pay some of the men who worked in her granite quarry there, and she went in good time, because her little house contained a shop where the workmen could spend their wages without the trouble of going to town. The house stood alone amongst rocks. A lane of mud and stones ended at the door. The sea winds coming ashore on Stonecutter's Point, fresh from the fierce turmoil of the waves, howled violently at the unmoved heaps of black boulders holding up steadily short-armed high crosses against the tremendous rush of the invisible. In the sweep of gales the sheltered dwelling stood in a calm resonant and disquieting, like the calm in the center of a hurricane. On stormy nights, when the tide was out, the bay of Fougere, 50 feet below the house, resembled an immense black pit, from which ascended mutterings and sighs, as if the sands down there had been alive and complaining. At high tide the returning water assaulted the ledges of rock in short rushes, ending in bursts of vivid light and columns of spray that flew inland, stinging to death the grass of pastures. The darkness came from the hills, flowed over the coast, put out the red fires of sunset, and went on to seaward, pursuing the retiring tide. The wind dropped with the sun, leaving a maddened sea and a devastated sky. The heavens above the house seemed to be draped in black rags, held up here and there by pins of fire. Madame Levaille, for this evening the servant of her own workmen, tried to induce them to depart. "An old woman like me ought to be in bed at this late hour," she good-humoredly repeated. The quarrymen drank, asked for more. They shouted over the table as if they had been talking across a field. At one end 4 of them played cards, banging the wood with their hard knuckles and swearing at every lead. One sat with a lost gaze, humming a bar of some song which he repeated endlessly. 2 others, in a corner, were quarreling confidently and fiercely over some woman, looking close into one another's eyes as if they had wanted to tear them out, but speaking in whispers that promised violence and murder discreetly, in a venomous sibilation of subdued words. The atmosphere in there was thick enough to slice with a knife. 3 candles burning about the long room glowed red and dull like sparks expiring in ashes. The slight click of the iron latch was at that late hour as unexpected and startling as a thunderclap. Madame Levaille put down a bottle she held above a liqueur glass. The players turned their heads. The whispered quarrel ceased. Only the singer, after darting a glance at the door, went on humming with a stolid face. Susan appeared in the doorway, stepped in, flung the door to, and put her back against it, saying half aloud, "Mother!" Madame Levaille, taking up the bottle again, said calmly, "Here you are, my girl. What a state you are in!" The neck of the bottle rang on the rim of the glass, for the old woman was startled, and the idea that the farm had caught fire had entered her head. She could think of no other cause for her daughter's appearance. Susan, soaked and muddy, stared the whole length of the room toward the men at the far end. Her mother asked, "What has happened? God guard us from misfortune." Susan moved her lips. No sound came. Madame Levaille stepped up to her daughter, took her by the arm, looked into her face. "In God's name," she said shakily, "what's the matter? You have been rolling in mud. Why did you come? Where's Jean?" The men had all got up and approached slowly, staring with dull surprise. Madame Levaille jerked her daughter away from the door, swung her round upon a seat close to the wall. Then she turned fiercely to the men. "Enough of this! Out you go! You others! I close." One of them observed, looking down at Susan collapsed on the seat, "She is, one may say, half dead." Madame Levaille flung the door open. "Get out! March!" she cried, shaking nervously. They dropped out into the night, laughing stupidly. Outside, the 2 Lotharios broke out into loud shouts. The others tried to soothe them, all talking at once. The noise went away up the lane with the men, who staggered together in a tight knot, remonstrating with one another foolishly. "Speak, Susan! What is it? Speak!" entreated Madame Levaille as soon as the door was shut. Susan pronounced some incomprehensible words, glaring at the table. The old woman clapped her hands above her head, let them drop, and stood looking at her daughter with disconsolate eyes. Her husband had been deranged in his head for a few years before he died, and now she began to suspect her daughter was going mad. She asked pressingly, "Does Jean know where you are? Where is Jean?" "He knows. He is dead." "What?" cried the old woman. She came up near and, peering at her daughter, repeated 3 times, "What do you say? What do you say? What do you say?" Susan sat dry-eyed and stony before Madame Levaille, who contemplated her, feeling a strange sense of inexplicable horror creep into the silence of the house. She had hardly realized the news, further than to understand that she had been brought in one short moment face to face with something unexpected and final. It did not even occur to her to ask for any explanation. She thought, accident, terrible accident, blood to the head, fell down a trap door in the loft. She remained there, distracted and mute, blinking her old eyes. Suddenly Susan said, "I have killed him." For a moment the mother stood still, almost unbreathing, but with composed face. The next second she burst out into a shout. "You miserable madwoman! They will cut your neck!" She fancied the gendarmes entering the house, saying to her, "We want your daughter. Give her up." The gendarmes with the severe, hard faces of men on duty. She knew the brigadier well, an old friend, familiar and respectful, saying heartily, "To your good health, madam," before lifting to his lips the small glass of cognac, out of the special bottle she kept for friends. And now she was losing her head. She rushed here and there as if looking for something urgently needed, gave that up, stood stock still in the middle of the room, and screamed at her daughter. "Why? Say why?" The others seemed to leap out of her strange apathy. "Do you think I am made of stone?" she shouted back, striding towards her mother. "No, it's impossible," said Madame Levaille in a convinced tone. "You go and see, mother," retorted Susan, looking at her with blazing eyes. "There's no money in heaven, no justice. No, I did not know. Do you think I have no heart? Do you think I have never heard people jeering at me, pitying me, wondering at me? Do you know how some of them were calling me? The mother of idiots. That was my nickname. And my children never would know me, never speak to me. They would know nothing, neither men nor God. Haven't I prayed? But the Mother of God herself would not hear me. A mother! Who is accursed? I or the man who is dead? Eh? Tell me. I took care of myself. Do you think I would defy the anger of God and have my house full of those things that are worse than animals? Who knows the hand that feeds them? Who blasphemed in the night at the very church door? Was it I? I only wept and prayed for mercy. And I feel the curse at every moment of the day. I see it round me from morning to night. I've got to keep them alive, to take care of my misfortune and shame. And he would come. I begged him and heaven for mercy. No. Then we shall see. He came this evening. I thought to myself, ah, again! I had my long scissors. I heard him shouting. I saw him near. I must I? Then take. And I struck him in the throat above the breastbone. I never heard him even sigh. I left him standing. It was a minute ago. How did I come here?" Madame Levaille shivered. A wave of cold ran down her back, down her fat arms under her tight sleeves, made her stamp gently where she stood. Quivers ran over the broad cheeks, across the thin lips, ran amongst the wrinkles at the corners of her steady old eyes. She stammered, "You wicked woman! You disgrace me! But there! You always resembled your father. What do you think will become of you in the other world? In this? Oh, misery!" She was very hot now. She felt burning inside. She wrung her perspiring hands, and suddenly starting in great haste began to look for her big shawl and umbrella, feverishly, never once glancing at her daughter, who stood in the middle of the room following her with a gaze distracted and cold. "Nothing worse than in this," said Susan. Her mother, umbrella in hand and trailing the shawl over the floor, groaned profoundly. "I must go to the priest," she burst out passionately. "I do not know whether you even speak the truth. You are a horrible woman. They will find you anywhere. You may stay here or go. There is no room for you in this world." Ready now to depart, she yet wandered aimlessly about the room, putting the bottles on the shelf, trying to fit with trembling hands the covers on cardboard boxes. Whenever the real sense of what she had heard emerged for a second from the haze of her thoughts, she would fancy that something had exploded in her brain without, unfortunately, bursting her head to pieces, which would have been a relief. She blew the candles out one by one without knowing it, and was horribly startled by the darkness. She fell on a bench and began to whimper. After a while she ceased, and sat listening to the breathing of her daughter, whom she could hardly see, still and upright, giving no other sign of life. She was becoming old rapidly at last during those minutes. She spoke in tones unsteady, cut about by the rattle of teeth, like one shaken by a deadly cold fit of ague. "I wish you had died little. I will never dare to show my old head in the sunshine again. There are worse misfortunes than idiot children. I wish you had been born to me simple, like your own—" She saw the figure of her daughter pass before the faint and livid clearness of a window. Then it appeared in the doorway for a second, and the door swung to with a clang. Madame Levaille, as if awakened by the noise from a long nightmare, rushed out. "Susan!" she shouted from the doorstep. She heard a stone roll a long time down the declivity of the rock beach above the sands. She stepped forward cautiously, one hand on the wall of the house, and peered down into the smooth darkness of the empty bay. Once again she cried, "Susan! You will kill yourself there!" The stone had taken its last leap in the dark, and she heard nothing now. A sudden thought seemed to strangle her, and she was called no more. She turned her back upon the black silence of the pit and went up the lane towards Plumar, stumbling along with somber determination, as if she had started on a desperate journey that would last, perhaps, to the end of her life. A sullen and periodic clamor of waves rolling over the reefs followed her far inland between the high hedges sheltering the gloomy solitude of the fields. Susan had run out, swerving sharp to the left at the door, and on the edge of the slope crouched down behind a boulder. A dislodged stone went on downwards, rattling as it leaped. When Madame Levaille called out, Susan could have, by stretching her hand, touched her mother's skirt, had she had the courage to move a limb. She saw the old woman go away, and she remained still, closing her eyes and pressing her side to the hard and rugged surface of the rock. After a while a familiar face with fixed eyes and an open mouth became visible in the intense obscurity amongst the boulders. She uttered a low cry and stood up. The face vanished, leaving her to gasp and shiver alone in the wilderness of stone heaps. But as soon as she had crouched down again to rest, with her head against the rock, the face returned, came very near, appeared eager to finish the speech that had been cut short by death, only a moment ago. She scrambled quickly to her feet and said, "Go away, or I will do it again." The thing wavered, swung to the right, to the left. She moved this way and that, stepped back, fancied herself screaming at it, and was appalled by the unbroken stillness of the night. She tottered on the brink, felt the steep declivity under her feet, and rushed down blindly to save herself from a headlong fall. The shingle seemed to wake up. The pebbles began to roll before her, pursued her from above, raced down with her on both sides, rolling past with an increasing clatter. In the peace of the night the noise grew, deepening to a rumor, continuous and violent, as if the whole semicircle of the stony beach had started to tumble down into the bay. Susan's feet hardly touched the slope that seemed to run down with her. At the bottom she stumbled, shot forward, throwing her arms out, and fell heavily. She jumped up at once and turned swiftly to look back, her clenched hands full of sand she had clutched in her fall. The face was there, keeping its distance, visible in its own sheen that made a pale stain in the night. She shouted, "Go away!" She shouted at it with pain, with fear, with all the rage of that useless stab that could not keep him quiet, keep him out of her sight. What did he want now? He was dead. Dead men have no children. Would he never leave her alone? She shrieked at it, waved her outstretched hands. She seemed to feel the breath of parted lips, and with a long cry of discouragement fled across the level bottom of the bay. She ran lightly, unaware of any effort of her body. High, sharp rocks that, when the bay is full, show above the glittering plain of blue water like pointed towers of submerged churches, glided past her, rushing to the land at a tremendous pace. To the left, in the distance, she could see something shining, a broad disk of light in which narrow shadows pivoted round the center like the spokes of a wheel. She heard a voice calling, "Hey there!" and answered with a wild scream. So he could call yet! He was calling after her to stop! Never! She tore through the night, past the startled group of seaweed gatherers who stood round their lantern paralyzed with fear at the unearthly screech coming from that fleeing shadow. The men leaned on their pitchforks, staring fearfully. A woman fell on her knees and, crossing herself, began to pray aloud. A little girl, with her ragged skirt full of slimy seaweed, began to sob despairingly, lugging her soaked burden close to the man who carried the light. Somebody said, "The thing ran out towards the sea." Another voice exclaimed, "And the sea is coming back! Look at the spreading puddles! Do you hear, you woman there? Get up!" Several voices cried together, "Yes, let us be off! Let the accursed thing go to the sea!" They moved on, keeping close round the light. Suddenly a man swore loudly. He would go and see what was the matter. It had been a woman's voice. He would go. There were shrill protests from women, but his high form detached itself from the group and went off running. They sent a unanimous call of scared voices after him. A word, insulting and mocking, came back, thrown at them through the darkness. A woman moaned. An old man said gravely, "Such things ought to be left alone." They went on slower, shuffling in the yielding sand, and whispering to one another that Millot feared nothing, having no religion, but that it would end badly some day. Susan met the incoming tide by the Raven Islet and stopped, panting, with her feet in the water. She heard the murmur, and felt the cold caress of the sea, and, calmer now, could see the somber and confused mass of the Raven on one side, and on the other the long white streak of Moline sands that are left high above the dry bottom of Fougere Bay at every ebb. She turned round and saw far away, along the starred background of the sky, the ragged outline of the coast. Above it, nearly facing her, appeared the tower of Plumart Church, a slender and tall pyramid shooting up dark and pointed into the clustered glitter of the stars. She felt strangely calm. She knew where she was, and began to remember how she came there, and why. She peered into the smooth obscurity near her. She was alone. There was nothing there, nothing near her, either living or dead. The tide was creeping in quietly, putting out long, impatient arms of strange rivulets that ran toward the land between ridges of sand. Under the night the pools grew bigger with mysterious rapidity, while the great sea, yet far off, thundered in a regular rhythm along the indistinct line of the horizon. Susan splashed her way back for a few yards without being able to get clear of the water that murmured tenderly all around, and suddenly, with a spiteful gurgle, nearly took her off her feet. Her heart thumped with fear. This place was too big and too empty to die in. Tomorrow they would do with her what they liked, but before she died she must tell them, tell the gentlemen in black clothes, that there are things no woman can bear. She must explain how it happened. She splashed through a pool, getting wet to the waist, too preoccupied to care. She must explain. "He came in the same way as ever, and said just so—" "Do you think I'm going to leave the land to those people from Morbihan that I do not know? Do you? We shall see. Come along, you creature of mischance." And he put his arms out. "Then, messieurs, I said, 'Before God, never!' And he said, striding at me with open palms, 'There is no God to hold me. Do you understand, you useless carcase? I will do what I like.' And he took me by the shoulders. Then I, messieurs, called to God for help, and next minute, while he was shaking me, I felt my long scissors in my hand. His shirt was unbuttoned, and by the candlelight I saw the hollow of his throat. I cried, 'Let go!' He was crushing my shoulders. He was strong, my man was. Then I thought, no, must I? Then take! And I struck in the hollow place. I never saw him fall. The old father never turned his head. He is deaf and childish, gentlemen. Nobody saw him fall. I ran out. Nobody saw." She had been scrambling amongst the boulders of the Raven, and now found herself, all out of breath, standing amongst the heavy shadows of the rocky islet. The Raven is connected with the main land by a natural pier of immense and slippery stones. She intended to return home that way. Was he still standing there? At home? Home? 4 idiots and a corpse? She must go back and explain. Anybody would understand. Below her the night or the sea seemed to pronounce distinctly, "Aha! I see you at last." She started, slipped, fell, and without attempting to rise, listened, terrified. She heard heavy breathing, a clatter of wooden clogs. It stopped. "Where the devil did you pass?" said an invisible man hoarsely. She held her breath. She recognized the voice. She had not seen him fall. He was pursuing her there, dead, or perhaps alive. She lost her head. She cried from the crevice where she lay huddled, "Never! Never!" "Ah, you are still there. You led me a fine dance. Wait, my beauty. I must see how you look after all this. You wait." Millot was stumbling, laughing, swearing meaninglessly out of pure satisfaction, pleased with himself for having run down that fly-by-night. As if there were such things as ghosts! Bah! It took an old African soldier to show those clodhoppers. But it was curious. Who the devil was she? Susan listened, crouching. He was coming at her, this dead man. There was no escape. What a noise he made amongst the stones! She saw his head rise up, then the shoulders. He was tall, her own man. His long arms waved about, and it was his own voice, sounding a little strange because of the scissors. She scrambled out quickly, rushed to the edge of the causeway, and turned round. The man stood still on a high stone, detaching himself in dead black on the glitter of the sky. "Where are you going to?" he called roughly. She answered, "Home," and watched him intensely. He made a striding, clumsy leap onto another boulder and stopped again, balancing himself, then said, "Ha ha! Well, I am going with you. It's the least I can do. Ha ha ha!" She stared at him till her eyes seemed to become glowing coals that burned deep into her brain, and yet she was in mortal fear of making out the well-known features. Below her the sea lapped softly against the rock with a splash continuous and gentle. The man said, advancing another step, "I am coming for you. What do you think?" She trembled. Coming for her. There was no escape, no peace, no hope. She looked round despairingly. Suddenly the whole shadowy coast, the blurred islets, the heaven itself, swayed about twice, then came to a rest. She closed her eyes and shouted, "Can't you wait till I am dead?" She was shaken by a furious hate for that shade that pursued her in this world, unappeased even by death in its longing for an heir that would be like other people's children. "Hey! What?" said Millot, keeping his distance prudently. He was saying to himself, "Look out! Some lunatic. An accident happens soon." She went on wildly. "I want to live alone, for a week, for a day. I must explain to them. I would tear you to pieces. I would kill you 20 times over rather than let you touch me while I live. How many times must I kill you, you blasphemer? Satan sends you here. I am damned too." "Come," said Millot, alarmed and conciliating. "I am perfectly alive. Oh, my God!" She had screamed, "Alive!" and at once vanished before his eyes, as if the islet itself had swerved aside from under her feet. Millot rushed forward and fell flat with his chin over the edge. Far below he saw the water whitened by her struggles, and heard one shrill cry for help that seemed to dart upwards along the perpendicular face of the rock, and soar past, straight into the high and impassive heaven. Madame Levaille sat dry-eyed on the short grass of the hillside, with her thick legs stretched out and her old feet turned up in their black cloth shoes. Her clogs stood near by, and further off the umbrella lay on the withered sward like a weapon dropped from the grasp of a vanquished warrior. The Marquis of Chavagness, on horseback, one gloved hand on high, looked down at her as she got up laboriously with groans. On the narrow track of the seaweed carts 4 men were carrying inland Susan's body on a hand barrow, while several others straggled listlessly behind. Madame Levaille looked after the procession. "Yes, Monsieur le Marquis," she said dispassionately, in her usual calm tone of a reasonable old woman. "There are unfortunate people on this earth. I had only one child, only one, and they won't bury her in consecrated ground." Her eyes filled suddenly, and a short shower of tears rolled down the broad cheeks. She pulled the shawl close about her. The Marquis leaned slightly over in his saddle and said, "It is very sad. You have all my sympathy. I shall speak to the Cure. She was unquestionably insane, and the fall was accidental. Millot says so distinctly. Good day, madam." And he trotted off, thinking to himself, "I must get this old woman appointed guardian of those idiots and administrator of the farm. It would be much better than having here one of those other bacadous, probably a Red Republican, corrupting my commune." End of The Idiots by Joseph Conrad.
A Lonely Ride by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. As I stepped into the Slumgullion stage, I saw that it was a dark night, a lonely road, and that I was the only passenger. Let me assure the reader that I have no ulterior design in making this assertion. A long course of light reading has forewarned me what every experienced intelligence must confidently look for from such a statement. The storyteller who wilfully tempts fate by such obvious beginnings, who is to the expectant reader in danger of being robbed or half murdered, or frightened by an escaped lunatic, or introduced to his lady love for the first time, deserves to be detected. I am relieved to say that none of these things occurred to me. The road from Wingdam to Slumgullion knew no other banditti than the regularly licensed hotel keepers. Lunatics had not yet reached such depth of imbecility as to ride of their own free will in California stages. And my Laura, amiable and long-suffering as she always is, could not, I fear, have borne up against these depressing circumstances long enough to have made the slightest impression on me. I stood with my shawl and carpet-bag in hand, gazing doubtingly on the vehicle. Even in the darkness the red dust of Wingdam was visible on its roof and sides, and the red slime of Slumgullion clung tenaciously to its wheels. I opened the door. The stage creaked easily, and in the gloomy abyss the swaying straps beckoned me, like ghostly hands, to come in now and have my sufferings out at once. I must not omit to mention the occurrence of a circumstance which struck me as appalling and mysterious. A lounger on the steps of the hotel, who I had reason to suppose was not in any way connected with the stage company, gravely descended, and walking toward the conveyance, tried the handle of the door, opened it, expectorated in the carriage, and returned to the hotel with a serious demeanor. Hardly had he resumed his position when another individual, equally disinterested, impassively walked down the steps, proceeded to the back of the stage, lifted it, expectorated carefully on the axle, and returned slowly and pensively to the hotel. A third spectator wearily disengaged himself from one of the Ionic columns of the portico and walked to the box, remained for a moment in serious expectorative contemplation of the boot, and then returned to his column. There was something so weird in this baptism that I grew quite nervous. Perhaps I was out of spirits. A number of infinitesimal annoyances, winding up with the resolute persistency of the clerk at the stage office to enter my name misspelt on the waybill, had not predisposed me to cheerfulness. The inmates of the Eureka House, from a social viewpoint, were not attractive. There was the prevailing opinion, so common to many honest people, that a serious style of deportment and conduct toward a stranger indicates high gentility and elevated station. Obeying this principle, all hilarity ceased on my entrance to supper, and general remark merged into the safer and uncompromising chronicle of several bad cases of diphtheria, then epidemic at Wingdam. When I left the dining room, with an odd feeling that I had been supping exclusively on mustard and tea leaves, I stopped a moment at the parlour door. A piano, harmoniously related to the dinner bell, tinkled responsive to a diffident and uncertain touch. On the white wall, the shadow of an old and sharp profile was bending over several symmetrical and shadowy curls. I says to Marier, 'Marier,' says I, 'praise to the face is open disgrace.' I heard no more. Dreading some susceptibility to sincere expression on the subject of female loveliness, I walked away, checking the compliment that otherwise might have raised unbidden to my lips and have brought shame and sorrow to the household. It was with the memory of these experiences resting heavily upon me that I stood hesitatingly before the stage door. The driver, about to mount, was for a moment illuminated by the open door of the hotel. He had the wearied look which was the distinguishing expression of Wingdam. Satisfied that I was properly waybilled and receipted for, he took no further notice of me. I looked longingly at the box seat, but he did not respond to the appeal. I flung my carpet bag into the chasm, dived recklessly after it, and, before I was fairly seated, with a great sigh, a creaking of unwilling springs, complaining bolts, and harshly expostulating axle, we moved away. Rather, the hotel door slipped behind, the sound of the piano sank to rest, and the night and its shadows moved solemnly upon us. To say it was dark expressed but faintly the pitchy obscurity that encompassed the vehicle. The roadside trees were scarcely distinguishable as deeper masses of shadow. I knew them only by the peculiar sodden odour that from time to time sluggishly flowed in at the open window as we rolled by. We proceeded slowly, so leisurely that, leaning from the carriage, I more than once detected the fragrant sigh of some astonished cow whose ruminating repose upon the highway we had ruthlessly disturbed. But in the darkness our progress, more the guidance of some mysterious instinct than any apparent volition of our own, gave an indefinable charm of security to our journey that a moment's hesitation or indecision on the part of the driver would have destroyed. I had indulged a hope that in the empty vehicle I might obtain that rest so often denied me in its crowded condition. It was a weak delusion. When I stretched out my limbs, it was only to find that the ordinary conveniences for making several people distinctly uncomfortable were distributed throughout my individual frame. At last, resting my arms on the straps, by dint of much gymnastic effort, I became sufficiently composed to be aware of a more refined species of torture. The springs of the stage, rising and falling regularly, produced a rhythmical beat which began to absorb my attention painfully. Slowly this thumping merged into a senseless echo of the mysterious female of the hotel parlour, and shaped itself into this awful and benumbing axiom: "Praise to the face is open disgrace. Praise to the face is the open disgrace." Inequalities of the road only quickened its utterance or drawled it to an exasperating length. It was of no use to consider the statement seriously. It was of no use to accept to it indignantly. It was of no use to recall the many instances where praise to the face had redounded to the everlasting honour of praiser and bepraised. Of no use to dwell sentimentally on modest genius and courage lifted up and strengthened by open commendation. Of no use to except to the mysterious female, to picture her as rearing a thin-blooded generation on selfish and mechanically repeated axioms. All this failed to counteract the monotonous repetition of this sentence. There was nothing to do but to give in. And I was about to accept it weakly, as we too often treat other illusions of darkness and necessity for the time being, when I became aware of some other annoyance that had been forcing itself upon me for the last few moments. How quiet the driver was! Was there any driver? Had I any reason to suppose that he was not lying gagged and bound on the roadside? And the highwayman with blackened face who did the thing, so quietly driving me whither? The thing is perfectly feasible. And what is this fancy now being jolted out of me? A story? It's of no use to keep it back, particularly in this abysmal vehicle, and here it comes. I am a marquis, a French marquis. French because the peerage is not so well known and the country is better adapted to romantic incident. A marquis because the democratic reader delights in the nobility. My name is something Ligny. I am coming from Paris to my country seat at Saint Germain. It is a dark night, and I fall asleep and tell my honest coachman Andre not to disturb me, and dream of an angel. The carriage at last stops at the chateau. It is so dark that when I alight I do not recognize the face of the footman who holds the carriage door. But what of that? Peste! I am heavy with sleep. The same obscurity also hides the old familiar indecencies of the statues on the terrace. But there is a door, and it opens and shuts behind me smartly. Then I find myself in a trap, in the presence of the brigand who has quietly gagged poor Andre and conducted the carriage thither. There is nothing for me to do, as a gallant French marquis, but to say, "Parbleu!" draw my rapier, and die valorously. I am found a week or two after outside a deserted cabaret near the barrier, with a hole through my ruffled linen and my pockets stripped. No, on second thoughts, I am rescued by the angel I have been dreaming of, who is the assumed daughter of the brigand, but the real daughter of an intimate friend. Looking from the window again, in the vain hope of distinguishing the driver, I found my eyes were growing accustomed to the darkness. I could see the distant horizon, defined by India inky woods, relieving a lighter sky. A few stars widely spaced in this picture glimmered sadly. I noticed again the infinite depth of patient sorrow in their serene faces. And I hope that the vandal who first applied the flippant twinkle to them may not be driven melancholy mad by their reproachful eyes. I noticed again the mystic charm of space that imparts a sense of individual solitude to each integer of the densest constellation, involving the smallest star with immeasurable loneliness. Something of this calm and solitude crept over me, and I dozed in my gloomy cavern. When I awoke, the full moon was rising. Seen from my window, it had an indescribably unreal and theatrical effect. It was the full moon of Norma, that remarkable celestial phenomenon which rises so palpably to a hushed audience and a sublime andante chorus until the Casta Diva is sung. The inconstant moon that then and thereafter remains fixed in the heavens as though it were a part of the solar system inaugurated by Joshua. Again the white-robed druids filed past me. Again I saw that improbable mistletoe cut from that impossible oak, and again cold chills ran down my back with the first strain of the recitative. The thumping springs essayed to beat time, and the private box-like obscurity of the vehicles lent a cheap enchantment to the view. But it was a vast improvement upon my past experience, and I hugged the fond delusion. My fears for the driver were dissipated with the rising moon. A familiar sound had assured me of his presence in the full possession of at least one of his most important functions. Frequent and full expectoration convinced me that his lips were as yet not sealed by the gag of highwaymen, and soothed my anxious ear. With this load lifted from my mind, and assisted by the mild presence of Diana, who left, as when she visited Endymion, much of her splendor outside my cavern, I looked around the empty vehicle. On the forward seat lay a woman's hairpin. I picked it up with an interest that, however, soon abated. There was no scent of roses to cling to it still, nor even of hair oil. No bend or twist in its rigid angles betrayed any trait of its wearer's character. I tried to think that it might have been Mariar's. I tried to imagine that, confining the symmetrical curls of that girl, it might have heard the soft compliments whispered in her ears which provoked the wrath of the aged female. But in vain. It was reticent and unswerving in its upright fidelity, and at last slipped listlessly through my fingers. I had dozed repeatedly, waked on the threshold of oblivion by contact with some of the angles of the coach, and feeling that I was unconsciously assuming, in imitation of a humble insect of my childish recollection, that spherical shape which could best resist these impressions, when I perceived that the moon, riding high in the heavens, had begun to separate the formless masses of the shadowy landscape. Trees isolated in clumps and in assemblages changed places before my window. The sharp outlines of the distant hills came back as in daylight, but little softened in the dry, cold, dewless air of a California summer night. I was wondering how late it was, and thinking that if the horses of the night travelled as slowly as the team before us, Faustus must have been spared his agonizing prayer, when a sudden spasm of activity attacked my driver. A succession of whip-snappings, like a pack of Chinese crackers, broke from the box before me. The stage leaped forward, and when I could pick myself from under the seat, a long white building had in some mysterious way rolled before my window. It must be Slumgullion. As I descended from the stage, I addressed the driver. "I thought you changed horses on the road." "So we did, 2 hours ago." "That's odd. I didn't notice it." "Must have been asleep, sir. Hope you had a pleasant nap. Bully place for a nice quiet snooze. Empty stage, sir." End of A Lonely Ride by Bret Harte. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nothing That Ever Came to Anything by Jack London. It was at Quito, the mountain capital of Ecuador, that the following passage at correspondence took place. Having occasion to buy a pair of shoes in a shop 6 feet by 8 feet in size and with walls 3 feet thick, I noticed a mangy leopard skin on the floor. I had no Spanish, and the shopkeeper had no English, but I was adept at sign language. I wanted to know where I should go to buy leopard skins. On my scribble pad I drew the interesting streets of a city. Then I drew a small shop, which, after much effort, I persuaded the proprietor into recognizing as his shop. Next, I indicated in my drawing that on the many streets there were many shops, and finally I made myself into a living interrogation mark, pointing all the while from the mangy leopard skin to the many shops I had sketched. But the proprietor failed to follow me. So did his assistant. The street came in to help, that is, as many as could crowd into the 6 by 8 shop, while those that could not force their way in held an overflow meeting on the sidewalk. The proprietor and the rest took turns at talking to me in rapid-fire Spanish, and from the expressions on their faces all concluded that I was remarkably stupid. Again I went through my program, pointing on the sketch from the one shop to the many shops, pointing out that in this particular shop was one leopard skin, and then questing interrogatively with my pencil along and among all the other shops. All regarded me in blank silence until I saw comprehension suddenly dawn on the face of a small boy. "Tigris montaya!" he cried. This appealed to me as mountain tigers, namely leopards, and in token that he understood, the boy made signs for me to follow him, which I obeyed. He led me for a quarter of a mile, and paused before the doorway of a large building where soldiers slouched on sentry duty, and in and out of which went other soldiers. Motioning for me to remain, he ran inside. 15 minutes later he was out again, without leopard skin, but full of information. By means of my card, of my hotel card, and my watch, and of the boy's fingers, I learned the following: that at 6 o'clock in the evening he would arrive at my hotel with 10 leopard skins for my inspection. Further, I learned that the skins were the property of one Captain Ernesto Becuzzi. Also, I learned that the boy's name was Alicio. The boy was prompt. At 6 o'clock he was at my room. In his hand was a small roll addressed to me. On opening it, I found it to be a manuscript piano music, the Ora Tranquilla Valsa, or Tranquil Hour Waltz, by Ernesto Becuzzi. I came for leopard skins, thought I, and the owner sends me sheep music instead. But the boy assured me that he would have the skins at the hotel at 9 next morning, and I entrusted to him the following letter of acknowledgment. Dear Captain Becuzzi, 1,000 thanks for your kind presentation of Ora Tranquilla Valsa. Mrs. London will play it for me this evening. Sincerely yours, Jack London. Next morning Alicio was back, but without the skins. Instead, he gave me a letter written in Spanish, of which the following is a free translation. To my dearest and always appreciated friend, I submit myself. Dear Sir, I sent you last night an offering by the bearer of this note, and you returned me a letter which I translated. Be it known to you, sir, that I am giving this waltz away in the best society, and therefore to your honored self. Therefore it is beholding to you to recognize the attention I mean by a tangible return, as this composition was made by myself. You will therefore send by your humble servant, the bearer, any offering, however minute, that you may be prompted to make. Send it under cover of an envelope. The bearer may be trusted. I did not indulge in the pleasure of visiting your honorable self this morning, as I find my body not to be enjoying the normal exercise of its function. As regards the skins from the mountains, you shall be waited on by a small boy at 7 o'clock at night with 10 skins, from which you may select those of which most satisfy your aspirations. In the hope that you will look upon this in the same light as myself, I beg to be allowed to remain your most faithful servant, Captain Ernesto Becuzzi. Well, thought I, this Captain Ernesto Becuzzi has shown himself to be such an undependable person that, while I don't mind rewarding him for his composition, I fear me if I do I never shall lay my eyes on those leopard skins. So to Alicio I gave this letter for the captain. My dear Captain Becuzzi, have the boy bring the skins at 7 o'clock this morning, when I shall be glad to look at them. This evening, when the boy brings the skins, I shall be pleased to give him, in an envelope, for you a tangible return for your musical composition. Please put the price of each skin, and also let me know for what sum all the skins will sell together. Sincerely yours, Jack London. Now, thought I have him. No skins, no tangible return, and evidently he is set on receiving that tangible return. At 7 o'clock Alicio was back, but without leopard skins. He handed me this letter. Senor London, I wish to instill in you the belief that I lost today, at 3:30 in the afternoon, the key to my cubicle. While distributing rations to the soldiers, I dropped it. I see in this loss the act of God. I received a letter from your honorable self, delivered by the one who bears you this poor response of mine. Tomorrow I will burst open the door to permit me to keep my word with you. I feel myself eternally shamed not to be able to dominate the evils that afflict colonial mankind. Please send me the trifle that you offered me. Send me this proof of your appreciation by the bearer, who is to be trusted. Also, give him a small sum of money for himself, and earn the undying gratitude of your most faithful servant, Captain Ernesto Becuzzi. Also included in the foregoing letter was the following original poem, a propos neither of leopard skins nor tangible returns, so far as I can make out. Effusion. Thou canst not weep, nor ask I for a year to rid me of my woes, or make my life more dear. The mystic chains that bound thy all fond heart to mine alas, asundered are for now and for all time. In vain you strove to hide from vulgar gaze of man the burning glance of love that none but love can scan. Go on thy starlit way, and leave for me my fate. Our souls must needs unite, but God, 'twill be too late. To all and sundry of which I replied, my dear Captain Becuzzi, I regret exceedingly to hear that by act of God, at 3:30 this afternoon, you lost the key to your cubicle. Please have the boy bring the skins at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, at which time, when he brings the skins, I shall be glad to make you that tangible return for your tranquil hour waltz. Sincerely yours, Jack London. At 7 o'clock came no skins, but the following: Sir, after offering you my most sincere respects, I beg to continue by telling you that no one, up to the time of writing, has treated me with such lack of attention. It was a present to gentlemen who were to retain the piece of music, and who have all, without exception, made me a present of $5. It is beyond my humble capacity to believe that you, after having offered to send me money in an envelope, should fail to do so. Send me, I pray you, the money to remunerate the small boy for his repeated visits to you. Please be discreet and send it in an envelope by the bearer. Last night I came to the hotel with the boy. You were dining. I waited more than an hour for you and then went to the theater. Give the boy some small amount, and send me a like offering of larger proportions, awaiting incessantly a slight attention on your part, Captain Ernesto Becuzzi. And here, like one of George Moore's realistic studies, ends this intercourse with Captain Ernesto Becuzzi. Nothing happened. Nothing ever came to anything. He got no tangible return, and I got no leopard skins. The tangible return he might have got I presented to Alicio, who promptly invested it in a pair of trousers and a ticket to the bullfight. Note to the editor: this is a faithful narration of what actually happened in Quito, Ecuador. Nothing That Ever Came to Anything, by Jack London. Read by Stephen Simmons.
Pig by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Pig by Rudyard Kipling. Go stalk the red deer or the heather. Ride, follow the fox if you can. But for pleasure and profit together, allow me the hunting of man. The chase of the human, the search for the soul, to its ruin, the hunting of man. The Old Shikari. I believe the difference began in the matter of a horse, with a twist in his temper, whom Pinecoffin sold to Nafferton, and by whom Nafferton was nearly slain. There may have been other causes of offense. The horse was the official stalking horse. Nafferton was very angry, but Pinecoffin laughed and said that he had never guaranteed the beast's manners. Nafferton laughed too, though he vowed that he would write off his fall against Pinecoffin if he waited 5 years. Now, a dalesman from beyond Skipton will forgive an injury when the Strid lets a man live, but a South Devon man is as soft as a Dartmoor bog. You can see from their names that Nafferton had the race advantage of Pinecoffin. He was a peculiar man, and his notions of humor were cruel. He taught me a new and fascinating form of shikar. He hounded Pinecoffin from Mithingkot to Jagadri, from Gurgaon to Abbottabad, up and across the Punjab, a large province, and in places remarkably dry. He said that he had no intention of allowing assistant commissioners to sell him pups in the shape of ramping, screaming country breds, without making their lives a burden to them. Most assistant commissioners develop a bent for some special work after their first hot weather in the country. The boys with digestions hope to write their names large on the frontier and struggle for dreary places like Bannu and Kohat. The bilious ones climb into the Secretariat, which is very bad for the liver. Others are bitten with a mania for district work, Guzenvide coins or Persian poetry, while some, who come of farmers' stock, find that the smell of the earth after the rains gets into their blood and calls them to develop the resources of the province. These men are enthusiasts. Pinecoffin belonged to their class. He knew a great many facts bearing on the cost of bullocks and temporary wells and opium scrapers, and what happens if you burn too much rubbish on a field in the hope of enriching used-up soil. All the Pinecoffins come of a landholding breed, and so the land only took back her own again. Unfortunately, most unfortunately for Pinecoffin, he was a civilian as well as a farmer. Nafferton watched him and thought about the horse. Nafferton said, "See me chase that boy till he drops." I said, "You can't get your knife into an assistant commissioner." Nafferton told me that I did not understand the administration of the province. Our government is rather peculiar. It gushes on the agricultural and general information side, and will supply a moderate, respectable man with all sorts of economic statistics if he speaks to it prettily. For instance, you are interested in gold washing in the sands of Sutlej. You pull the string and find that it wakes up half a dozen departments, and finally communicates, say, with a friend of yours in the Telegraph, who once wrote some notes on the customs of the gold washers when he was on construction work in their part of the empire. He may or may not be pleased at being ordered to write out everything he knows for your benefit. This depends on his temperament. The bigger man you are, the more information and the greater trouble can you raise. Nafferton was not a big man, but he had the reputation of being very earnest. An earnest man can do much with a government. There was an earnest man who once nearly wrecked, but all India knows that story. I am not sure what real earnestness is. A very fair imitation can be manufactured by neglecting to dress decently, by mooning about in a dreamy, misty sort of way, by taking office work home after staying in office till 7, and by receiving crowds of native gentlemen on Sundays. That is one sort of earnestness. Nafferton cast about for a peg whereon to hang his earnestness, and for a string that would communicate with Pinecoffin. He found both. They were pig. Nafferton became an earnest inquirer after pig. He informed the government that he had a scheme whereby a very large percentage of the British Army in India could be fed at a very large saving on pig. Then he hinted that Pinecoffin might supply him with the varied information necessary to the proper inception of the scheme. So the government wrote on the back of the letter, "Instruct Mr. Pinecoffin to furnish Mr. Nafferton with any information in his power." Government is very prone to writing things on the backs of letters which later lead to trouble and confusion. Nafferton had not the faintest interest in pig, but he knew that Pinecoffin would flounce into the trap. Pinecoffin was delighted at being consulted about pig. The Indian pig is not exactly an important factor in agricultural life, but Nafferton explained to Pinecoffin that there was room for improvement, and corresponded direct with that young man. You may think that there is not much to be evolved from pig. It all depends how you set to work. Pinecoffin, being a civilian and wishing to do things thoroughly, began with an essay on the primitive pig, the mythology of the pig, and the Dravidian pig. Nafferton filed that information, 27 foolscap sheets, and wanted to know about the distribution of the pig in the Punjab, and how it stood the plains in the hot weather. From this point onwards, remember that I am giving you only the barest outlines of the affair, the guy ropes, as it were, of the web that Nafferton spun round Pinecoffin. Pinecoffin made a colored pig population map, and collected observations on the comparative longevity of the pig, A, in the submontane tracts of the Himalayas, and B, in the Rechna Doab. Nafferton filed that, and asked what sort of people looked after pig. This started an ethnological excursus on swineherds, and drew from Pinecoffin long tables showing the proportion per thousand of the caste in the Derajat. Nafferton filed that bundle, and explained that the figures which he wanted referred to the Cis Sutlej states, where he understood that pigs were very fine and large, and where he proposed to start a piggery. By this time Government had quite forgotten their instructions to Mr. Pinecoffin. They were like the gentleman in Keats's poem who turned well-oiled wheels to skin other people. But Pinecoffin was just entering into the spirit of the pig hunt, as Nafferton well knew he would do. He had a fair amount of work of his own to clear away, but he sat up of nights reducing pig to 5 places of decimals, for the honor of his service. He was not going to appear ignorant of so easy a subject as pig. Then Government sent him on special duty to Kohat to inquire into the big 7-foot iron-shod spades of that district. People had been killing each other with those peaceful tools, and Government wished to know whether a modified form of agricultural implement could not tentatively, and as a temporary measure, be introduced among the agricultural population without needlessly or unduly exasperating the existing religious sentiments of the peasantry. Between those spades and Nafferton's pig, Pinecoffin was rather heavily burdened. Nafferton now began to take up A, the food supply of the indigenous pig, with a view to the improvement of its capacities as a flesh former; B, the acclimatization of the exotic pig, maintaining its distinctive peculiarities. Pinecoffin replied exhaustively that the exotic pig would become merged in the indigenous type, and quoted horse breeding statistics to prove this. The side issue was debated at great length on Pinecoffin's side, till Nafferton owned that he had been in the wrong, and moved the previous question. When Pinecoffin had quite written himself out about the flesh formers, and fibrins, and glucose, and the nitrogenous constituents of maize and lucerne, Nafferton raised the question of expense. By this time Pinecoffin, who had been transferred from Kohat, had developed a pig theory of his own, which he stated in 33 folio pages, all carefully filed by Nafferton, who asked for more. These things took 10 months. And Pinecoffin's interest in the potential piggery seemed to die down after he had stated his own views. But Nafferton bombarded him with letters on the imperial aspect of the scheme, as tending to officialize the sale of pork, and thereby calculated to give offence to the Mohammedan population of Upper India. He guessed that Pinecoffin would want some broad freehand work after his niggling, stippling decimal details. Pinecoffin handled the latest development of the case in masterly style, and proved that no popular ebullition of excitement was to be apprehended. Nafferton said that there was nothing like civilian insight in matters of this kind, and lured him up a by-path: the possible profits to accrue to the government from the sale of hog bristles. There is an extensive literature of hog bristles, and the shoe, brush, and colorman's trades recognize more varieties of bristles than you would think possible. After Pinecoffin had wondered a little at Nafferton's rage for information, he sent back a monograph, 51 pages, on products of the pig. This led him, under Nafferton's tender handling, straight to the Cawnpore factories, the trade in hog skin for saddles, and thence to the tanners. Pinecoffin wrote that pomegranate seed was the best cure for hog skin, and suggested, for the past 14 months had wearied him, that Nafferton should raise his pigs before he tanned them. Nafferton went back to the second section of his 5th question. How could the exotic pig be brought to give as much pork as it did in the West, and yet assume the essentially higher suit characteristics of its original congener? Pinecoffin felt dazed, for he had forgotten what he had written 16 months before, and fancied that he was about to reopen the entire question. He was too far involved in the hideous tangle to retreat, and in a weak moment he wrote, "Consult my first letter," which related to the Dravidian pig. As a matter of fact, Pinecoffin had still to reach the acclimatization stage, having gone off on a side issue on the merging of types. Then Nafferton really unmasked his batteries. He complained to the government, in stately language, of the paucity of help accorded to me in my earnest attempts to start a potentially remunerative industry, and the flippancy with which my requests for information are treated by a gentleman whose pseudo-scholarly attainments should at least have taught him the primary differences between the Dravidian and the Berkshire variety of the genus Sus. If I am to understand that the letter to which he refers me contains his serious views on the acclimatization of a valuable, though possibly uncleanly, animal, I am reluctantly compelled to believe, etc., etc. There was a new man at the head of the Department of Castigation. The wretched Pinecoffin was told that the service was made for the country, and not the country for the service, and that he had better begin to supply information about pigs. Pinecoffin answered insanely that he had written everything that could be written about pig, and that some furlough was due him. Nafferton got a copy of that letter, and sent it, with the essay on the Dravidian pig, to a down country paper, which printed both in full. The essay was rather high flown, but if the editor had seen the stacks of paper in Pinecoffin's handwriting on Nafferton's table, he would not have been so sarcastic about the nebulous discursiveness and blatant self-sufficiency of the modern competition voila, and his utter inability to grasp the practical issues of a practical question. Many friends cut out these remarks and sent them to Pinecoffin. I have already stated that Pinecoffin came of a soft stock. This last stroke frightened and shook him. He could not understand it, but he felt he had been somehow shamelessly betrayed by Nafferton. He realized that he had wrapped himself up in the pigskin without need, and that he could not well set himself right with his government. All his acquaintances asked after his nebulous discursiveness, or his blatant self-sufficiency, and this made him miserable. He took a train and went to Nafferton, whom he had not seen since the pig business began. He also took the cutting from the paper, and blustered feebly, and called Nafferton names, and then died down to a watery, weak protest of the "I say it's too bad, you know" order. Nafferton was very sympathetic. "I'm afraid I've given you a good deal of trouble, haven't I?" said he. "Trouble!" whimpered Pinecoffin. "I don't mind the trouble so much, though that was bad enough, but what I resent is this showing up in print. It will stick to me like a burr all through my service. And I did do my best for your interminable swine. It's too bad of you, on my soul it is." "I don't know," said Nafferton. "Have you ever been stuck with a horse? It isn't the money I mind, though that is bad enough, but what I resent is the chaff that follows, especially from the boy who stuck me. But I think we'll cry quite now." Pinecoffin found nothing to say save bad words, and Nafferton smiled ever so sweetly and asked him to dinner. End of Pig by Rudyard Kipling.
The Rose of Tuolumne by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. It was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. The lights were out in Robinson's Hall, where there had been dancing and revelry, and the moon, riding high, painted the black windows with silver. The cavalcade that an hour ago had shocked the sedate pines with song and laughter were all dispersed. One enamored swain had ridden east, another west, another north, another south. and the object of their adoration, left within her bower at Chemisal Ridge, was calmly going to bed. I regret that I am not able to indicate the exact stage of that process. 2 chairs were already filled with delicate inwrappings and white confusion, and the young lady herself, half hidden in the silky threads of her yellow hair, had at one time borne a faint resemblance to a partly husked ear of Indian corn. But she was now clothed in that one long, formless garment that makes all women equal, and the round shoulders and neat waist, that an hour ago had been so fatal to the peace of mind of Four Forks, had utterly disappeared. The face above it was very pretty. The foot below, albeit shapely, was not small. "The flowers, as a general thing, don't raise their heads much to look after me," she had said with superb frankness to one of her lovers. The expression of the rose, to-night, was contentedly placid. She walked slowly to the curtain, and, making the smallest possible peep-hole through the curtain, looked out. The motionless figure of a horseman still lingered on the road, with an excess of devotion that only a coquette or a woman very much in love could tolerate. The rose, at that moment, was neither, and after a reasonable pause turned away, saying quite audibly that it was "too ridiculous for anything." As she came back to her dressing-table, it was noticeable that she walked steadily and erect, without that slight affectation of lameness common to people with whom bare feet are only an episode. Indeed, it was only 4 years ago that, without shoes or stockings, a long-limbed, colty girl in a waistless calico gown, she had leaped from the tailboard of her father's emigrant wagon when it first drew up at the Chemisal Ridge. Certain wild habits of the rose had outlived transplanting and cultivation. A knock at the door surprised her. In another moment she had leaped into bed, and with darkly frowning eyes, from its secure recesses, demanded, "Who's there?" An apologetic murmur on the other side of the door was the response. "Why, Father, is that you?" There were further murmurs, affirmative, deprecatory, and persistent. "Wait," said the rose. She got up, unlocked the door, leaped nimbly into bed again, and said, "Come." The door opened timidly. The broad, stooping shoulders and grizzled head of a man past the middle age appeared. After a moment's hesitation, a pair of large, diffident feet, shod with canvas slippers, concluded to follow. When the apparition was complete, it closed the door softly and stood there, a very shy ghost indeed, with apparently more than the usual spiritual indisposition to begin a conversation. The rose resented this impatiently, though, I fear, not altogether intelligibly. "Do, Father, I declare." "You was abed, Jinny?" said Mr. McCloskey slowly, glancing with a singular mixture of masculine awe and paternal pride upon the 2 chairs and their contents. "You was abed and ondressed?" "I was." "Surely," said Mr. McCloskey, seating himself on the extreme edge of the bed and painfully tucking his feet away under it, "surely." After a pause he rubbed a short, thick, stumpy beard that bore a general resemblance to a badly worn blacking brush with the palm of his hand, and went on. "You had a good time, Jinny?" "Yes, Father." "They was all there?" "Yes, Rance and York and Ryder and Jack." "And Jack?" Mr. McCloskey endeavored to throw an expression of arch inquiry into his small, tremulous eyes, but meeting the unabashed, widely opened lid of his daughter, he winked rapidly and blushed to the roots of his hair. "Yes, Jack was there," said Jenny, without change of color or the least self-consciousness in her great gray eyes, "and he came home with me." She paused a moment, locking her 2 hands under her head and assuming a more comfortable position on the pillow. "He asked me that same question again, Father, and I said, 'Yes.' It's to be soon. We're going to live at Four Forks in his own house, and next winter we're going to Sacramento. I suppose it's all right, Father, eh?" She emphasized the question with a slight kick through the bedclothes, as the parental McCloskey had fallen into an abstract reverie. "Yes, surely," said Mr. McCloskey, recovering himself with some confusion. After a pause he looked down at the bedclothes, and patting them tenderly, continued, "You couldn't have done better, Jinny. They isn't a girl in Tulummy as could strike it as rich as you have.
even if they got the chance." He paused again, and then said, "Jinny?" "Yes, father." "You's in bed and undressed?" "Yes." "You couldn't," said Mr. McCloskey, glancing hopelessly at the two chairs and slowly rubbing his chin. "You couldn't dress yourself again, could yer?" "Why, father?" "Kinder get yourself into them things again?" he added hastily. "Not all of 'em, you know, but some of 'em? Not if I helped yer sorter stood by and lent a hand now and then with a strap or a buckle or a necktie or a shoestring?" he continued, still looking at the chairs and evidently trying to boldly familiarize himself with their contents. "Are you crazy, father?" demanded Jenny, suddenly sitting up with a portentous switch of her yellow mane. Mr. McCloskey rubbed one side of his beard, which already had the appearance of having been quite worn away by that process, and faintly dodged the question. "Jinny," he said tenderly, stroking the bedclothes as he spoke, "this yer's what's the matter. Thar's a stranger downstairs, a stranger to you, lovey, but a man as I've knowed a long time. He's been there about an hour, and he'll be here until 4 o'clock, when the upstage passes. Now I want she, Jinny dear, to get up and come downstairs and kinder help me pass the time with him. It's no use, Jinny," he went on, gently raising his hand to deprecate any interruption. "It's no use. He won't go to bed. He won't play keards. Whiskey don't take no effect on him. Ever since I knowed him, he was the most unsatisfactory critter to hev around." "What do you have him around for, then?" interrupted Miss Jenny sharply. Mr. McCluskey's eyes fell. "If he hadn't come out of his way to-night to do me a good turn, I wouldn't ask you, Jinny. I wouldn't, so help me. But I thought as I couldn't do anything with him, you might come down and sorter fetch him, Jinny, as you did the others." Miss Jenny shrugged her pretty shoulders. "Is he old or young?" "He's younger enough, Jinny. He knows a power of things." "What does he do?" "Not much, I reckon. He's got money in the mill at Four Forks. He travels round a good deal. I've heard, Jinny, that he's a poet. Writes them rhymes, you know." Mr. McCluskey here appealed submissively, but directly, to his daughter. He remembered that she had frequently been in receipt of printed elegiac couplets known as mottos, containing enclosures equally saccharine. Miss Jenny slightly curled her pretty lip. She had that fine contempt for the illusions of fancy which belongs to the perfectly healthy young animal. "Not," continued Mr. McCluskey, rubbing his head reflectively, "not as I'd advise ye, Jenny, to say anything to him about poetry. It ain't 20 minutes ago as I did. I set the whiskey afore him in the parlor. I wound up the music box and set it goin'. Then I says to him, sociable like and free, 'Just consider yourself in your own house and repeat what you allow to be your finest production.' And he raged. That man, Jenny, just raged. There's no end of the names he called me. You see, Jenny," continued Mr. McCloskey apologetically, "he's known me a long time." But his daughter had already dismissed the question with her usual directness. "I'll be down in a few moments, father," she said after a pause, "but don't say anything to him about it. Don't say I was abed." Mr. McCloskey's face beamed. "You was allers a good girl, Jinny," he said, dropping on one knee the better to imprint a respectful kiss on her forehead. But Jenny caught him by the wrists and for a moment held him captive. "Father," she said, trying to fix his shy eyes with the clear, steady glance of her own, "all the girls that were there to-night had someone with them. Mame Robinson had her aunt, Lucy Rance had her mother, Kate Pearson had her sister, all except me had some other woman. Father dear," her lip trembled just a little, "I wish Mother hadn't died when I was so small. I wish there was some other woman in the family besides me. I ain't lonely with you, Father dear, but if there was only someone, you know, when the time comes for John and me." Her voice here suddenly gave out, but not her brave eyes, that were still fixed earnestly upon his face. Mr. McCluskey, apparently tracing out a pattern on the bedquilt, essayed words of comfort. "There ain't one of them gals as you've named, Jinny, as could do what you've done with a whole Noah's Ark of relations at their backs. There ain't one as wouldn't sacrifice her nearest relation to make the strike that you have. As to mothers, maybe, my dear, you're doing better without one." He rose suddenly and walked toward the door. When he reached it, he turned and, in his old deprecating manner, said, "Don't be long, Jinny," smiled and vanished from the head downward, his canvas slippers asserting themselves resolutely to the last. When Mr. McCloskey reached his parlor again, his troublesome guest was not there.
The decanter stood on the table untouched. 3 or 4 books lay upon the floor. A number of photographic views of the Sierras were scattered over the sofa. 2 sofa pillows, a newspaper, and a Mexican blanket lay on the carpet as if the late occupant of the room had tried to read in a recumbent position. A French window opening upon a veranda, which never before in the history of the house had been unfastened, now betrayed by its waving lace curtain the way that the fugitive had escaped. Mr. McCloskey heaved a sigh of despair. He looked at the gorgeous carpet purchased in Sacramento at a fabulous price, at the crimson satin and rosewood furniture unparalleled in the history of Tuolumne, at the massively framed pictures on the walls, and looked beyond it, through the open window, to the reckless man who, fleeing these sybaritic allurements, was smoking a cigar upon the moonlit road. This room, which had so often awed the youth of Tuolumne into filial respect, was evidently a failure. It remained to be seen if the rose herself had lost her fragrance. "I reckon Jinny will fetch him yet," said Mr. McCloskey with parental faith. He stepped from the window upon the veranda, but he had scarcely done this before this figure was detected by the stranger, who at once crossed the road. When within a few feet of McCloskey, he stopped. "You persistent old plantigrade," he said in a low voice, audible only to the person addressed, and a face full of affected anxiety. "Why don't you go to bed? Didn't I tell you to go and leave me here alone? In the name of all that's idiotic and imbecile, why do you continue to shuffle about here? Or are you trying to drive me crazy with your presence, as you have with that wretched music box that I've just dropped under yonder tree? It's an hour and a half yet before the stage passes. Do you imagine for a single moment that I can tolerate you until then, eh? Why don't you speak? Are you asleep? You don't mean to say that you have the audacity to add somnambulism to your other weaknesses? You're not low enough to repeat yourself under any such weak pretext as that, eh?" A fit of nervous coughing ended this extraordinary exordium, and half sitting, half leaning against the veranda, Mr. McCloskey's guest turned his face, and part of a slight, elegant figure, toward his host. The lower portion of this upturned face wore an habitual expression of fastidious discontent, with an occasional line of physical suffering. But the brow above was frank and critical, and a pair of dark, mirthful eyes sat in playful judgment over the supersensitive mouth and its suggestion. "I allowed to go to bed, Ridgway," said Mr. McCloskey meekly, "but my girl Jinny's just got back from a little tear up at Robinson's and ain't inclined to turn in yet. You know what girls is. So I thought we 3 would just have a social chat together to pass away the time." "You mendacious old hypocrite. She got back an hour ago," said Ridgway, "as that savage-looking escort of hers, who has been haunting the house ever since, can testify. My belief is that, like an enterprising idiot as you are, you've dragged that girl out of her bed that we might mutually bore each other." Mr. McCloskey was too much stunned by this evidence of Ridgway's apparent superhuman penetration to reply. After enjoying his host's confusion for a moment with his eyes, Ridgway's mouth asked grimly, "And who is this girl, anyway?" "Nancy's." "Your wife's?" "Yes, but look yar, Ridgway," said McCloskey, laying one hand imploringly on Ridgway's sleeve. "Not a word about her to Jinny. She thinks her mother's dead. Died in Missouri, eh?" Ridgway nearly rolled from the veranda in an excess of rage. "Good God! Do you mean to say that you have been concealing from her a fact that any day, any moment may come to her ears? That you've been letting her grow up in ignorance of something that by this time she might have outgrown and forgotten? That you have been, like a besotted old ass, all these years slowly forging a thunderbolt that any one may crush her with? That—" But here Ridgway's cough took possession of his voice, and even put a moisture into his dark eyes as he looked at McCloskey's aimless hand feebly employed upon his beard. "But," said McCloskey, "look how she's done. She's held her head as high as any of 'em. She's to be married in a month to the richest man in the county. And," he added cunningly, "Jack Ash ain't the kind of man to sit by and hear anything said of his wife or her relations, you bet. But hush, that's her foot on the stairs. She's comin'." She came. I don't think the French window ever held a finer view than when she put aside the curtains and stepped out. She had dressed herself simply and hurriedly, but with a woman's knowledge of her best points, so that you got the long curves of her shapely limbs, the shorter curves of her round waist and shoulder, the long sweep of her yellow braids, the light of her gray eyes, and even the delicate rose of her complexion, without knowing how it was delivered to you. The introduction by Mr. McCloskey was brief. When Ridgway had got over the fact that it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and that the cheek of this Tuolumne goddess nearest him was dewy and fresh as an infant's, that she looked like Marguerite, without probably ever having heard of Goethe's heroine, he talked, I dare say, very sensibly. When Miss Jenny, who from her childhood had been brought up among the sons of Anak, and who was accustomed to have the supremacy of our noble sex presented to her as a physical fact, found herself in the presence of a new and strange power in the slight and elegant figure beside her, she was at first frightened and cold. But finding that this power, against which the weapons of her own physical charms were of no avail, was a kindly one, albeit general, she fell to worshipping it, after the fashion of woman, and casting before it the fetishes and other idols of her youth. She even confessed to it, so that in half an hour Ridgway was in possession of all the facts connected with her life, and a great many, I fear, of her fancies, except one. When Mr. McCloskey found the young people thus amicably disposed, he calmly went to sleep. It was a pleasant time to each. To Miss Jenny it had the charm of novelty, and she abandoned herself to it for that reason much more freely and innocently than her companion, who knew something more of the inevitable logic of the position. I do not think, however, he had any intention of love-making. I do not think he was at all conscious of being in the attitude. I am quite positive he would have shrunk from the suggestion of disloyalty to the one woman whom he admitted to himself he loved. But, like most poets, he was much more true to an idea than a fact, and having a very lofty conception of womanhood with a very sanguine nature, he saw in each new face the possibilities of a realization of his ideal. It was perhaps an unfortunate thing for the women, particularly as he brought to each trial a surprising freshness which was very deceptive, and quite distinct from the blasé familiarity of the man of gallantry. It was this perennial virginity of the affections that most endeared him to the best women, who were prone to exercise toward him a chivalrous protection, as of one likely to go astray unless looked after, and indulged in the dangerous combination of sentiment with the highest maternal instincts. It was this quality which caused Jenny to recognize in him a certain boyishness that required her womanly care, and even induced her to offer to accompany him to the crossroads when the time for his departure arrived. With her superior knowledge of woodcraft and the locality, she would have kept him from being lost. I wot not but that she would have protected him from bears or wolves, but chiefly, I think, from the feline fascinations of Mayne Robinson and Lucy Rance, who might be lying in wait for this tender young poet. Nor did she cease to be thankful that Providence had, so to speak, delivered him as a trust into her hands. It was a lovely night. The moon swung low and languished softly on the snowy ridge beyond. There were quaint odors in the still air, and a strange incense from the woods perfumed their young blood and seemed to swoon in their pulses. Small wonder that they lingered on the white road, and their feet climbed unwillingly the little hill where they were to part, and that when they at last reached it, even the saving grace of speech seemed to have forsaken them. For there they stood alone. There was no sound nor motion in earth or woods or heaven. They might have been the one man and woman for whom this goodly earth that lay at their feet, rimmed with the deepest azure, was created. And seeing this, they turned toward each other with a sudden instinct, and their hands met, and then their lips in one long kiss. And then out of the mysterious distance came the sound of voices and the sharp clatter of hooves and wheels, and Jenny slid away, a white moonbeam, from the hill. For a moment she glimmered through the trees, then, reaching the house, passed her sleeping father on the veranda, and darting into her bedroom, locked the door, threw open the window, and, falling on her knees beside it, leaned her hot cheeks upon her hands and listened. In a few moments she was rewarded by the sharp clatter of hoofs on the stony road. But it was only a horseman, whose dark figure was swiftly lost in the shadows of the lower road. At another time she might have recognized the man, but her eyes and ears were now all intent on something else. It came presently with dancing lights, a musical rattle of harness, a cadence of hoof-beats that set her heart to beating in unison, and was gone. A sudden sense of loneliness came over her, and tears gathered in her sweet eyes. She rose and looked around her. There was the little bed, the dressing table, the roses that she had worn last night, still fresh and blooming in the little vase. Everything was there, but everything looked strange. The roses should have been withered, for the party seemed so long ago. She could hardly remember when she had worn this dress that lay upon the chair, so she came back to the window and sank down beside it, with her cheek a trifle paler, leaning on her hand and her long braids reaching to the floor. The stars paled slowly, like her cheek, yet with eyes that saw not. She still looked from her window for the coming dawn. It came with violet deepening into purple, with purple flushing into rose, with rose shining into silver and glowing into gold. The straggling line of black picket fence below that had faded away with the stars came back with the sun. What was that object moving by the fence? Jenny raised her head and looked intently. It was a man endeavoring to climb the pickets and falling backward with each attempt. Suddenly she started to her feet, as if the rosy flushes of the dawn had crimsoned her from forehead to shoulders. Then she stood white as the wall, with her hands clasped upon her bosom. Then, with a single bound, she reached the door, and with flying braids and fluttering skirts, sprang down the stairs and out to the garden walk. When within a few feet of the fence, she uttered a cry, the first she had given, the cry of a mother over her stricken babe, of a tigress over her mangled cub, and in another moment she had leaped the fence and knelt beside Ridgway, with his fainting head upon her breast. "My boy, my poor, poor boy, who has done this?" Who indeed? His clothes were covered with dust, his waistcoat was torn open, and his handkerchief, wet with the blood it could not staunch, fell from a cruel stab beneath his shoulder. "Ridgway, my poor boy, tell me what has happened." Ridgway slowly opened his heavy, blue-veined lids and gazed upon her. Presently a gleam of mischief came into his dark eyes, a smile stole over his lips as he whispered slowly, "It was your kiss did it, Jenny dear. I had forgotten how high-priced the article was here. Never mind, Jenny." He feebly raised his hand to his white lips. "It was worth it," and fainted away. Jenny started to her feet and looked wildly around her. Then, with a sudden resolution, she stooped over the insensible man and with one strong effort lifted him in her arms as if he had been a child. When her father, a moment later, rubbed his eyes and woke from his sleep upon the veranda, it was to see a goddess, erect and triumph, striding toward the house, with the helpless body of a man lying across that breast where a man had never lain before, a goddess at whose imperious mandate he arose and cast open the doors before her. Then, when she had laid her unconscious burden on the sofa, the goddess fled, and a woman, helpless and trembling, stood before him, a woman that cried out that she had killed him, that she was wicked, wicked, and that, even saying so, staggered and fell beside her late burden. All that Mr. McCloskey could do was to feebly rub his beard and say to himself vaguely and incoherently that Ginny had fetched him. Chapter 2. Before noon the next day it was generally believed throughout Four Forks that Ridgway Dent had been attacked and wounded at Chemisal Ridge by a highwayman who fled on the approach of the Wingdam coach. It is to be presumed that this statement met with Ridgway's approval, as he did not contradict it nor supplement it with any details. His wound was severe, but not dangerous. After the first excitement had subsided, there was, I think, a prevailing impression common to the provincial mind that his misfortune was the result of the defective moral quality of his being a stranger, and was, in a vague sort of way, a warning to others and a lesson to him. "Did you hear how that San Francisco feller was took down the other night?" was the average tone of introductory remark. Indeed, there was a general suggestion that Ridgway's presence was one that no self-respecting, high-minded highwayman, honorably conservative of the best interests of Tuolumne County, could for a moment tolerate. Except for the few words spoken on that eventful morning, Ridgway was reticent of the past. When Jenny strove to gather some details of the affray that might offer a clue to his unknown assailant, a subtle twinkle in his brown eyes was the only response. When Mr. McCloskey attempted the same process, the young gentleman threw abusive epithets, and eventually slippers, teaspoons, and other lighter articles within the reach of an invalid, at the head of his questioner. "I think he's coming round, Ginny," said Mr. McCloskey. "He laid for me this morning with a candlestick." It was about this time that Miss Jenny, having sworn her father to secrecy regarding the manner in which Ridgway had been carried into the house, conceived the idea of addressing the young man as Mr. Dent, and of apologizing for intruding whenever she entered the room in the discharge of her household duties. It was about this time that she became more rigidly conscientious to these duties and less general in her attentions. It was at this time that the quality of the invalid's diet improved, and that she consulted him less frequently about it. It was about this time that she began to see more company, that the house was greatly frequented by her former admirers, with whom she rode, walked, and danced. It was at about this time also, and when Ridgway was able to be brought out on the veranda in a chair, that, with great archness of manner, she introduced to him Miss Lucy Ash, the sister of her betrothed, a flashing brunette and terrible heartbreaker of Four Forks. And in the midst of this gaiety she concluded that she would spend a week with the Robinsons, to whom she owed a visit. She enjoyed herself greatly there, so much, indeed, that she became quite hollow-eyed, the result, as she explained to her father, of a too frequent indulgence in festivity. "You see, father, I won't have many chances after John and I are married. You know how queer he is, and I must make the most of my time." And she laughed an odd little laugh, which had lately become habitual to her. "And how is Mr. Dent getting on?" Her father replied that he was getting on very well indeed, so well, in fact, that he was able to leave for San Francisco 2 days ago. "He wanted to be remembered to you, Jenny. Remembered kindly. Yes, they is the very words he used," said Mr. McCloskey, looking down and consulting one of his large shoes for corroboration. Miss Jenny was glad to hear that he was so much better. Miss Jenny could not imagine anything that pleased her more than to know that he was so strong as to be able to rejoin his friends again, who must love him so much and be so anxious about him. Her father thought she would be pleased, and, now that he was gone, there was really no necessity for her to hurry back. Miss Jenny, in a high metallic voice, did not know that she had expressed any desire to stay. Still, her presence had become distasteful at home, if her own father was desirous of getting rid of her. If, when she was so soon to leave his roof forever, he still begrudged her those few days remaining. If— "My God, Jenny, so help me," said Mr. McCluskey, clutching desperately at his beard. "I didn't go for to say anything of the kind. I thought that you—" "Never mind, father," interrupted Jenny magnanimously. "You misunderstood me. Of course you did. You couldn't help it. You're a man." Mr. McCluskey, sorely crushed, would have vaguely protested, but his daughter, having relieved herself, after the manner of her sex, with a mental personal application of an abstract statement, forgave him with a kiss. Nevertheless, for 2 or 3 days after her return, Mr. McCloskey followed his daughter about the house with yearning eyes, and occasionally with timid, diffident feet. Sometimes he came upon her suddenly at her household tasks, with an excuse so palpably false, and a careless manner so outrageously studied, that she was fain to be embarrassed for him. Later he took to rambling about the house at night, and was often seen noiselessly passing and repassing through the hall after she had retired. On one occasion he was surprised first by sleep, and then by the early rising Jenny, as he lay on the rug outside her chamber door. "You treat me like a child, father," said Jenny. "I thought, Jenny," said the father apologetically, I thought I heard sounds as if you was taken on inside, and listening I fell asleep." "You dear old simple-minded baby," said Jenny, looking past her father's eyes and lifting his grizzled locks one by one with meditative fingers. "What should I be taking on for? Look how much taller I am than you," she said, suddenly lifting herself up to the extreme of her superb figure. Then, rubbing his head rapidly with both hands, as if she were anointing his hair with some rare unguent, she patted him on the back and returned to her room. The result of this, and 1 or 2 other equally sympathetic interviews, was to produce a change in Mr. McCluskey's manner, which was, if possible, still more discomposing. He grew unjustifiably hilarious, cracked jokes with the servants, and repeated to Jenny humorous stories with the attitude of facetiousness carefully preserved throughout the entire narration, and the point utterly ignored and forgotten. Certain incidents reminded him of funny things, which invariably turned out to have not the slightest relevancy or application. He occasionally brought home with him practical humorists, with a sanguine hope of setting them going, like the music box, for his daughter's edification. He essayed the singing of melodies with great freedom of style and singular limitation of note. He he sang "Come haste to the wedding, ye lasses and maidens," of which he knew a single line, and that incorrectly, as being peculiarly apt and appropriate. Yet away from the house and his daughter's presence he was silent and distraught. His absence of mind was particularly noted by his workmen at the Empire Quartz Mill. "Ef the old man don't look out and wake up," said his foreman, "he'll have them feet of his yet under the stamps. When he ain't given his mind to 'em, they is altogether too promiscus." A few nights later Miss Jenny recognized her father's hand in a timid tap at the door. She opened it, and he stood before her with a valise in his hand, equipped as for a journey. "I takes the stage tonight, Jenny dear, from Four Forks to 'Frisco. Maybe I may drop in on Jack afore I go. I'll be back in a week. Good bye." "Good bye." He still held her hand. Presently he drew her back into the room, closing the door carefully and glancing around. There was a look of profound cunning in his eye as he said slowly, "Bear up and keep dark, Jenny dear, and trust to the old man. Various men has various ways. There is ways as is common and ways as is uncommon. Ways as is easy and ways as is uneasy. Bear up and keep dark." With this Delphic utterance he put his finger to his lips and vanished. It was 10 o'clock when he reached Four Forks. A few minutes later he stood on the threshold of that dwelling described by the Four Forks Sentinel as the palatial residence of John Ash, and known to the local satirist as the Ash Box. "Heaven to lay by 2 hours, John," he said to his prospective son-in-law as he took his hand at the door. "A few words of social converse, not on business but strictly private, seems to be about as natural a thing as a man can do." This introduction, evidently the result of some study and plainly committed to memory, seemed so satisfactory to Mr. McCloskey that he repeated it again, after John Ash had led him into his private office, where, depositing his valise in the middle of the floor and sitting down before it, he began carefully to avoid the eye of his host. John Ash, a tall, dark, handsome Kentuckian, with whom even the trifles of life were evidently full of serious import, waited with a kind of chivalrous respect the further speech of his guest. Being utterly devoid of any sense of the ridiculous, he always accepted Mr. McCloskey as a grave fact, singular only from his own want of experience of the class. "Oars is running light now," said Mr. McCloskey with easy indifference. John Ash returned that he had noticed the same fact in the receipts of the mill at Four Forks. Mr. McCloskey rubbed his beard and looked at his valise, as if for sympathy and suggestion. "You don't reckon on having any trouble with them chaps as you cut out with Ginny?" John Ash, rather haughtily, had never thought of that. "I saw rents hanging around your house the other night when I took your daughter home, but he gave me a wide berth," he added carelessly. "Surely," said Mr. McCloskey, with a peculiar winking of the eye. After a pause he took a fresh departure from his valise. "A few words, John, as between man and men, as between my daughter's father and her husband who expects to be, is about the thing, I take it, as fair and square. I came here to say 'em. They're about Ginny, my gal." Ash's grave face brightened, to Mr. McCloskey's evident discomposure. "Maybe I should have said about her mother, but, the same being a stranger to you, I says naturally Ginny." Ash nodded courteously. Mr. McCloskey, with his eyes on his valise, went on. "It was 16 year ago as I married Mrs. McCloskey in the state of Missouri. She led on at the time to be a widder with one child. When I say led on, I mean to imply that I subsequently found out that she was not a widder nor a wife, and the father of the child was, so to speak, unbeknownst. That child was Ginny, my gal." With his eyes on his valise, and quietly ignoring the whole crimson face and swiftly darkening brow of his host, he continued. "Many little things sorter tended to make our home in Missouri onpleasant. A disposition to smash furniture and heave knives around, an inclination to howl when drunk, and that frequent, a habitual use of vulgar language, and a tendency to cuss the casual visitor seemed to pint," added Mr. McCloskey with submissive hesitation, "that she was, so to speak, quite unsuited to the marriage relation in its holiest aspect." "Damnation! Why didn't?" burst out John Ash, erect and furious. "At the end of 2 year," continued Mr. McCloskey, still intent on the valise, "I allowed I'd get a divorce. At about that time, however, Providence sends a circus into that town, and a feller as rode 3 horses to onst. Having allus a taste for athletic sports, she left town with this feller, leavin' me and Jenny behind.
I sent word to her that if she would give Ginny to me, we'd call it quits. And she did." "Tell me," gasped Ash, "did you ask your daughter to keep this from me, or did she do it of her own accord?" "She doesn't know it," said Mr. McCloskey. "She thinks I'm her father and that her mother's dead." "Then, sir, this is your—" "I don't know," said Mr. McCloskey slowly, "as I've asked any one to marry my Ginny. I don't know as I've pursued that as a business or even taken it up as a healthful recreation." John Ash paced the room furiously. Mr. McCloskey's eyes left the valise and followed him curiously. "Where is this woman?" demanded Ash suddenly. McCloskey's eyes sought the valise again. "She went to Kansas. From Kansas she went to Texas. From Texas she eventually came to Californy. Being here, I provided her with money when her business was slack, through a friend." John Ash groaned. "She's getting rather old and shaky for hosses, and now does the tightrope business and flyin' trapeze. Never having seen her perform," continued Mr. McCloskey with conscientious caution, "I can't say how she gets on. On the bills she looks well. Thar is a poster," said Mr. McCloskey, glancing at Ash and opening his valise. "Thar is a poster giving her performance at Marysville next month." Mr. McCloskey slowly unfolded a large yellow and blue printed poster, profusely illustrated. "She calls herself Mam'selle J. McGlosky, the great Russian trapezist." John Ash tore it from his hand. "Of course," he said, suddenly facing Mr. McCloskey, "you don't expect me to go on with this?" Mr. McCloskey took up the poster, carefully refolded it, and returned it to his valise. "When you break off with Ginny," he said quietly, "I don't want anything said about this. She doesn't know it. She's a woman, and I reckon you're a white man." "But what am I to say? How am I to go back of my word?" "Write her a note. Say something has come to your knowledge, don't say what, that makes you break it off. You needn't be afeard Ginny'll ever ask you what." John Ash hesitated. He felt he had been cruelly wronged. No gentleman, no Ash, could go on further in this affair. It was preposterous to think of it. But somehow he felt at the moment very unlike a gentleman, or an Ash, and was quite sure he should break down under Jenny's steady eyes. But then, he could write to her. "So orders is about as light here as on the ridge. Well, I reckon they'll come up before the rains. Good night." Mr. McCloskey took the hand that his host mechanically extended, shook it gravely, and was gone. When Mr. McCloskey, a week later, stepped again upon his own veranda, he saw through the French window the figure of a man in his parlor. Under his hospitable roof the sight was not unusual, but for an instant a subtle sense of disappointment thrilled him. When he saw it was not the face of Ash turned toward him, he was relieved. But when he saw the tawny beard and quick, passionate eyes of Henry Rance, he felt a new sense of apprehension, so that he fell to rubbing his beard almost upon his very threshold. Jenny ran into the hall, seized her father with a little cry of joy. "Father," said Jenny, in a hurried whisper, "don't mind him," indicating Rance with a toss of her yellow braids. "He's going soon, and I think, Father, I've done him wrong. But it's all over with John and me now. Read that note and see how he's insulted me." Her lip quivered, but she went on. "It's Ridgway that he means, Father, and I believe that it was his hand struck Ridgway down, or that he knows who did. But hush now, not a word." She gave him a feverish kiss and glided back into the parlor, leaving Mr. McCloskey perplexed and irresolute, with the note in his hand. He glanced at it hurriedly and saw that it was couched in almost the very words he had suggested. But a sudden apprehensive recollection came over him. He listened, and with an exclamation of dismay, he seized his hat and ran out of the house, but too late. At the same moment a quick, nervous footstep was heard upon the veranda. The French window flew open, and with a light laugh of greeting, Ridgway stepped into the room. Jenny's finer ear first caught the step. Jenny's swifter feelings had sounded the depths of hope, joy, of despair before he entered the room. Jenny's pale face was the only one that met his, self-possessed and self-reliant, when he stood before them. An angry flush suffused even the pink roots of Rance's beard as he rose to his feet. An ominous fire sprang into Ridgway's eyes, and a spasm of hate and scorn passed over the lower part of his face and left the mouth and jaw immobile and rigid. Yet he was the first to speak. "I owe you an apology," he said to Jenny with a suave scorn that brought the indignant blood back to her cheek.
for this intrusion, but I ask no pardon for withdrawing from the only spot where that man dare confront me with safety." With an exclamation of rage, Rance sprang toward him. But as quickly Jenny stood between them, erect and menacing. "There must be no quarrel here," she said to Rance. "While I protect your right as my guest, don't oblige me to remind you of mine as your hostess." She turned with a half-deprecatory air to Ridgway, but he was gone. Only Rance remained with a look of ill-concealed triumph on his face. Without looking at him, she passed toward the door. When she reached it, she turned. "You asked me a question an hour ago. Come to me in the garden at 9 o'clock tonight, and I will answer you. But promise me first to keep away from Mr. Dent. Give me your word not to seek him, to avoid him if he seeks you. Do you promise? It is well." He would have taken her hand, but she waved him away. In another moment he heard the swift rustle of her dress in the hall, the sound of her feet upon the stair, the sharp closing of her bedroom door, and all was quiet. And even thus quietly the day wore away, and the night rose slowly from the valley, and overshadowed the mountains with purple wings that fanned the still air into a breeze, until the moon followed it, and lulled everything to rest as with the laying on of white and benedictory hands. It was a lovely night, but Henry Rance, waiting impatiently beneath a sycamore at the foot of the garden, saw no beauty in earth or air or sky. A thousand suspicions common to a jealous nature, a vague superstition of the spot, filled his mind with distrust and doubt. "If this should be a trick to keep my hands off that insolent pup," he muttered. But even as the thought passed his tongue, a white figure slid from the shrubbery near the house, glided along the line of picket fence, and then stopped midway, motionless in the moonlight. It was she, but he scarcely recognized her in the white drapery that covered her head and shoulders and breast. He approached her with a hurried whisper. "Let us withdraw from the moonlight. Everybody can see us here." "We have nothing to say that cannot be said in the moonlight, Henry Rance," she replied, coldly receding from his proffered hand. She trembled for a moment, as if with a chill, then suddenly turned upon him. "Hold up your head and let me look at you. I've known only what men are. Let me see what a traitor looks like." He recoiled more from her wild face than her words. He saw from the first that her hollow cheeks and hollow eyes were blazing with fever. He was no coward, but he would have fled. "You are ill, Jenny," he said. "You had best return to the house another time." "Stop!" she cried hoarsely. "Move from this spot and I'll call for help. Attempt to leave now and I'll proclaim you the assassin that you are." "It was a fair fight," he said doggedly. "Was it a fair fight to creep behind an unarmed and unsuspecting man? Was it a fair fight to try to throw suspicion on someone else? Was it a fair fight to deceive me, liar and coward that you are?" He made a stealthy step toward her with evil eyes and a wickeder hand that crept within his breast. She saw the motion, but it only stung her to newer fury. "Strike!" she said with blazing eyes, throwing her hands open before him. "Strike! Are you afraid of the woman who dares you? Or do you keep your knife for the backs of unsuspecting men? Strike, I tell you! No! Look, then!" With a sudden movement she tore from her head and shoulders the thick lace shawl that had concealed her figure, and stood before him. "Look!" she cried passionately, pointing to the bosom and shoulders of her white dress, darkly streaked with faded stains and ominous discoloration. "Look! This is the dress I wore that morning when I found him lying there, here, bleeding from your cowardly knife. Look! Do you see? This is blood, my darling boy's blood, one drop of which, dead and faded as it is more precious to me than the whole living pulse of any other man. Look! I come to you to-night, christened with his blood, and dare you to strike him again through me, and mingle my blood with his. Strike, I implore you, strike. If you have any pity on me, for God's sake, strike if you are a man. Look! Here lay his head on my shoulder, here I held him to my breast, where never, so help me, my God, another man. Ah!" She reeled against the fence, and something that had flashed in Rance's hand dropped at her feet. For another flash and report rolled him over in the dust, and across his writhing body 2 men strode and caught her ere she fell. "She's only fainted," said Mr. McCluskey. "Jenny, dear, my girl, speak to me." "What is this on her dress?" said Ridgway, kneeling beside her, and lifting his set and colourless face. At the sound of his voice the colour came faintly back to her cheek. She opened her eyes and smiled. "It's only your blood, dear boy," she said.
But look a little deeper and you'll find my own." She put up her 2 yearning hands and drew his face and lips down to her own. When Ridgway raised his head again, her eyes were closed, but her mouth still smiled, as with the memory of a kiss. They bore her to the house, still breathing, but unconscious. That night the road was filled with clattering horsemen, and the summoned skill of the countryside for leagues away gathered at her couch. The wound, they said, was not essentially dangerous, but they had grave fears of the shock to a system that already seemed suffering from some strange and unaccountable nervous exhaustion. The best medical skill of Tuolumne happened to be young and observing, and waited patiently an opportunity to account for it. He was presently rewarded. For toward morning she rallied and looked feebly around. Then she beckoned her father toward her and whispered, "Where is he?" "They took him away, Jenny dear, in a cart. He won't trouble you again." He stopped, for Miss Jenny had raised herself on an elbow and was leveling her black brows at him. But 2 kicks from the young surgeon and a significant motion toward the door sent Mr. McCloskey away, muttering. "How should I know that he meant Ridgway?" he said, apologetically, as he went and returned with the young gentleman. The surgeon, who was still holding her pulse, smiled, and thought that, with a little care and attention, the stimulants might be diminished, and he might leave the patient for some hours with perfect safety. He would give further directions to Mr. McCloskey downstairs. It was with great archness of manner that half an hour later Mr. McCloskey entered the room with a preparatory cough, and it was with some disappointment that he found Ridgway standing quietly by the window and his daughter apparently fallen into a light doze. He was still more concerned when, after Ridgway had retired, noticing a pleasant smile playing about her lips, he said softly, "You was thinking of someone, Jinny?" "Yes, father." The gray eyes met his solidly. "Of poor John Ashe." Her recovery was swift. Nature, that had seemed to stand jealously aloof from her in her mental anguish, was kind to the physical hurt of her favorite child. The superb physique, which had been her charm and her trial, now stood her in good stead. The healing balsam of the pine, the balm of resinous gums, and the rare medicaments of Sierran altitudes touched her as it might have touched the wounded doe, so that in 2 weeks she was able to walk about. And when, at the end of the month, Ridgway returned from a flying visit to San Francisco and jumped from the Wingdam coach at 4 o'clock in the morning, the rose of Tuolumne, with the dewy petals of either cheek fresh as when first unfolded to his kiss, confronted him on the road. With a common instinct, their young feet both climbed the little hill now sacred to their thought. When they reached its summit, they were both, I think, a little disappointed. There is a fragrance in the unfolding of a passion that escapes the perfect flower. Jenny thought that night was not as beautiful. Ridgway, that the long ride had blunted his perceptions. But they had the frankness to confess it to each other, with the rare delight of such a confession, and the comparison of details which they thought each had forgotten. And with this, and an occasional pitying reference to the blank period when they had not known each other, hand in hand, they reached the house. Mr. McCloskey was awaiting them impatiently upon the veranda. When Miss Jenny had slipped upstairs to replace a collar that stood somewhat suspiciously awry, Mr. McCloskey drew Ridgway solemnly aside. He held a large theater poster in one hand, and an open newspaper in the other. "I allus said," he remarked slowly, with the air of merely renewing a suspended conversation, "I allus said that riding 3 horses to onst wasn't exactly in her line. It would seem that it ain't. From remarks in this year paper, it would appear that she tried it on at Marysville last week, and broke her neck." End of The Rose of Tuolumne by Bret Harte. Read by Don W. Jenkins.
A Sandshore Wooing by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Sandshore Wooing. Fir Cottage, Plover Sands, July 6th. We arrived here late last night, and all day Aunt Martha has kept her room to rest. So I had to keep to mine also, although I felt as fresh as a morning lark, and just in the mood for enjoyment. My name is Marguerite Forrester, an absurdly long name for so small a girl. Aunt Martha always calls me Marguerite. with an accent of strong disapproval. She does not like my name, but she gives me the full benefit of it. Connie Shelmerdine used to call me Rita. Connie was my roommate last year at the seminary. We correspond occasionally, but Aunt Martha frowns on it. I have always lived with Aunt Martha. My parents died when I was a baby. Aunt Martha says I am to be her heiress if I please her, which means, but oh, you do not know what pleasing Aunt Martha means. Aunt is a determined and inveterate man-hater. She has no particular love for women, indeed, and trusts nobody but Mrs. Saxby, her maid. I rather like Mrs. Saxby. She is not quite so far gone in petrifaction as Aunt, although she gets a little stonier every year. I expect the process will soon begin on me, but it hasn't yet. My flesh and blood are still unreasonably warm and pulsing and rebellious. Aunt Martha would be in danger of taking a fit if she ever saw me talking to a man. She watches me jealously, firmly determined to guard me from any possible attack of a roaring and ravening lion in the disguise of 19th century masculine attire. So I have to walk demurely and assume a virtue, if I have it not, while I pine after the untested flesh-pots of Egypt in secret. We have come down to spend a few weeks at Fir Cottage. Our good landlady is a capacious, kindly-souled creature, and I think she has rather a liking for me. I have been chattering to her all day, for there are times when I absolutely must talk to someone or go mad. July 10th. This sort of life is decidedly dull. The program of every day is the same. I go to the sandshore with Aunt Martha and Mrs. Saxby in the morning, read to Aunt in the afternoons, and mope around by my disconsolate self in the evenings. Mrs. Blake has lent me, for shore use, a very fine spyglass which she owns. She says her man brought it back home from "furrin parts" before he died. While Aunt and Mrs. Saxby meander up and down the shore, leaving me free to a certain extent, I amuse myself by examining distant seas and coasts through it, thus getting a few peeps into a forbidden world. We see few people, although there is a large summer hotel about a mile up the beach. Our shore haunts do not seem to be popular with its guests. They prefer the rocks. This suits Aunt Martha admirably. I may also add that it doesn't suit her niece, but that is a matter of small importance. The first morning I noticed a white object on the rocks, about half a mile away, and turned my glass on it. There, apparently within a stone's throw of me, was a young man. He was lounging on a rock, looking dreamily out to sea. There was something about his face that reminded me of someone I know, but I cannot remember whom. Every morning he has reappeared on the same spot. He seems to be a solitary individual, given to prowling by himself. I wonder what Aunt would say if she knew what I am so earnestly watching through my glass at times. July 11th. I shall have to cease looking at the unknown, I am afraid. This morning I turned my glass, as usual, on his pet haunt. I nearly fell over in astonishment, for he was also looking through a spyglass straight at me, too, it seemed. How foolish I felt! And yet my curiosity was so strong that a few minutes afterward I peeped back again, just to see what he was doing. Then he coolly laid down his glass, rose, lifted his cap, and bowed politely to me, or at least in my direction. I dropped my glass and smiled in a mixture of dismay and amusement. Then I remembered that he was probably watching me again, and might imagine my smile was meant for him. I banished it immediately, shut my glass up, and did not touch it again. Soon after we came home. July 12th. Something has happened at last. Today I went to the shore as usual, fully resolved not even to glance in the forbidden direction, but in the end I had to take a peep, and saw him on the rocks with his glass levelled at me. When he saw that I was looking, he laid down his glass, held up his hands, and began to spell out something in the deaf-mute alphabet. Now, I know that same alphabet. Connie taught it to me last year so that we might hold communication across the schoolroom. I gave one frantic glance at Aunt Martha's rigid back, and then watched him while he deftly spelled, "I am Francis Shelmerdine. Are you not Miss Forrester, my sister's friend?" Francis Shelmerdine! Now I know whom he resembled. And have I not heard endless dissertations from Connie on this wonderful brother of hers, Francis the clever, the handsome, the charming, until he has become the only hero of dreams I have ever had? It was too wonderful. I could only stare dazedly back through my glass. "May we know each other?" he went on. "May I come over and introduce myself? Right hand yes, left no." I gasped. Suppose he were to come! What would happen? I waved my left hand sorrowfully. He looked quite crestfallen and disappointed as he spelled out, "Why not? Would your friends disapprove?" I signaled, "Yes." "Are you displeased at my boldness?" was his next question. Where had all Aunt Martha's precepts flown to then? I blushed to record that I lifted my left hand shyly, and had just time to catch his pleased expression when Aunt Martha came up and said it was time to go home. So I picked myself meekly up, shook the sand from my dress, and followed my good aunt dutifully home. July 13th. When we went to the shore this morning, I had to wait in spasms of remorse and anxiety until Aunt got tired of reading and set off along the shore with Mrs. Saxby. Then I reached for my glass. Mr. Shelmardine and I had quite a conversation. Under the circumstances, there could be no useless circumlocution in our exchange of ideas. It was religiously boiled down, and ran something like this. "You are not displeased with me?" "No, but I should be." "Why?" "It is wrong to deceive Aunt." "I am quite respectable." "That is not the question." "Cannot her prejudices be overcome?" "Absolutely no." "Mrs. Allardyce, who is staying at the hotel, knows her well. Shall I bring her over to vouch for my character?" "It would not do a bit of good." "Then it is hopeless?" "Yes." "Would you object to knowing me on your own account?" "No." "Do you ever come to the shore alone?" "No. Aunt would not permit me." "Must she know?" "Yes. I would not come without her permission." "You will not refuse to chat with me thus now and then?" "I don't know. Perhaps not." I had to go home then. As we went, Mrs. Saxby complimented me on my good colour. Aunt Martha looked her disapproval. If I were really ill, Aunt would spend her last cent in my behalf, but she would be just as well pleased to see me properly pale and subdued at all times, and not looking as if I were too well contented in this vale of tears. July 17th. I have talked a good deal with Mr. Shelmardine these past 4 days. He is to be at the beach for some weeks longer. This morning he signaled across from the rocks, "I mean to see you at last. Tomorrow I will walk over and pass you." "You must not. Aunt will suspect." "No danger. Don't be alarmed. I will do nothing rash." I suppose he will. He seems to be very determined. Of course I cannot prevent him from promenading on our beach all day if he chooses, but then if he did, Aunt would speedily leave him in sole possession of it. I wonder what I had better wear tomorrow. July 19th. Yesterday morning Aunt Martha was serene and unsuspicious. It is dreadful of me to be deceiving her, and I do feel guilty. I sat down on the sand and pretended to read the Memoirs of a Missionary. Aunt likes cheerful books like that, in an agony of anticipation. Presently Aunt said, majestically, "Marguerite, there is a man coming this way. We will move further down." And we moved. Poor Aunt! Mr. Shelmardine came bravely on. I felt my heart beating to my very fingertips. He halted by the fragment of an old stranded boat. Aunt had turned her back on him. I ventured on a look. He lifted his hat with a twinkle in his eye. Just then Aunt said, icily, "We will go home, Marguerite. That creature evidently intends to persist in his intrusion." Home we came, accordingly. This morning he signaled across, "Letter from Connie. Message for you." I mean to deliver it personally. Do you ever go to church? Now I do go regularly to church at home, but Aunt Martha and Mrs. Saxby are both such rigid church people that they would not darken the doors of the Methodist Church at Plover Sands for any consideration. Needless to say, I am not allowed to go either. But it was impossible to make this long explanation, so I merely replied, "Not here." "Will you not go tomorrow morning?" "Aunt will not let me." "Coax her." "Coaxing never has any effect on her." "Would she relent if Mrs. Allardyce were to call for you?" Now, I have been cautiously sounding Aunt about Mrs. Allardyce, and I have discovered that she disapproves of her. So I said, "It would be useless. I will ask Aunt if I may go, but I feel almost sure that she will not consent." This evening, when Aunt was in an unusually genial mood, I plucked up heart of grace and asked her. "Marguerite," she said impressively, "you know that I do not attend church here." "But, Aunt," I persisted, quakingly, "couldn't I go alone? It is not very far, and I will be very careful." Aunt merely gave me a look that said about 40 distinct and separate things, and I was turning away in despair when Mrs. Saxby, bless her heart, said, "I really think it would be no harm to let the child go." As Aunt attaches great importance to Mrs. Saxby's opinion, she looked at me relentingly, and said, "Well, I will think it over and let you know in the morning, Marguerite." Now, everything depends on the sort of humor Aunt is in the morning. July 20th. This morning was perfect, and after breakfast Aunt said, condescendingly, "I think you may attend church if you wish, Marguerite. Remember that I expect you to conduct yourself with becoming prudence and modesty." I flew upstairs and pulled my prettiest dress out of my trunk. It is a delicate shimmering gray stuff with pearly tints about it. Every time I get anything new, Aunt Martha and I have a battle royal over it. I verily believe that Aunt would like me to dress in the fashions in vogue in her youth. There is always a certain flavor of old-fashionedness about my gowns and hats. Connie used to say that it was delicious, and gave me a piquant uniqueness, a certain unlikeliness to other people that possessed a positive charm. That is only Connie's view of it, however. But I had had my own way about this dress, and it really is very becoming. I wore a little silvery gray chip hat, trimmed with pale pink flowers, and I pinned at my belt the sweetest cluster of old-fashioned blush rosebuds from the garden. Then I borrowed a hymn book from Mrs. Blake, and ran down to undergo Aunt Martha's scrutiny. "Dear me, child," she said discontentedly, "you have gotten yourself up very frivolously, it seems to me." "Why, Auntie," I protested, "I'm all in gray, every bit." Aunt Martha sniffed. You don't know how much Aunt can express in a sniff. But I tripped to church like a bird. The first person I saw there was Mr. Shelmardine. He was sitting right across from me, and a smile glimmered in his eyes. I did not look at him again. Through the service I was subdued enough to have satisfied even Aunt Martha. When church came out, he waited for me at the entrance to his pew. I pretended not to see him until he said, "Good morning," in a voice vibrating and deep, which sounded as though it might become infinitely tender if its owner chose. When we went down the steps, he took my hymnal, and we walked up the long, bowery country road. "Thank you so much for coming today," he said, as if I went to oblige him. "I had a hard time to get Aunt Martha's consent," I declared frankly. "I wouldn't have succeeded if Mrs. Saxby hadn't taken my part." "Heaven bless Mrs. Saxby," he remarked fervently. "But is there any known way of overcoming your aunt's scruples? If so, I am ready to risk it." "There is none. Aunt Martha is very good and kind to me, but she will never stop trying to bring me up. The process will be going on when I am 50. And she hates men. I don't know what she would do if she saw me now." Mr. Shelmardine frowned and switched the unoffending daisies viciously with his cane. "Then there is no hope of my seeing you openly and above board?" "Not at present," I said faintly. After a brief silence we began to talk of other things. He told me how he happened to see me first. I was curious to know who the people were who were always in the same place at the same time, so one day I took my telescope. I could see you plainly. You were reading and had your hat off. When I went back to the hotel, I asked Mrs. Allardyce if she knew who the boarders at Fir Cottage were, and she told me. I had heard Connie speak of you, and I determined to make your acquaintance. When we reached the lane, I held out my hand for the hymnal. "You mustn't come any further, Mr. Shelmardine," I said hurriedly. Aunt might see you." He took my hand and held it, looking at me seriously. "Suppose I were to walk up to the cottage tomorrow and ask for you?" I gasped. He looked so capable of doing anything he took it into his head to do. "Oh, you wouldn't," I said piteously. "Aunt Martha would. You are not in earnest." "I suppose not," he said regretfully. "Of course I would not do anything that would cause you unpleasantness. But this must not, shall not, be our last meeting." Aunt will not let me come to church again, I said. Does she ever take a nap in the afternoon? He queried. I wriggled my parasol about in the dust uneasily. Sometimes. I shall be at the old boat tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, he said. I pulled my hand away. I couldn't. You know I couldn't, I cried, and then I blushed to my ears. Are you sure you couldn't? Bending a little nearer. Quite sure, I murmured. He surrendered my hymnal at last. Will you give me a rose? I unpinned the whole cluster and handed it to him. He lifted it until it touched his lips. As for me, I scuttled up the lane in the most undignified fashion. At the turn I looked back. He was still standing there with his hat off. July 24th. On Monday afternoon I slipped away to the shore while Aunt Martha and Mrs. Saxby were taking their regular nap, and I was supposed to be reading sermons in my room. Mr. Shelmardine was leaning against the old boat, but he came swiftly across the sand to meet me. "This is very kind of you," he said. "I ought not to have come," I said repentantly, "but it is so lonely there, and one can't be interested in sermons and memoirs all the time." Mr. Shelmardine laughed. "Mr. and Mrs. Allardyce are on the other side of the boat. Will you come and meet them?" How nice of him to bring them! I knew I should like Mrs. Allardyce, just because Aunt Martha didn't. We had a delightful stroll. I never thought of the time until Mr. Shelmardine said it was 4 o'clock. "Oh, is it so late as that?" I cried. "I must go at once." "I'm sorry we have kept you so long," remarked Mr. Shelmardine in a tone of concern. "If she should be awake, what will the consequences be?" "Too terrible to think of," I answered seriously. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shelmardine, but you mustn't come any further." "We will be here tomorrow afternoon," he said. "Mr. Shelmardine," I protested, "I wish you wouldn't put such ideas into my head. They won't come out. No, not if I read a whole volume of sermons right through." We looked at each other for a second. Then he began to smile, and we both went off into a peal of laughter. "At least let me know if Miss Fiske rampages," he called after me as I fled. But Aunt Martha was not awake, and I have been to the shore 3 afternoons since then. I was there today, and am going tomorrow for a boat sail with Mr. Shelmardine and the Allardyces, but I am afraid the former will do something rash soon. This afternoon he said, "I don't think I can stand this much longer." "Stand what?" I asked. "You know very well," he answered recklessly. "Meeting you in this clandestine manner, and thereby causing that poor little conscience of yours such misery. If your aunt were not so unreasonable, I should never have stooped to it." "It is all my fault," I said contritely. "Well, I hardly meant that," he said grimly. "But hadn't I better go frankly to your aunt and lay the whole case before her?" "You would never see me again if you did that," I said hastily, and then wished I hadn't. "That is the worst threat you could make," he said. July 25th. It is all over, and I am the most miserable girl in the world. Of course this means that Aunt Martha has discovered everything, and the deserved punishment of my sins has overtaken me. I slipped away again this afternoon, and we went for that boat sail. We had a lovely time, but were rather late getting in, and I hurried home with many misgivings. Aunt Martha met me at the door. My dress was draggled, my hat had slipped back, and the kinks and curls of my obstreperous hair were something awful. I know I looked very disreputable, and also, no doubt, very guilty and conscience-stricken. Aunt gave me an unutterable look, and then followed me up to my room in grim silence. "Marguerite! What does this mean?" I have lots of faults, but untruthfulness isn't one of them. I confessed everything. At least, almost everything. I didn't tell about the telescopes and deaf-mute alphabet, and Aunt was too horror-stricken to think of asking how I first made Mr. Shelmardine's acquaintance. She listened in stony silence. I had expected a terrible scolding, but I suppose my crime simply seemed to her too enormous for words. When I had sobbed out my last word, she rose, swept me one glance of withering contempt, and left the room. Presently Mrs. Saxby came up, looking concerned. "My dear child, what have you been doing? Your aunt says that we are to go home on the afternoon train tomorrow. She is terribly upset." I just curled up on the bed and cried, while Mrs. Saxby packed my trunk. I will have no chance to explain matters to Mr. Shelmerdine, and I will never see him again, for Aunt is quite capable of whisking me off to Africa. He will just think me a feather-brained flirt. Oh, I am so unhappy. July 26th. I am the happiest girl in the world. That is quite a different strain from yesterday. We leave Fir Cottage in an hour, but that doesn't matter now. I did not sleep a wink last night, and crawled miserably down to breakfast. Aunt took not the slightest notice of me, but to my surprise she told Mrs. Saxby that she intended taking a farewell walk to the shore. I knew I would be taken, too, to be kept out of mischief, and my heart gave a great bound of hope. Perhaps I would have a chance to send word to Francis, since Aunt did not know of the part my spyglass had played in my bad behaviour. I meekly followed my grim guardians to the shore, and sat dejectedly on my rug while they paced the sand. Francis was on the rocks. As soon as Aunt Martha and Mrs. Saxby were at a safe distance, I began my message. All discovered. Aunt is very angry. We go home today. Then I snatched my glass. His face expressed the direst consternation and dismay. He signaled, I must see you before you go. Impossible. Aunt will never forgive me. Good-bye. I saw a look of desperate determination cross his face. If 40 Aunt Marthas had swooped down upon me, I could not have torn my eyes from that glass. I love you. You know it. Do you care for me? I must have my answer now. What a situation! No time or chance for any maidenly hesitation or softening aureole of words. Aunt and Mrs. Saxby had almost reached the point where they invariably turned. I had barely time to spell out a plain, blunt yes, and read his answer. I shall go home at once, get Mother and Connie, follow you, and demand possession of my property. I shall win the day. Have no fear. Till then, good-bye, my darling. Marguerite, said Mrs. Saxby at my elbow, it is time to go. I got up obediently. Aunt Martha was as grim and uncompromising as ever, and Mrs. Saxby looked like a chief mourner. But do you suppose I cared? I dropped behind them just once before we left the shore. I knew he was watching me, and I waved my hand. I suppose I am really engaged to Francis Shelmerdine. But was there ever such a funny wooing? And what will Aunt Martha say? End of A Sandshore Wooing by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Recording by Rosie.
Squaring the Circle by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At the hazard of wearying youth, this tale of vehement emotions must be prefaced by a discourse on geometry. Nature moves in circles, art in straight lines. The natural is rounded, the artificial is made up of angles. A man lost in the snow wanders, in spite of himself, in perfect circles. The city man's feet, denaturalized by rectangular streets and floors, carry him ever away from himself. The round eyes of childhood typify innocence. The narrow line of the flirt's optic proves the invasion of art. The horizontal mouth is the mark of determined cunning. Who has not read nature's most spontaneous lyric in lips rounded for the candid kiss? Beauty is nature in perfection. Circularity is its chief attribute. Behold the full moon, the enchanting gold ball, the domes of splendid temples, the huckleberry pie, the wedding ring, the circus ring, the ring for the waiter, and the round of drinks. On the other hand, straight lines show that nature has been deflected. Imagine Venus's girdle transformed into a straight front. When we begin to move in straight lines and turn sharp corners, our natures begin to change. The consequence is that nature, being more adaptive than art, tries to conform to its sterner regulations. The result is often a rather curious product. For instance, a prize chrysanthemum, wood alcohol whiskey, a Republican Missouri, cauliflower au gratin, and a New Yorker. nature is lost quickest in a big city. The cause is geometrical, not moral. The straight lines of its streets and architecture, the rectangularity of its laws and social customs, the undeviating pavements, the hard, severe, depressing, uncompromising rules of all its ways, even of its recreation and sports, coldly exhibit a sneering defiance of the curved line of nature. Wherefore it may be said that the big city has demonstrated the problem of squaring the circle. And it may be added that this mathematical introduction precedes an account of the fate of a Kentucky feud that was imported to the city that has a habit of making its importations conform to its angles. The feud began in the Cumberland Mountains between the Folwell and the Harkness families. The first victim of the homespun vendetta was a possum dog belonging to Bill Harkness. The Harkness family evened up this dire loss by laying out the chief of the Folwell clan. The Folwells were prompt at repartee. They oiled up their squirrel rifles and made it feasible for Bill Harkness to follow his dog to a land where the possums come down when treed without the stroke of an axe. The feud flourished for 40 years. Harknesses were shot at the plow, through their lamplit cabin windows, coming from camp meetings, asleep, in duello, sober and otherwise, singly and in family groups, prepared and unprepared. Folwells had the branches of their family tree lopped off in similar ways, as the traditions of their country prescribed and authorized. By and by the pruning left but a single member of each family. And then Cal Harkness, probably reasoning that further pursuance of the controversy would give a too decided personal flavor to the feud, suddenly disappeared from the relieved Cumberlands, balking the avenging hand of Sam, the ultimate opposing Folwell. A year afterward, Sam Folwell learned that his hereditary, unsuppressed enemy was living in New York City. Sam turned over the big iron washpot in the yard, scraped off some of the soot, which he mixed with lard and shined his boots with the compound. He put on his store clothes of butternut dyed black, a white shirt and collar, and packed a carpet sack with Spartan lingerie. He took his squirrel rifle from its hooks, but put it back again with a sigh. However ethical and plausible the habit might be in the Cumberlands, perhaps New York would not swallow his pose of hunting squirrels among the skyscrapers along Broadway. An ancient but reliable Colt's revolver that he resurrected from a bureau drawer seemed to proclaim itself the pink of weapons for metropolitan adventure and vengeance. This and a hunting knife in a leather sheath Sam packed in the carpet sack. As he started, mule-back, for the Lowland Railroad station, the last Folwell turned in his saddle and looked grimly at the little cluster of white pine slabs in the clump of cedars that marked the Folwell burying ground. Sam Folwell arrived in New York in the night. Still moving and living in the free circles of nature, he did not perceive the formidable, pitiless, restless, fierce angles of the great city waiting in the dark to close about the rotundity of his heart and brain and mold him to the form of its millions of reshaped victims. A cabby picked him out of the whirl as Sam himself had often picked a nut from a bed of wind-tossed autumn leaves, and whisked him away to a hotel commensurate to his boots and carpet-sack. On the next morning the last of the Folwells made his sortie into the city that sheltered the last Harkness. The Colt was thrust beneath his coat and secured by a narrow leather belt. The hunting knife hung between his shoulder blades, with the haft an inch below his coat collar. He knew this much, that Cal Harkness drove an express wagon somewhere in that town, and that he, Sam Folwell, had come to kill him. And as he stepped upon the sidewalk, the red came into his eye and the feud hate into his heart. The clamor of the central avenues drew him thitherward. He had half expected to see Cal coming down the street in his shirt sleeves with a jug and a whip in his hand, just as he would have seen him in Frankfort or Laurel City. But an hour went by and Cal did not appear. Perhaps he was waiting in ambush, to shoot him from a door or a window. Sam kept a sharp eye on doors and windows for a while. About noon, the city tired of playing with its mouse, and suddenly squeezed him with its straight lines. Sam Folwell stood where two great rectangular arteries of the city cross. He looked 4 ways, and saw the world hurled from its orbit and reduced to spirit level and tape to an edged and cornered plane. All life moved on tracks in grooves according to system, within boundaries by rote. The root of life was the cube root. The measure of existence was square measure. People streamed by in straight rows. The horrible din and crash stupefied him. Sam leaned against the sharp corner of a stone building. Those faces passed him by thousands, and none of them were turned toward him. A sudden foolish fear that he had died and was a spirit, and that they could not see him, seized him. And then the city smote him with loneliness. A fat man dropped out of the stream and stood a few feet distant, waiting for his car. Sam crept to his side, and shouted above the tumult into his ear. "The Rankinsons' hogs weighed more'n our'n the whole passel, but the mash in their neighborhood was a fine chance better than it was down." The fat man moved away unostentatiously, and bought roasted chestnuts to cover his alarm. Sam felt the need of a drop of Mountain Dew. Across the street men passed in and out through swinging doors. Brief glimpses could be had of a glistening bar and its bedeckings. A feudist crossed and essayed to enter. Again had art eliminated the familiar circle. Sam's hand found no doorknob. It slid in vain over a rectangular brass plate and polished oak with nothing even so large as a pin's head upon which his fingers might close. Abashed, reddened, heartbroken, he walked away from the bootless door and sat upon a step. A locust club tickled him in the ribs. "Take a walk for yourself," said the policeman. "You've been loafing around here long enough." At the next corner a shrill whistle sounded in Sam's ear. He wheeled around and saw a black-browed villain scowling at him over peanuts heaped on a steaming machine. He started across the street. An immense engine, running without mules, with the voice of a bull and the smell of a smoky lamp, whizzed past, grazing his knee. A cab driver bumped him with a hub, and explained to him that kind words were invented to be used on other occasions. A motorman clanged his bell wildly, and, for once in his life, corroborated a cab driver. A large lady in a changeable silk waist dug an elbow into his back, and a newsy pensively pelted him with banana rinds, murmuring, "I hates to do it, but if anybody seen me, let it pass." Cal Harkness, his day's work over and his express wagon stabled, turned the sharp edge of the building that, by the cheek of architects, is modelled upon a safety razor. Out of the mass of hurrying people his eye picked up, 3 yards away, the surviving bloody and implacable foe of his kith and kin. He stopped short and wavered for a moment, being unarmed and sharply surprised. But the keen mountaineer's eye of Sam Folwell had picked him out. There was a sudden spring, a ripple in the stream of passers-by, and the sound of Sam's voice crying, "Howdy, Cal! I'm dern glad to see you!" And in the angles of Broadway, Fifth Avenue, and 23rd Street, the Cumberland feudists shook hands. End of Squaring the Circle by O. Henry. Read to you by Patrick Reinhardt.
A Strange Story by O. Henry, read by Aparna Vishwanathan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Strange Story. In the northern part of Austin there once dwelt an honest family by the name of Smothers. The family consisted of John Smothers, his wife, himself, their little daughter, 5 years of age, and her parents, making 6 people towards the population of the city when counted for a special write-up, but only 3 by actual count. One night after supper, the little girl was seized with a severe colic, and John Smothers hurried downtown to get some medicine. He never came back. The little girl recovered, and in time grew up to womanhood. The mother grieved very much over her husband's disappearance, and it was nearly 3 months before she married again and moved to San Antonio. The little girl also married in time, and after a few years had rolled around, she also had a little girl, 5 years of age. She still lived in the same house where they dwelt when her father had left and never returned. One night, by a remarkable coincidence, her little girl was taken with cramp colic on the anniversary of the disappearance of John Smothers, who would now have been her grandfather if he had been alive and had a steady job. "I will go downtown and get some medicines for her," said John Smith, for it was none other than he whom she had married. "No, no, dear John," cried his wife, "you too might disappear forever and then forget to come back." So John Smith did not go, and together they sat by the bedside of little Pansy, for that was Pansy's name. After a little, Pansy seemed to grow worse, and John Smith again attempted to go for medicine, but his wife would not let him. Suddenly the door opened, and an old man, stooped and bent, with long white hair, entered the room. "Hello, here is Grandpa," said Pansy. She had recognized him before any of the others. The old man drew a bottle of medicine from his pocket and gave Pansy a spoonful. She got well immediately. "I was a little late," said John Smothers, "as I waited for a street car." End of A Strange Story by O. Henry, read by Aparna Vishwanatham.
The Tale of the Tangled Telegram by Wilbur D. Nesbit. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. James Trottingham Minton had a cousin who lived in St. Louis. Cousin Mary, Lucy Putnam, discovered by a process of elimination, was the one topic on which the reticent Mr. Minton could become talkative. Mary was his ideal, almost. Let a girl broach the weather, he grew halt of speech. Should she bring up literature, his replies were almost inane. Let her seek to show that she kept abreast of the times, and talk of politics, then Jemmy seemed to harbor a great fear in his own soul. But give him the chance to make a few remarks about his cousin Mary, and he approached eloquence. For this reason Lucy Putnam was wise enough to ask him something about Mary every so often. Now the question arises, why should Lucy Putnam, or any other girl, take any interest in a man who was so thoroughly bashful that his trembling efforts to converse made the light quivering aspen look like a 10-ton obelisk for calmness? The reason was and is that woman has the same eye for babies and men. The more helpless these objects, the more interested are the women. The man who makes the highest appeal to a woman is he whose tongue cleaves to the roof of his mouth, and who does not know what to do with his hands in her presence. She must be a princess, he a slave. Each knows this premise is unsupported by facts, yet it is a joyous fiction while it lasts. James Trottingham Minton was not a whit bashful when with men. No, he called on Mr. Putnam at his office, and with the calmness of an agent collecting rent, asked him for the hand of his daughter. "Why, Jimmy," Mr. Putnam said good-naturedly, "of course I haven't any objections to make. Seems to me that's a matter to be settled between you and Lucy." Jimmy smiled confidentially. "I suppose you're right, Mr. Putnam, But you see, I've never had the nerve to say anything about it to her." "Tut, tut. Nothing to be scared of. Nothing at all. What's the matter with you, young man? In my day, if a fellow wanted to marry a girl, he wouldn't go and tell her father. He'd marry her first, and then ask the old man where they should live." Mr. Putnam chuckled heavily. Mr. Putnam was possessed of a striking fund of reminiscences of how young men used to do. "Of course, Mr. Putnam," Jimmy said, "but the girls nowadays are different, and a fellow—" "Not a bit of it. No, sir. Women haven't changed since Eve's time. You mustn't get woman mixed up with dry goods stores, Jimmy. Don't you know there's lots of fellows nowadays that fall in love with the false styles? Ha ha!" It was not all clear to Menton, but he laughed dutifully. He was a diplomatic errand, and the half of diplomacy is making the victim think you are in agreement with him. "Yes, sir," Putnam chuckled on. "I'll bet that silk and ruffles and pink shades over the lamp have caused more proposals than all the dimples and bright eyes in the world, eh, Jimmy? But you haven't proposed yet." "I did. You gave your consent." "But you're not going to marry me. You want Lucy. You'll have to speak to her about it." "Now look, Mr. Putnam, I can come to you and ask you for her, and it's the same thing." "Not by 100 miles, my boy. If I told Lucy you had said that, she wouldn't be at home next time you called. The trouble with you is that you don't understand women. You've got to talk direct to them." Jimmy looked hopelessly out of the window. "No, what you say to me and what I say to you hasn't got much more to do with you and Lucy than if you were selling me a bill of goods. I like you, Jimmy, and I've watched your career so far with interest, and I look for great things from you in the future, and that's why I say to you to go ahead and get Lucy, and good luck to you both." Mr. Putnam took up some papers from his desk and pretended to be studying them, but from the tail of his eye he gathered the gloom that was settling over Jimmy's face. The elder man enjoyed the situation. "Well, Mr. Putnam," Jimmy asked, "why can't you just tell Lucy for me that I've asked you, and that you say it's all right? Then when I go to see her next time, it'll all be arranged and understood." "Let me see. Didn't I read a poem or something at school about someone who hadn't sand enough to propose to a girl and who got another man to ask her? But it wasn't her own father. Why, Jimmy, if you haven't courage enough to propose to a girl, what do you suppose will be your finish if she marries you? A married man has to have spunk." "I've got the spunk all right, but you understand how I feel." "Sure. Let me give you some advice. When you propose to a girl, you don't have to come right out and ask her to marry you." Jimmy caught at the straw. "You don't?" he asked. "Certainly not. There's half a dozen ways of letting her know that you want her. Usually, always, I may say, she knows it anyway, and unless she wants you, she'll not let you tell her so. But if I wanted a short, sharp no from a girl, I'd get her father to ask her to marry me." "Then you mean that I've got to ask her myself?" "To be sure." "I can't do it, Mr. Putnam. I can't." "Write it." "Why, I'd feel as if the postman and everybody else knew it." "Telephone." "Worse yet." "Jim Minton, I'm disgusted with you. I thought you were a young man with some enterprise, but if you lose your courage over such an everyday affair as proposing to a girl—" "But men don't propose every day." "Somebody is proposing to somebody every day. It goes on all the time. No, sir, I wash my hands of it. I'll not withdraw my consent, and you have my moral support and encouragement, but getting married is the same as getting into trouble. You have to handle your own case." "But, Mr. Putnam—" "You'll only go over the same ground again. Good morning. I don't want to hear any more of this until it is settled one way or the other. I'll not help, and I'll not hinder. It's up to you." With this colloquial farewell, Mr. Putnam waved his hand and turned to his papers. Jimmy accumulated his hat and stick, and left, barren of hope. That night he took Lucy to see Romeo and Juliet. The confidence and enthusiasm of Romeo merely threw him into a deeper despair of his own ability as a suitor, and made him even more taciturn and stumbling of speech than ever. His silence grew heavier and heavier, until at last Lucy threw out her never-failing lifeline. She asked him about his cousin Mary. "By the way," he said, brightening up, "Cousin Mary is going through here one day next week." "Is she? How I should like to know her. If she is anything like you, she must be very agreeable." "She isn't like me, but she is agreeable. Won't you let me try to bring you two together, at lunch downtown, or something like that?" "It would be fine." "I'll do it. I'll arrange it just as soon as I see her." Then silence, pall-like, fell again upon them. Jimmy thought of Romeo, and Lucy thought of Romeo, let us say, when a young man and a young woman, who are the least bit inclined one to another, witness Shakespeare's great educative effort. The young woman cannot help imagining herself leaning over the balcony, watching the attempts of the young man to clamber up the rope ladder. After he had gone that night, Lucy sat down for a soul communion with herself. Pity the woman who does not have soul communions. She who can sit side by side with herself and make herself believe that she is perfectly right and proper in thinking and believing as she does, is happy. The first question Lucy Putnam put to her subliminal self was, "Do I love Jimmy?" Subliminal self, true to sex, equivocated. It said, "I am not sure." Whereupon Lucy asked, "Why do I love him?" Then ensued the debate. Subliminal self said it was because he was a clean, good-hearted, manly fellow. Lucy responded that he was too bashful. "He is handsome," retorted subliminal self, "but there are times when he grows so abashed that he is awkward." Subliminal self said he would outgrow that. "But there are other men who are just as nice, just as handsome, and just as clever, who are not so overwhelmingly shy," argued Lucy. Whereat subliminal self drew itself up proudly and demanded, "Name one." And Lucy was like the person who can remember faces but has no memory at all for names. II. Cousin Mary came to town as she had promised, and she made Cousin Jimmy drop his work and follow her through the shops half the morning. Cousin Mary was all that Cousin Jimmy had ever said of her. She was pretty and she was genial. When these attributes are combined in a cousin, they invite confidences. The two were standing on a corner, waiting for a swirl of foot passengers, carriages, and street cars to be untangled, when Mary heard Jimmy making some remark about Miss Putnam. "So she's the one, is she, Jimmy?" "Well, I don't know. You see—" "Certainly I see. Who wouldn't? Is she pretty, Jimmy?" Jimmy saw a pathway through the crowd and led his cousin to the farther curb before answering. "Yes, she is very pretty." "Tell me all about her. How long have you known her? How did you meet her? Is she tall or short? Is she dark or fair? Is she musical? Oh, I am just dying to know all about her." All the way down State Street Jimmy talked. All the way down State Street he was urged on and aided and abetted by the questions and comments of Cousin Mary, and when they had buffeted their way over Jackson to Michigan Avenue and found breathing room, she turned to him and asked pointedly, "When is it to be?" "When is what to be?" "The wedding." "Whose wedding?" Jimmy's tone was utterly innocent. "Whose? Yours and Lucy's, to be sure. Mine and Lucy's? Why, Mary, I've never asked her yet. You've never asked her? Do you mean to tell me that when you can talk about her for 7 or 8 blocks, as you have not even asked her to marry you? Why, James Trottingham Menton, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Where does this paragon of women live? Take me to see her. I want to apologize for you. Won't it be better to get her to come in and lunch with us? She lives so far out you'd miss your train east this afternoon. The very thing. Would she come? Why, yes. I asked her the other night, and she said she would. Then why have you waited so long to tell me? Where are we to meet her? Well, I didn't know for sure what day you would be here, so I didn't make any definite arrangement. I'm to let her know. Oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, you need a guardian, and not a guardian angel, either. You need the other sort. You deserve hours of punishment for your thoughtlessness. Now go right away and send her word that I am here and dying to meet her. All right. We'll have lunch here at the annex. You'll excuse me just a moment, and I'll send her a telegram and ask her to come in. Yes, but hurry. You should have told her yesterday. When will you ever learn how to be nice to a girl? Jimmy, feeling somehow that he had been guilty of a breach of courtesy that should fill him with remorse, hastened to the telegraph desk and scribbled a message to Lucy. It read, "Please meet me and Mary at Annex at 2 o'clock." "Rush that," he said to the operator. The operator glanced over the message and grinned. "Certainly, sir," he said. "This sort of message always goes rush. Wish you luck, sir." The operator had not yet completely gathered the reason for the reproving stare Jimmy gave him. In part it had been explained to him. But, as Jimmy has said since, the man deserved censure for drawing an erroneous conclusion from another's mistake. It was then noon, so Jimmy and Mary, at Mary's suggestion, got an appetite by making another tour of the shops. In the meantime a snail-paced messenger boy was climbing the Putnam steps with a telegram in his hand. III. Lucy took the telegram from the boy and told him to wait until she saw if there should be an answer. She tore off the envelope, unfolded the yellow slip of paper, read the message, gasped, blushed, and turned and left the patient boy on the steps. Into the house she rushed, calling to her mother. She thrust the telegram into her hands, exclaiming, "Read that! Isn't it what we might have expected? Mercy! What is it? Who's dead?" "Nobody! It's better than that," said Lucy's astonishing reply. Mrs. Putnam read the telegram, and then beamingly drew her daughter to her and kissed her. The two then wrote a message, after much counting of words, to be sent to Jimmy. It read, "Of course, Mamma will come with me. Telephone to Papa." When this reached Jimmy he was nonplussed. He rubbed his forehead, studied the message, reread it, and then handed it to Mary with the suggestion, "Maybe you can make it out. I can't." Mary knitted her brows and studied the message in turn. At length she handed it back. "It is simple," she decided. "She is a nice, sweet girl, and she wants me to meet her mamma and papa. Or maybe she wants us to be chaperoned." So Jimmy and Mary waited in the hotel parlor until Lucy should arrive. Reminded by Mary, Jimmy went to the phone and told Mr. Putnam that Lucy was coming to lunch with him. "Well, that's all right, isn't it, Jimmy?" Mr. Putnam asked. "Yes, but she told me to telephone you." "Why?" "I don't know, but won't you join us?" "Is that other matter arranged, Jimmy?" "No, not yet." "I told you I didn't want to see you until it was. As soon as you wake up, let me know. Good bye." Jimmy, returned to the parlor, and there was confronted by a vision of white, with shining eyes and pink cheeks, who rushed up to him and kissed him and called him a dear old thing, and said he was the cleverest, most unconventional man that ever was. Limp, astounded, but delighted, James Trottingham Minton drew back a pace from Lucy Putnam, who, in her dainty white dress and her white hat and filmy white veil, was a delectable sight. "I want you to meet Cousin Mary," he said. "Is she to attend?" "Of course," he answered. They walked toward the end of the long parlor where Mary was sitting, but halfway down the room they were stopped by Mrs. Putnam. She put both hands on Jimmy's shoulders, gave him a motherly kiss on one cheek, and sighed. "Jimmy, you will be kind to my little girl?" Jimmy looked from mother to daughter in dumb bewilderment. Certainly this was the most remarkable conduct he had ever dreamed of. Yet Mrs. Putnam's smile was so affectionate and kind, her eyes met his with such a tender look, that he intuitively felt that all was right as right should be. And yet, why should they act as they did? Into the midst of his reflection burst Lucy's chum, Alice Jordan. "I've a notion to kiss him too," she cried. Jimmy stonily held himself in readiness to be kissed. If kissing went by favor, he was preeminently a favored one. But Lucy clutched his arm with a pretty air of ownership and forbade Alice. "Indeed you will not. It wouldn't be good form now. Afterward you may. Just once. Isn't that right, Jimmy?" "Perfectly," he replied, his mind still whirling in an effort to adjust actualities to his conception of what realities should be. The four had formed a little group to themselves in the center of the parlor, Lucy clinging to Jimmy's arm, Mrs. Putnam eyeing them both with a happy expression, and Alice fluttering from one to the other, assuring them that they were the handsomest couple she had ever seen, that they ought to be proud of each other, and that Mrs. Putnam ought to be proud of them, and that she was sure nobody in all the world ever could be as sublimely, beatifically happy as they would be, and that they must be sure to let her come to visit them. "And," she cried, admiringly, stopping to pat Jimmy on his unclutched arm, "I just think your idea of proposing by telegraph was the brightest thing I ever heard of." It is to be written to the everlasting credit of James Trottingham Minton that he restrained himself from uttering the obvious remark on hearing this. 2 words from him would have wrecked the house of cards. Instead, he blushed and smiled modestly. Slowly it was filtering into his brain that by some unusual, unexpected, unprecedented freak of fortune his difficulties had been overcome, that some way or other he had proposed and had been accepted. "I shall always cherish that telegram," Lucy declared, leaning more affectionately toward Jimmy. "If that grimy-faced messenger boy had not gone away so quickly with my answer, I should have kissed him." "I've got the telegram here, dear," said Mrs. Putnam. "Oh, let's see it again," Alice begged. "I always wanted to hear a proposal, but it is some satisfaction to see one." Mrs. Putnam opened her hand satchel, took out the telegram, unfolded it slowly, and they all looked at it, Jimmy gulping down a great choke of joy as he read: "Please meet me and Mary at Annex at 2 o'clock." His bashfulness fell from him as a garment. He took the message, saying he would keep it, so that it might not be lost. Then he piloted the 2 girls and Mrs. Putnam to the spot where Mary had been waiting patiently and wonderingly. "Mary," he said boldly, without a tremor in his voice, "I want you to meet the future Mrs. Minton and my future mother-in-law, Mrs. Putnam, and my future what are you to me anyhow, Alice?" "I'm a combination flower girl, maid of honor, and 16 bridesmaids chanting the wedding march." She laughed. "And when?" Mary gasped. "When is this to be?" "At 2 o'clock," Lucy answered. "Oh, Jimmy, you wretch! You never told me a word about it. But never mind. I bought the very thing for a wedding gift this morning." Jimmy tore himself away from the excited laughter and chatter, ran to the telephone, and got Mr. Putnam on the wire. "This is Minton," he said. "Who? Oh, Jimmy. Well?" "Well, I fixed that up." "Good. And when is it to be?" "Right away, here at the Annex. I want you to go and get the license for me on your way over." "Come, Jimmy, don't be in such precipitate haste." "You told me that was the only way to arrange these matters." "Humph! Did I? Well, I'll get the license for you." "Good bye, then. I've got to telephone for a minister." The minister was impressed at once with the value of haste in coming, and on his way back to the wedding party Jimmy stopped long enough to hand a $5 bill to the telegraph operator. "Thank you, sir," said the astonished man. "I have been worrying for fear I had made a mistake about your message." "You did. You made the greatest mistake of your life. Thank you." End of The Tale of the Tangled Telegram by Wilbur D. Nesbit. Reading by Bologna Times.
The Unfortunate Bride by Aphra Behn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Unfortunate Bride, or The Blind Lady a Beauty, by Aphra Behn. Frankwit and Wildville were two young gentlemen of very considerable fortunes, both born in Staffordshire, and during their minority both educated together, by which opportunity they contracted a very inviolable friendship, a friendship which grew up with them, and though it was remarkably known to everybody else, they knew it not themselves. They never made profession of it in words, but actions. So true a warmth their fires could boast, as needed not the effusion of their breath to make it live. Wildville was of the richest family, but Frankwit of the noblest. Wildville was admired for outward qualifications, as strength and manly proportions; Frankwit for a much softer beauty, for his inward endowments, pleasing in his conversation, of a free and moving air, humble in his behaviour, and if he had any pride, it was but just enough to show that he did not affect humility. His mind bowed with emotion as unconstrained as his body, nor did he force this virtue in the least, but he allowed it only. So amiable he was that every virgin that had eyes knew too she had a heart, and knew as surely she should lose it. His Cupid could not be reputed blind, he never shot for him, but he was sure to wound. As every other nymph admired him, so he was dear to all the tuneful sisters. The Muses were fired with him as much as their own radiant god Apollo. Their loved springs and fountains were not so grateful to their eyes as he; him they esteemed their Helicon and Parnassus too. In short, whenever he pleased, he could enjoy them all. Thus he enamoured the whole female sex, but amongst all the sighing captives of his eyes, Belvira only boasted charms to move him. Her parents lived near his, and even from their childhood they felt mutual love, as if their eyes at their first meeting had struck out such glances as had kindled into amorous flame. And now Belvira in her 14th year, when the fresh spring of young virginity began to cast more lively bloomings in her cheeks and softer longings in her eyes, by her indulgent father's care was sent to London to a friend, her mother being lately dead. When, as if fortune ordered it so, Frankwit's father took a journey to the other world, to let his son the better enjoy the pleasures and delights of this. The young lover now with all imaginable haste interred his father, nor did he shed so many tears for his loss as might in the least quench the fire which he received from Belvira's eyes, but master of £1700 a year which his father left him, with all the wings of love flies to London, and solicits Belvira with such fervency that it might be thought he meant death's torch should kindle Hymen's, and now, as soon as he arrives at his journey's end, he goes to pay a visit to the fair mistress of his soul, and assures her that though he was absent from her, yet she was still with him, and that all the road he travelled her beauteous image danced before him, and like the ravished prophet, he saw his deity in every bush. In short, he paid her constant visits, the sun ne'er rose or set, but still he saw it in her company, and every minute of the day he counted by his sighs. So incessantly he importuned her, that she could no longer hold out, and was pleased in the surrender of her heart, since it was he was conqueror, and therefore felt a triumph in her yielding. Their flames now joined grew more and more, glowed in their cheeks, and lightened in their glances. Eager they looked, as if there were pulses beating in their eyes, and all endearing. At last she vowed that frank-wit living she would ne'er be any other man's. Thus they passed on some time, while every day rolled over fair. Heaven showed an aspect all serene, and the sun seemed to smile at what was done. He still caressed his charmer, with an innocence becoming his sincerity. He lived upon her tender breath, and basked in the bright lustre of her eyes, with pride and secret joy. He saw his rivals languish for that bliss, those charms, those raptures and ecstatic transports, which he engrossed alone. But now some 18 months, some ages in a lover's calendar, winged with delights, and fair Belvira, now grown fit for riper joys, knows hardly how she can deny her pressing lover and herself to crown their vows, and join their hands as well as hearts. All this while the young gallant washed himself clean of that shining dirt, his gold. He fancied little of heaven dwelt in his yellow angels, but let them fly away, as it were on their own golden wings. He only valued the smiling babies in Belvira's eyes. His generosity was boundless, as his love, for no man ever truly loved that was not generous. He thought his estate, like his passion, was a sort of pontic ocean, it could never know an ebb. But now he found it could be fathomed, and that the tide was turning. Therefore he solicits with more impatience the consummation of their joys, that both might go like martyrs from their flames immediately to heaven. And now at last it was agreed between them that they should both be one, but not without some reluctancy on the female side, for it is the humour of our sex to deny most eagerly those grants to lovers for which most tenderly we sigh, so contradictory are we to ourselves, as if the deity had made us with a seeming reluctancy to his own designs, placing as much discords in our minds as there is harmony in our faces. We are a sort of airy clouds, whose lightning flash out one way and the thunder another. Our words and thoughts can ne'er agree. So this young charming lady thought her desires could live in their own longings, like misers' wealth-devouring eyes, and ere she consented to her lover, prepared him first with speaking looks, and then with a forerunning sigh, applied to the dear charmer thus: "Frank-wit, I am afraid to venture the matrimonial bondage. It may make you think yourself too much confined, in being only free to one." "Ah, my dear Belvira," he replied, "that one, like manna, has the taste of all. Why should I be displeased to be confined to paradise, when it was the curse of our forefathers to be set at large, though they had the whole world to roam in? You have, my love, ubiquitary charms, and you are all in all to every part." "Ay, but," replied Belvira, "we are all like perfumes, and too continual smelling makes us seem to have lost our sweets. I'll be judged by my cousin Celicia here, if it be not better to live still in mutual love without the last enjoyment." I had forgot to tell my reader that Celicia was an heiress, the only child of a rich Turkey merchant, who, when he died, left her £50,000 in money, and some estate in land. But, poor creature, she was blind to all these riches, having been born without the use of sight, though in all other respects charming to a wonder. "Indeed," says Celicia, for she saw clearly in her mind, I admire you should ask my judgment in such a case, where I have never had the least experience. But I believe it is but a sickly soul which cannot nourish its offspring of desires without preying upon the body. Believe me, replied Franquet, I bewail your want of sight, and I could almost wish you my own eyes for a moment, to view your charming cousin, where you would see such beauties as are too dazzling to be long beheld, and if too daringly you gazed, you would feel the misfortune of the loss of sight much greater than the want of it, and you would acknowledge that in too presumptuously seeing, you would be blinder then than now unhappily you are. Ah, I must confess, replied Belvira, my poor dear cousin is blind, for I fancy she bears too great an esteem for Franquet, and only longs for sight to look on him. Indeed, replied Silesia, I would be glad to see Franquet, for I fancy he's as dazzling as he but now described his mistress, and if I fancy I see him, sure I do see him, for sight is fancy, is it not? Or do you feel my cousin with your eyes? This is indeed a charming blindness, replied Franquet, and the fancy of your sight excels the certainty of ours. Strange that there should be such glances even in blindness. You, fair maid, require not eyes to conquer. If your night has such stars, what sunshine would your day of sight have, if ever you should see? I fear those stars you talk of, said Belvira, have some influence on you, and by the compass you sail by now, I guess you are steering to my cousin. She is indeed charming enough to have been another offspring of bright Venus, blind like her brother Cupid. That Cupid, replied Silesia, I am afraid has shot me, for methinks I would not have you marry Franquet, but rather live as you do without the last enjoyment, for methinks if he were married, he would be more out of sight than he already is. Ah, madam, returned Franquet, love is no chameleon, it cannot feed on air alone. No, but, rejoined Silesia, you lovers that are not blind like love itself have amorous looks to feed on. Ah, believe it, said Belvira, 'tis better, Franquet, not to lose paradise by too much knowledge. Marriage enjoyments does but wake you from your sweet golden dreams. Pleasure is but a dream, dear Franquet, but a dream, and to be wakened. Ah, dearest but unkind Belvira, answered Franquet, sure there's no waking from delight in being lulled on those soft breasts of thine. Alas, replied the bride-to-be, it is that very lulling wakes you. Women enjoyed are like romances read, or raree shows once seen, mere tricks of the sleight of hand, which, when found out, you only wonder at yourselves for wondering so before at them. 'Tis expectation endears the blessing, heaven would not be heaven could we tell what 'tis. When the plot's out, you have done with the play, and when the last act's done, you see the curtain drawn with great indifferency. O my Belvira, answered Franquet, that expectation were indeed a monster which enjoyment could not satisfy. I should take no pleasure, he rejoined, running from hill to hill, like children chasing that sun which I could never catch. O, thou shalt have it then, that sun of love, replied Belvira, fired by this complaint, and gently rushed into arms, rejoined, so Phoebus rushes radiant and unsullied into a gilded cloud. Well then, my dear Belvira, answered Franquet, be assured I shall be ever yours, as you are mine. Fear not, you shall never draw bills of love upon me so fast, as I shall wait in readiness to pay them. But now I talk of bills, I must retire into Cambridgeshire, where I have a small concern as yet unmortgaged. I will return thence with a brace of £1,000 within a week at furthest, with which our nuptials by their celebration shall be worthy of our love. And then, my life, my soul, we shall be joined, never to part again. This tender expression moved Belvira to shed some few tears, and poor Silesia thought herself most unhappy that she had not eyes to weep with too, but if she had, such was the greatness of her grief, that sure she would have soon grown blind with weeping. In short, after a great many soft vows and promises of an inviolable faith, they parted with a pompous sort of pleasing woe. Their concern was of such a mixture of joy and sadness as the weather seems when it both rains and shines. And now the very last adieus was over, for the farewells of lovers hardly ever end, and Frankwit, the time being summer, reached Cambridge that night, about 9 o'clock. Strange that he should have made such haste to fly from what he so much loved. And now, tired with the fatigue of his journey, he thought fit to refresh himself by writing some few lines to his beloved Belvira. For a little verse, after the dull prose company of his servant, was as great an ease to him, from whom it flowed as naturally and unartificially as his love or his breath, as a pace or hand-gallop after a hard, uncouth, and rugged trot. He therefore, finding his Pegasus was no way tired with his land travel, takes a short journey through the air, and writes as follows: My dearest dear Belvira, you knew my soul, you knew it yours before. I told it all, and now can tell no more. Your presence never wants fresh charms to move, but now more strange and unknown power you prove, for now your very absence 'tis I love. Something there is which strikes my wandering view, and still before my eyes I fancy you. Charming you seem, all charming, heavenly fair, bright as a goddess does my love appear. You seem, Belvira, what indeed you are, like the angelic offspring of the skies, with beatific glories in your eyes, sparkling with radiant lustre all divine, angels and gods, O heavens, how bright they shine! Are you, Belvira? Can I think you mine? Beyond even thought I do thy beauty see. Can such a heaven of heavens be kept for me? O be assured I shall be ever true, I must, for if I would, I can't be false to you. O how I wish I might no longer stay, though I resolve I will no time delay. One tedious week, and then I'll fleet away. Though love be blind, he shall conduct my road, winged with almighty love, to your abode. I'll fly and grow immortal as a god. Short is my stay, yet my impatience strong. Short though it is, alas, I think it long. I'll come, my life, new blessings to pursue. Love then shall fly a flight he never flew. I'll stretch his balmy wings. I'm yours. Adieu. Frankwit. This letter Belvira received with unspeakable joy, and laid it up safely in her bosom, laid it where the dear author of it lay before, and wonderfully pleased with his humour of writing verse, resolved not to be at all behindhand with him, and so writ as follows: My dear charmer, you knew before what power your love could boast, but now your constant faith confirms me most. Absent sincerity the best assures. Love may do much, but faith much more allures. For now your constancy has bound me yours. I find, methinks, in verse some pleasure too. I cannot want a muse who write to you. Ah, soon return, return, my charming dear. Heaven knows how much we mourn your absence here. My poor Cilicia now would charm your soul. Her eyes, once blind, do now divinely roll. An aged matron has by charms unknown given her clear sight as perfect as thy own. And yet, beyond her eyes, she values thee. 'Tis for thy sake alone she's glad to see. She begged me, pray remember her to you. That is a task which now I gladly do. Gladly, since so I only recommend a dear relation and a dearer friend. Ne'er shall my love, but here my note must end. Your ever true Belvira. When this letter was written, it was straight shown to Cilicia, who looked upon anything that belonged to Frankwit with rejoicing glances. So eagerly she perused it that her tender eyes beginning to water, she cried out, fancying she saw the words dance before her view, Ah, cousin, cousin, your letter is running away. Sure it can't go itself to Frankwit. A great deal of other pleasing innocent things she said, but still her eyes flowed more bright with lustrous beams, as if they were to shine out, now all that glancing radiancy which had been so long kept secret, and as if as soon as the cloud of blindness once was broke, nothing but lightnings were to flash for ever after. Thus in mutual discourse they spent their hours, while Frankwit was now ravished with the receipt of this charming answer of Belvira's, and blessed his own eyes which discovered to him the much welcome news of fair Cilicia's. Often he read the letters o'er and o'er, but there his fate lay hid, for 'twas that very fondness proved his ruin. He lodged at a cousin's house of his, and there, it being a private family, lodged likewise a blackamoor lady, then a widow. A whimsical knight had taken a fancy to enjoy her. Enjoy her, did I say? Enjoy the devil in the flesh at once? I know not how it was, but he would have fain been abed with her, but she was not consenting on unlawful terms. But sure all terms are with her unlawful. The knight soon married her, as if there were not hell enough in matrimony, but he must wed the devil too. The knight a little after died, and left this lady of his, whom I shall call Moria, an estate of 6,000 pounds per annum. Now this Moria observed the joyous Frankwit with an eager look. Her eyes seemed like stars of the first magnitude glaring in the night. She greatly importuned him to discover the occasion of his transport, but he, denying it, as 'tis the humour of our sex, made her the more inquisitive, and being jealous that it was from a mistress, employed her maid to steal it, and if she found it such, to bring it her. Accordingly it succeeded, for Frankwit, having drank hard with some of the gentlemen of that shire, found himself indisposed, and soon went to bed, having put the letter in his pocket. The maid therefore to Moria contrived that all the other servants should be out of the way, that she might plausibly officiate in the warming the bed of the indisposed lover, but likely, had it not been so, she had warmed it by his entreaties in a more natural manner. He being in bed in an inner room, she slips out the letter from his pocket, carries it to her mistress to read, and so restores it whence she had it. In the morning the poor lover wakened in a violent fever, burning with a fire more hot than that of love. In short, he continued sick a considerable while, all the which time the Lady Moria constantly visited him, and he as unwillingly saw her, poor gentleman, as he would have seen a parson, for as the latter would have persuaded, so the former scared him to repentance. In the meanwhile, during his sickness, several letters were sent to him by his dear Belvira and Silesia too, then, learning to write, had made a shift to give him a line or two in postscript with her cousin, but all was intercepted by the jealousy of the black Moria, black in her mind and dark as well as in her body. Frankwit too writ several letters as he was able, complaining of her unkindness. Those likewise were all stopped by the same Blackmoor devil. At last it happened that Wildville, who I told my reader was Frankwit's friend, came to London, his father likewise dead, and now master of a very plentiful fortune, he resolves to marry, and paying a visit to Belvira, inquires of her concerning Frankwit. She, all in mourning for the loss, told him his friend was dead. "Ah, Wildville, he is dead," said she, "and died not mine, a Blackmoor lady had bewitched him from me. I received a letter lately which informed me all. There was no name subscribed to it, but it intimated that it was written at the request of dying Frankwit." "Oh, I am sorry at my soul," said Wildville, "for I loved him with the best, the dearest friendship. No doubt, then," rejoined he, "'tis witchcraft, indeed, that could make him false to you. What delight could he take in a blackamoor lady, though she had received him at once with a soul as open as her longing arms, and with her petticoat put off her modesty? Gods, how could he change a whole field argent into downright sables?" "'Twas done," returned Silesia, "with no small blot, I fancy, to the female scutcheon." In short, after some more discourse, but very sorrowful, Wildville takes his leave, extremely taken with the fair Belvira, more beauteous in her cloud of woe. He paid her afterwards frequent visits, and found her wonder for the odd inconstancy of Frankwit greater than her sorrow, since he died so unworthy of her. Wildville attacked her with all the force of vigorous love, and she, as she thought, fully convinced of Frankwit's death, urged by the fury and impatience of her new ardent lover, soon surrendered, and the day of their nuptials now arrived, their hands were joined. In the meantime, Frankwit, for he still lived, knew nothing of the injury the base Moria practised, knew not that 'twas through her private order that the forementioned account of his falsehood and his death were sent, but impatient to see his dear Belvira, though yet extremely weak, rid post to London, and that very day arrived there, immediately after the nuptials of his mistress and his friend were celebrated. I was at this time in Cambridge, and having some small acquaintance with this blackamoor lady, and sitting in a room that evening, after Franquet's departure thence, in Moria's absence saw inadvertently a bundle of papers, which she had gathered up, as I suppose, to burn, since now they grew but useless, she having no farther hopes of him. I fancied I knew the hand, and thence my curiosity only led me to see the name, and finding Belvira subscribed, I began to guess there was some foul play in hand. Belvira being my particularly intimate acquaintance, I read one of them, and finding the contents, conveyed them all secretly out with me, as I thought in point of justice I was bound, and sent them to Belvira by that night's post, so that they came to her hands soon after the minute of her marriage, with an account how and by what means I came to light on them. No doubt but they exceedingly surprised her. But oh, much more she grew amazed immediately after, to see the poor and now unhappy Franquet, who privately had inquired for her below, being received as a stranger, who said he had some urgent business with her, in a back chamber below stairs. What tongue, and what pen can express the mournful sorrow of this scene? At first they both stood dumb and almost senseless. She took him for the ghost of Franquet, he looked so pale, new risen from his sickness. He, for he had heard at his entrance in the house that his Belvira married Wildville, stood in amaze, and like a ghost indeed wanted the power to speak, till spoken to the first. At last he draws his sword, designing there to fall upon it in her presence. She, then imagining it his ghost too sure and come to kill her, shrieks out and swoons. He ran immediately to her, and catched her in his arms, and while he strove to revive and bring her to herself, though that he thought could never now be done, since she was married, Wildville, missing his bride, and hearing the loud shriek, came running down, and entering the room sees his bride lie clasped in Franquet's arms. "Ha! Traitor!" he cries out, drawing his sword with an impatient fury. "Have you kept that strumpet all this while, cursed Franquet, and now think fit to put your damned cast mistress upon me? Could you not forbear her neither even on my wedding day? Abominable wretch!" Thus saying, he made a full pass at Franquet, and run him through the left arm, and quite through the body of the poor Belvira. That thrust immediately made her start, though Franquet's endeavours all before were useless. Strange, that her death revived her, for she felt, now that she only lived to die. Striving through wild amazement to run from such a scene of horror as her apprehension showed her, down she dropped, and Franquet, seeing her fall, all friendship disannulled by such a chain of injuries, draws, fights with, and stabs his own loved Wildville. Ah, who can express the horror and distraction of this fatal misunderstanding? The house was alarmed, and in came poor Silesia, running in confusion just as Franquet was offering to kill himself, to die with a false friend and perjured mistress, for he supposed them such. Poor Silesia now bemoaned her unhappiness of sight, and wished she again were blind. Wildville died immediately, and Belvira only survived him long enough to unfold all their most unhappy fate, desiring Franquet with her dying breath, if ever he loved her, and now she said that she deserved his love, since she had convinced him that she was not false, to marry her poor dear Silesia, and love her tenderly for her Belvira's sake, leaving her, being her nearest relation, all her fortune, and he much dearer than it all, to be added to her own. So joining his and Silesia's hands, she poured her last breath upon his lips, and said, "Dear Franquet, Franquet, I die yours." With tears and wondrous sorrow he promised to obey her will, and in some months after her interment he performed his promise. End of The Unfortunate Bride, by Aphra Behn.
Up in the Gallery, by Franz Kafka. Translated by Ian Johnston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. If some frail, tubercular lady circus rider were to be driven in circles around and around the arena for months and months without interruption in front of a tireless public on a swaying horse by a merciless whip-wielding master of ceremonies, spinning on the horse, throwing kisses and swaying at the waist, and if this performance, amid the incessant roar of the orchestra and the ventilators, were to continue into the ever-expanding grey future, accompanied by applause, which died down and then swelled up again, from hands which were really steam hammers, perhaps then a young visitor to the gallery might rush down the long staircase, through all the levers, burst into the ring, and cry "Stop!" through the fanfares of the constantly adjusting orchestra. But since things are not like that, since a beautiful woman, in white and red, flies in through curtains which proud men in livery open in front of her, since the director, devotedly seeking her eyes, breathes in her direction, behaving like an animal, and, as a precaution, lifts her up on the dapple-grey horse, as if she were his granddaughter, the one he loved more than anything else, as she starts a dangerous journey, but he cannot decide to give the signal with his whip, and finally, controlling himself, gives it a crack, runs right beside the horse with his mouth open, follows the rider's leaps with his sharp gaze, hardly capable of comprehending her skill, tries to warn her by calling out in English, furiously castigating the grooms holding hoops, telling them to pay the most scrupulous attention, and begs the orchestra with upraised arms to be quiet before the great jump, finally lifts the small woman down from the trembling horse, kisses her on both cheeks, considers no public tribute adequate, while she herself, leaning on him, high on the tips of her toes, with dust swirling around her, arms outstretched and head thrown back, wants to share her luck with the entire circus. Since this is how things are, the visitor to the gallery puts his face on the railing, and, sinking into the final march as if into a difficult dream, weeps without realizing it. The end of Up in the Gallery by Franz Kafka. Translated by Ian Johnston. Read by Adam Wybray.
The Valor of Cap'n Vara by Paul Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The wind came from the north with sleet on its back. Raw shuddering gusts whipped the sea till the ship lurched and men felt driven spindrift stinging their faces. Beyond the rail there was winter night, a moving blackness where the waves rushed and clamored. Straining into the great dark, men sensed only the bitter salt of sea scud, the nettle of sleet, and the lash of wind. Cap'n lost his footing as the ship heaved beneath him. His hands were yanked from the icy rail, and he went stumbling to the deck. The bilge water was new coldness on his drenched clothes. He struggled back to his feet, leaning on a rower's bench and wishing miserably that his quaking stomach had more to lose. But he had already chucked his share of stockfish and hardtack, to the laughter of Spheric's men, when the gale started. Numb fingers groped anxiously for the harp on his back. It still seemed intact in its leather case. He didn't care about the sodden wadmal breeks and tunic that hung around his skin. The sooner they rotted off him, the better. The thought of the silks and linens of Croy was a sigh in him. Why had he come to Norren? A gigantic form, vague in the whistling dark, loomed beside him and gave him a steadying hand. He could barely hear the blond giant's bull tones. "Ah, easy there, lad. Methinks the sea-horse road is too rough for your feet." Said Cap'n. His slim body huddled on the bench, too miserable to care. The sleet pattered against his shoulders, and the spray congealed in his red hair. Torbeck of Norren squinted into the night. It made his leathery face a mesh of wrinkles. "A bitter feast Yolner we hold," he said. "'Twas a madness of the king's that he would guest with his brother across the water. Now the other ships are blown from us, and the fire is drenched out, and we lie alone in the wolf's throat." Wind piped shrill in the rigging. Cap'n could just see the longboat's single mast reeling against the sky. The ice on the shrouds made it a pale pyramid. Ice everywhere, thick on the rails and benches, sheathing the dragon head and the carved sternpost, the ship rolling and staggering under the great march of waves, men bailing and bailing in the half-frozen bilge to keep her afloat, and too much wind for sail or oars. Yes, a cold feast. "But then, Sverek has been strange since the Troll took his daughter 3 years ago," went on Torvik. He shivered in a way the winter had not caused. "Never does he smile, and his once open hand grasps tight about the silver, and his men have poor reward and no thanks. Yes, strange." His small frost blue eyes shifted to Captain Varra, and the unspoken thought ran on beneath them. Strange, even, that he likes you, the wandering bard from the south. Strange that he will have you in his hall when you cannot sing as his men would like. Cappan did not care to defend himself. He had drifted up toward the northern barbarians with the idea that they would well reward a minstrel who could offer them something more than their own crude chants. It had been a mistake. They didn't care for roundels or sestinas. They yawned at the thought of roses white and red under the moon of Caronne, a moon less fair than my lady's eyes. Nor did a man of Croy have the size and strength to compel their respect. Cappan's light blade flickered swiftly enough so that no one cared to fight him, but he lacked the power of sheer bulk. Svarek alone had enjoyed hearing him sing, but he was niggardly, and his brawling thorp was an endless boredom to a man used to the courts of southern princes. If he had but had the manhood to leave. But he had delayed, because of a lusty peasant wench and a hope that Svarek's coffers would open wider, and now he was dragged along over the wolf's throat to a midwinter feast which would have to be celebrated on the sea. "Had we but fire!" Torvik thrust his hands inside his cloak, trying to warm them a little. The ship rolled till she was almost on her beam ends. Torvik braced himself with practiced feet, but Cappan went into the bilge again. He sprawled there for a while, his bruised body refusing movement. A weary sailor with a bucket glared at him through dripping hair. His shout was dim under the hoot and skirl of wind. "If ye like it so well down here, then help us bail." "'Tis not yet my turn," groaned Cappan, and got slowly up. The wave which had nearly swamped them had put out the ship's fire and drenched the wood beyond hope of lighting a new one. It was cold fish and sea-sodden hardtack till they saw land again, if they ever did. As Cappan raised himself on the leeward side, he thought he saw something gleam, far out across the wrathful night. A wavering red spark. He brushed a stiffened hand across his eyes, wondering if the madness of wind and water had struck through into his own skull. A gust of sleet hid it again. But... He fumbled his way aft between the benches. Huddled figures cursed him wearily as he stepped on them. The ship shook herself, rolled along the edge of a boiling black trough, and slid down into it. For an instant the white teeth of combers grinned above her rail, and Cappan waited for an end to all things. Then she mounted them again, somehow, and wallowed toward another valley. King Svarek had the steering oar and was trying to hold the longboat into the wind. He had stood there since sundown, huge and untiring, legs braced and the bucking wood cradled in his arms. More than human he seemed, there under the icicle loom of the sternpost, his gray hair and beard rigid with ice. Beneath the horned helmet the strong, moody face turned right and left, peering into the darkness. Cappan felt smaller than usual when he approached the steersman. He leaned close to the king, shouting against the blast of winter. "My lord, did I not see firelight?" I spied it an hour ago," grunted the king. "Been trying to steer us a little closer to it." Cappan nodded, too sick and weary to feel reproved. "What is it?" "Some island. There are many in this stretch of water. Now shut up." Cappan crouched down under the rail and waited. The lonely red gleam seemed nearer when he looked again. Svarek's tones were lifting in a roar that hammered through the gale from end to end of the ship. "Hither! Come hither to me, all men not working!" Slowly they groped to him, great shadowy forms in wool and leather, bulking over Cappan like storm gods. Svarek nodded toward the flickering glow. "One of the islands. Somebody must be living there. I cannot bring the ship closer for fear of surf, but one of ye should be able to take the boat thither and fetch us fire and dry wood. Who will go?" They peered overside, and the uneasy movement that ran among them came from more than the roll and pitch of the deck underfoot. Bjorn of the Bold spoke at last. It was hardly to be heard in the noisy dark. "I have never known of men living hereabouts. It must be a lair of trolls." Aye, so. Aye, they'd but eat the man we sent. Out oars, let's away from here, though it cost our lives. The frightened mumble was low under the jeering wind. Svarik's face drew into a snarl. Are ye men, or puling babes? Hack your way through them if they be trolls, but bring me fire. Even a she-troll is stronger than 50 men, my king, cried Torbeck. Well ye know that, when the monster woman broke through our guards 3 years ago and bore off Hildegund. Enough! It was a scream in Svarik's throat. I'll have your craven heads for this, all of ye, if ye gang not to the isle. They looked at each other, the big men of Norren, and their shoulders hunched bear-like. It was Bjorna who spoke it for them. No, that ye will not. We are free housecarls, who will fight for a leader, but not for a madman. Cappan drew back against the rail, trying to make himself small. All gods turn their faces from ye. It was more than weariness and despair which glared in Svarik's eyes. There was something of death in them. I'll go myself, then. No, my king, that we will not find ourselves in. I am the king, and we are your housecarls, sworn to defend ye, even from yourself. Ye shall not go. The ship rolled again, so violently that they were all thrown to starboard. Cappan landed on Torbeck, who reached up to shove him aside, and then closed one huge fist on his tunic. Here's our man! Ha! yelled Cappan. Torbeck hauled him roughly back to his feet. Ye cannot row or bale your fair share, he growled. Nor do ye know the rigging or any skill of a sailor. 'Tis time ye made yourself useful. Aye, aye, let little Cappan go. Mayhap he can sing the trolls to sleep. The laughter was hard and barking, edged with fear, and they all hemmed him in. My lord, bleated the minstrel, I am your guest. Svarik laughed unpleasantly, half crazily. Sing them a song, he howled. Make a fine round, whatever ye call it, to the troll wife's beauty, and bring us some fire, little man. Bring us a flame less hot than the love in your breast for your lady. Teeth grinned through matted beards. Someone hauled on the rope from which the ship's small boat trailed, dragging it close. Go, ye scut! A horny hand sent Cappan stumbling to the rail. He cried out once again. An axe lifted above his head. Someone handed him his own slim sword, and for a wild moment he thought of fighting. Useless. Too many of them. He buckled on the sword and spat at the men. The wind tossed it back in his face, and they raved with laughter. Over the side. The boat rose to meet him, and he landed in a heap on drenched planks and looked up into the shadowy faces of the Northmen. There was a sob in his throat as he found the seat and took out the oars. An awkward pull sent him spinning from the ship, and then the night had swallowed it and he was alone. Numbly he bent to the task. Unless he wanted to drown, there was no place to go but the island. He was too weary and ill to be much afraid, and such fear as he had was all of the sea. It could rise over him, gulp him down, the gray horses would gallop over him, and the long weeds would wrap him when he rolled dead against some skerry. The soft vales of Caron and the roses in Croy's gardens seemed like a dream. There was only the roar and boom of the northern sea, hiss of sleet and spindrift, crazed scream of wind. He was alone as man had ever been, and he would go down to the sharks alone. The boat wallowed, but rode the waves better than the longship. He grew dully aware that the storm was pushing him toward the island. It was becoming visible, a deeper blackness harsh against the night. He could not row much in the restless water. He shipped the oars and waited for the gale to capsize him and fill his mouth with the sea. And when it gurgled in his throat, what would his last thought be? Should he dwell on the lovely image of Idris in sails, she of the long bright hair and the singing voice? But then there had been the tomboy laughter of dark Falkny. He could not neglect her. And there were memories of Elvana and her castle by the lake, and Siran of the 100 Rings, and beauteous Vardry, and hawk-proud Lona, and... No, he could not do justice to any of them in the little time that remained. What a pity it was. No, wait, that unforgettable night in Nienne! The beauty which had whispered in his ear and drawn him close, the hair which had fallen like a silken tent about his cheeks. Ah, that had been the summit of his life. He would go down into darkness with her name on his lips. But, hell, what had her name been, now? Cap'n Vara, minstrel of Croy, clung to the bench and sighed. The great hollow voice of surf lifted about him. Waves sheeted across the gunwale, and the boat danced in madness. Cap'n groaned, huddling into the circle of his own arms and shaking with cold. Swiftly now, the end of all sunlight and laughter, the dark and lonely road which all men must tread. O Ilwarra of Syr, Aedra in Tholis, could I but kiss you once more. Stones grated under the keel. It was a shock, like a sword going through him. Cap'n looked unbelievably up. The boat had drifted to land. He was alive. It was like the sun in his breast. Weariness fell from him, and he leaped overside, not feeling the chill of the shallows. With a grunt he heaved the boat up on the narrow strand and knotted the painter to a fang-like jut of reef. Then he looked about him. The island was small, utterly bare, a savage loom of rock rising out of the sea that growled at its feet and streamed off its shoulders. He had come into a little cliff-walled bay, somewhat sheltered from the wind. He was here. For a moment he stood, running through all he had learned about the trolls which infested these Northlands. Hideous and soulless dwellers underground, they knew not old age. A sword could hew them asunder, but before it reached their deep-seated life, their unhuman strength had plucked a man apart. Then they ate him. Small wonder the Northmen feared them. Cap'n threw back his head and laughed. He had once done a service for a mighty wizard in the south, and his reward hung about his neck, a small silver amulet. The wizard had told him that no supernatural being could harm anyone who carried a piece of silver. The Northmen said that a troll was powerless against a man who was not afraid, but of course only to see one was to feel the heart turn to ice. They did not know the value of silver, it seemed. Odd that they shouldn't, but they did not. Because Cap'n Vara did, he had no reason to be afraid. Therefore he was doubly safe, and it was but a matter of talking the troll into giving him some fire. If, indeed, there was a troll here and not some harmless fisherman. He whistled gaily, wrung some of the water from his cloak and ruddy hair, and started along the beach. In the sleety gloom he could just see a hewn-out path winding up one of the cliffs, and he set his feet on it. At the top of the path the wind ripped his whistling from his lips. He hunched his back against it and walked faster, swearing as he stumbled on hidden rocks. The ice-sheathed ground was slippery underfoot, and the cold bit like a knife. Rounding a crag, he saw redness glow in the face of a steep bluff. A cave mouth, a fire within. He hastened his steps, hungering for warmth, until he stood in the entrance. "Who comes?" It was a hoarse bass cry that rang and boomed between walls of rock. There was ice and horror in it. For a moment Cap'n's heart stumbled. Then he remembered the amulet and strode boldly inside. "Good evening, Mother," he said cheerily. The cave widened out into a stony hugeness that gaped with tunnels leading further underground. The rough, soot-blackened walls were hung with plundered silks and cloth of gold, gone ragged with age and damp. The floor was strewn with stinking rushes, and gnawed bones were heaped in disorder. Cap'n saw the skulls of men among them. In the center of the room a great fire leaped and blazed, throwing billows of heat against him. Some of its smoke went up a hole in the roof, the rest stung his eyes to watering, and he sneezed. The troll wife crouched on the floor, snarling at him. She was quite the most hideous thing Cap'n had ever seen. Nearly as tall as he, she was twice as broad and thick, and the knotted arms hung down past bowed knees till their clawed fingers brushed the ground. Her head was beast-like, almost split in half by the tusked mouth, the eyes wells of darkness, the nose an ell long. Her hairless skin was green and cold, moving on her bones. A tattered shift covered some of her monstrousness, but she was still a nightmare. "Ho, ho, ho, ho!" Her laughter roared out, hungry and hollow as the surf around the island. Slowly she shuffled closer. "So my dinner comes walking in to greet me. Ho, ho, ho! Welcome, sweet flesh. Welcome, good marrow-filled bones. Come in and be warmed." "Why, thank you, good mother." Cap'n shucked his cloak and grinned at her through the smoke. He felt his clothes steaming already. "I love you too." Over her shoulder he suddenly saw the girl. She was huddled in a corner, wrapped in fear, but the eyes that watched him were as blue as the skies over Caronne. The ragged dress did not hide the gentle curves of her body, nor did the tear-streaked grime spoil the lilt of her face. "Why, 'tis springtime in here!" cried Cap'n, "and Primavera herself is strewing flowers of love." "What are you talking about, crazy man?" rumbled the troll wife. She turned to the girl. "Heap the fire, Hildegund, and set up the roasting spit. Tonight I feast." "Truly I see heaven in female form before me," said Cap'n. The troll scratched her misshapen head. "You must surely be from far away, moonstruck man," she said. "Aye, from Golden Croy am I wandered, drawn over dolorous seas and empty wild lands by the fame of loveliness waiting here, and now that I have seen you, my life is full." Cap'n was looking at the girl as he spoke, but he hoped the troll might take it as aimed her way. "It will be fuller," grinned the monster, "stuffed with hot coals while yet you live." She glanced back at the girl. "What? Are you not working yet, you lazy tub of lard? Set up the spit, I said." The girl shuddered back against a heap of wood. "No," she whispered, "I cannot. Not for a man." "Can and will, my girl," said the troll, picking up a bone to throw at her. The girl shrieked a little. "No, no, sweet mother, I would not be so ungallant as to have beauty toil for me." Cap'n plucked at the troll's filthy dress. "It is not meet, in two senses. I only came to beg a little fire, yet will I bear away a greater fire within my heart." "Fire in your guts, you mean. No man ever left me save as picked bones." Cap'n thought he heard a worried note in the animal growl. "Shall we have music for the feast?" he asked mildly. He unslung the case of his harp and took it out. The troll wife waved her fists in the air and danced with rage. "Are you mad? I tell you, you are going to be eaten." The minstrel plucked a string on his harp. "This wet air has played the devil with her tone," he murmured sadly. The troll wife roared wordlessly and lunged at him. Hildegun covered her eyes. Cap'n tuned his harp. A foot from his throat the claws stopped. "Pray do not excite yourself, mother," said the bard. "I carry silver, you know." "What is that to me? If you think you have a charm which will turn me, know that there is none. I've no fear of your metal." Cap'n threw back his head and sang. "A lovely lady full oft lies, the light that lies within her eyes, and lies in no surprise, all her unkindness can devise, to troubled hearts that seek the prize, which is herself our angel lies." "Arrah!" It was like thunder drowning him out. The troll wife turned and went on all fours and poked up the fire with her nose. Cap'n stepped softly around her and touched the girl. She looked up with a little whimper. "You are Sverrek's only daughter, are you not?" he whispered. "I—" She bowed her head, a strengthless despair weighing it down. "The troll stole me away 3 winters agone. It has tickled her to have a princess for slave. But soon I will roast on her spit, even as ye, brave man." "Ridiculous. So fair a lady is meant for another kind of— never mind. Has she treated you very ill?" "She beats me now and again, and I have been so lonely, naught here at all save the troll wife and I." The small work-roughened hands clutched desperately at his waist, and she buried her face against his breast. "Can ye save us?" she gasped. "I fear 'tis for naught ye ventured your life, bravest of men. I fear we'll soon both sputter on the coals." Cap'n said nothing. If she wanted to think he had come especially to rescue her, he would not be so ungallant to tell her otherwise. The troll wife's mouth gashed in a grin as she walked through the fire to him. "There is a price," she said. "If you cannot tell me 3 things about myself which are true beyond disproving, not courage nor amulet nor the gods themselves may avail to keep that red head on your shoulders." Cap'n clapped a hand to his sword. "Why, gladly," he said. This was a rule of magic he had learned long ago, that 3 truths were the needful armor to make any guardian charm work. Imprimis, yours is the ugliest nose I ever saw poking up a fire. Secundus, I was never in a house I cared less to guest at. Tertius, ever among trolls you are little liked, being one of the worst. Hildegun moaned with terror as the monster swelled in rage, but there was no movement. Only the leaping flames and the eddying smoke stirred. Cappen's voice rang out, coldly. Now the king lies on the sea, frozen and wet, and I am come to fetch a brand for his fire, and I had best also see his daughter home. The troll shook her head, suddenly chuckling. No, the brand you may have, just to get you out of this cave, foulness. But the woman is in my thrall until a man sleeps with her, here, for a night. And if he does, I may have him to break my fast in the morning. Cappen yawned mightily. Thank you, mother. Your offer of a bed is most welcome to these tired bones, and I accept gratefully. You will die tomorrow, she raved. The ground shook under the huge weight of her as she stamped. Because of the 3 truths, I must let you go tonight, but tomorrow I may do what I will. Forget not my little friend, mother, said Cappen, and touched the cord of the amulet. I tell you, silver has no use against me. Cappen sprawled on the floor and rippled fingers across his harp. A lovely lady full oft lies. The troll wife turned from him in a rage. Hildegun ladled up some broth, saying nothing, and Cappen ate it with pleasure, though it could have used more seasoning. After that he indited a sonnet to the princess, who regarded him wide-eyed. The troll came back from a tunnel after he finished, and said curtly, "This way." Cappen took the girl's hand and followed her into a pitchy, reeking dark. She plucked an arras aside to show a room which surprised him by being hung with tapestries, lit with candles, and furnished with a fine, broad feather bed. "Sleep here tonight, if you dare," she growled, "and tomorrow I shall eat you. And you, worthless, lazy she-trash, will have the hide flayed off your back." She barked a laugh and left them. Hildegun fell weeping on the mattress. Cappen let her cry herself out while he undressed and got between the blankets. Drawing his sword, he laid it carefully in the middle of the bed. The girl looked at him through jumbled fair locks. "How can ye dare?" she whispered. "One breath of fear, one moment's doubt, and the troll is free to rend ye." "Exactly," Cappen yawned. "Doubtless she hopes that fear will come to me lying wakeful in the night. Wherefore 'tis but a question of going gently to sleep. O Svarek, Torbeck, and Bjorna, could you but see how I am resting now." "But the 3 truths ye gave her, how knew ye?" "Oh, those. Well, see you, sweet lady, Primus and Secundus were my own thoughts, and who was to disprove them? Tertius was also clear, since you said there had been no company here in 3 years. Yet are there many trolls in these lands, ergo even they cannot stomach our gentle hostess." Cappen watched her through heavy-lidded eyes. She flushed deeply, blew out the candles, and he heard her slip off her garments and get in with him. There was a long silence. Then, "Are ye not?" "Yes, fair one," he muttered through his drowsiness. "Are ye not? Well, I am here, and ye are here, and—" "Fear not," he said. "I laid my sword between us. Sleep in peace." "I would be glad. Ye have come to deliver—" "No, fair lady, no man of gentle breeding could so abuse his power. Good night." He leaned over, brushing his lips gently across hers, and lay down again. "Ye are—I never thought man could be so noble," she whispered. Cappen mumbled something. As his soul spun into sleep, he chuckled. Those unresting days and nights on the sea had not left him fit for that kind of exercise. But, of course, if she wanted to think he was being magnanimous, it could be useful later. He woke with a start and looked into the sputtering glare of a torch. Its light wove across the crags and gullies of the troll wife's face and shimmered wetly off the great tusks in her mouth. "Good morning, mother," said Cappen politely. Hildegun thrust back a scream. "Come and be eaten," said the troll wife. "No, thank you," said Cappen, regretfully but firmly. "'Twould be ill for my health. No, I will but trouble you for a firebrand, and then the princess and I will be off." "If you think that stupid bit of silver will protect you, think again," she snapped. "Your 3 sentences were all that saved you last night. Now I hunger." "Silver," said Cap'n didactically, "is a certain shield against all black magics. So the wizard told me, and he was such a nice white-bearded old man I am sure even his attendant devils never lied. Now please depart, Mother, for modesty forbids me to dress before your eyes." The hideous face thrust close to his. He smiled dreamily and tweaked her nose. Hard. She howled and flung the torch at him. Cap'n caught it and stuffed it into her mouth. She choked and ran from the room. "A new sport, troll baiting," said the bard gaily into the sudden darkness. "Come, shall we not venture out?" The girl trembled too much to move. He comforted her, absent-mindedly, and dressed in the dark, swearing at the clumsy leggings. When he left, Hildegun put on her clothes and hurried after him. The troll wife squatted by the fire and glared at them as they went by. Cap'n hefted his sword and looked at her. "I do not love you," he said mildly, and hewed out. She backed away, shrieking as he slashed at her. In the end, she crouched at the mouth of a tunnel, raging futilely. Cap'n pricked her with his blade. "It is not worth my time to follow you down underground," he said. "But if ever you trouble men again, I will hear of it and come and feed you to my dogs, a piece at a time, a very small piece. Do you understand?" She snarled at him. "An extremely small piece," said Cap'n amiably. "Have you heard me?" Something broke in her. "Yes," she whimpered. He let her go, and she scuttled from him like a rat. He remembered the firewood and took an armful. On the way he thoughtfully picked up a few jeweled rings which he didn't think she would be needing, and stuck them in his pouch. Then he led the girl outside. The wind had laid itself. A clear, frosty morning glittered on the sea, and the longship was a distant sliver against white-capped blueness. The minstrel groaned. "What a distance to row! Oh, well." They were at sea before Hildegun spoke. Awe was in the eyes that watched him. "No man could be so brave," she murmured. "Are ye a god?" "Not quite," said Cap'n. "No, most beautiful one, modesty grips my tongue. 'Twas but that I had the silver and was therefore proof against her sorcery." "But the silver was no help!" she cried. Cap'n's oar caught a crab. "What?" he yelled. "No, no. Why, she told ye so her own self." "I thought she lied. I know the silver guards against—" "But she used no magic. Trolls have but their own strength." Cap'n sagged in his seat. For a moment he thought he was going to faint. Then only his lack of fear had armored him, and if he had known the truth, that would not have lasted a minute. He laughed shakily. Another score for his doubts about the overall value of truth. The longship's oars bit water and approached him. Indignant voices asking why he had been so long on his errand faded when his passenger was seen. And Svarog the King wept as he took his daughter back into his arms. The hard brown face was still blurred with tears when he looked at the minstrel, but the return of his old self was there too. "What ye have done, Cap'n Varra of Croy, is what no other man in the world could have done." "Aye, aye." The rough northern voices held adoration as the warriors crowded around the slim, red-haired figure. "Ye shall have her whom ye saved to wife," said Svarog, "and when I die ye shall rule all Norren." Cap'n swayed and clutched the rail. 3 nights later he slipped away from their shore camp and turned his face southward. End of The Valor of Cap'n Varra, by Paul Anderson. Recording by Karina Schultz.
Visit to the Asylum for Aged and Decayed Punsters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Visit to the Asylum for Aged and Decayed Punsters by Oliver Wendell Holmes. having just returned from a visit to this admirable institution, in company with a friend who is one of the directors, we propose giving a short account of what we saw and heard. The great success of the Asylum for Idiots and Feeble-Minded Youth, several of the scholars from which have reached considerable distinction, one of them being connected with a leading daily paper in this city, and others having served in the state and national legislatures, was the motive which led to the foundation of this excellent charity. Our late distinguished townsman, Noah Dow, Esquire, as is well known, bequeathed a large portion of his fortune to this establishment, being thereto moved, as his will expressed it, by the desire of endowing some public institution for the benefit of mankind. Being consulted as to the rules of the institution and the selection of a superintendent, he replied that all boards must construct their own platforms of operation. Let them select anyhow, and he should be pleased. N.E. Howe, Esquire, was chosen in compliance with this delicate suggestion. The charter provides for the support of 100 aged and decayed gentlemen punsters. On inquiry if there was no provision for females, my friend called my attention to this remarkable psychological fact, namely, there is no such thing as a female punster. This remark struck me forcibly, and on reflection I found that I never knew nor heard of one, though I have once or twice heard a woman make a single detached pun, as I have known a hen to crow. On arriving at the south gate of the asylum grounds, I was about to ring, but my friend held my arm and begged me to rap with my stick, which I did. An old man with a very comical face presently opened the gate and put out his head. "So you prefer Cain to a bell, do you?" he said, and began chuckling and coughing at a great rate. My friend winked at me. "You're here still, old Joe, I see," he said to the old man. "Yes, yes, and it's very odd considering how often I've bolted nights." He then threw open the double gates for us to ride through. "Now," said the old man as he pulled the gates after us, "you've had a long journey." "Why, how is that, old Joe?" said my friend. "Don't you see?" he answered. "There's the east hinges on the one side of the gate, and there's the west hinges on t'other side. Ha, 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 ha." We had no sooner got into the yard than a feeble little gentleman with a remarkably bright eye came up to us, looking very serious, as if something had happened. "The town has entered a complaint against the asylum as a gambling establishment," he said to my friend the director. "What do you mean?" said my friend. "Why, they complain that there's a lot of rye on the premises," he answered, pointing to a field of that grain, and hobbled away, his shoulders shaking with laughter as he went. On entering the main building, we saw the rules and regulations for the asylum conspicuously posted up. I made a few extracts which may be interesting. Section 1 of Verbal Exercises. 5. Each inmate shall be permitted to make puns freely from 8 in the morning until 10 at night, except during service in the chapel and grace before meals. 6. At 10 o'clock the gas will be turned off, and no further puns, conundrums, or other play on words will be allowed to be uttered, or to be uttered aloud. 9. Inmates who have lost their faculties and cannot any longer make puns shall be permitted to repeat such as may be selected for them by the chaplain out of the work of Mr. Joseph Miller. 10. Violent and unmanageable punsters who interrupt others when engaged in conversation with puns or attempts at the same shall be deprived of their Joseph Millers, and, if necessary, placed in solitary confinement. Section 3 of Deportment at Meals. 4. No inmate shall make any pun or attempt at the same until the blessing has been asked and the company are decently seated. 7. Certain puns having been placed on the Index Expurgatorius of the institution, no inmate shall be allowed to utter them on pain of being debarred the perusal of Punch and Vanity Fair, and if repeated, deprived of his Joseph Miller. Among these are the following: allusions to attic salt when asked to pass the salt cellar, remarks on the inmates being mustard, etc., etc., associating baked beans with the benefactors of the institution, saying that beef eating is befitting, etc., etc. The following are also prohibited, excepting to such inmates as may have lost their faculties and cannot any longer make puns of their own: your own hair or a wig, it will be long enough, etc., etc., little of its age, etc., etc., also playing upon the following words: hospital, mayor, pun, pitied, bread, sauce, etc., etc., etc. See Index Expurgatorius, printed for use of inmates. The subjoined conundrum is not allowed. Why is hasty pudding like the prince? Because it comes attended by its sweet, nor this variation to it, to wit, because the lasses runs after it. The superintendent who went round with us had been a noted punster in his time, and well known in the business world, but lost his customers by making too free with their names, as in the famous story he set afloat in 29 of 4 Jerrys attaching to the names of a noted judge, an eminent lawyer, the secretary of the Board of Foreign Missions, and the well-known landlord at Springfield. One of the 4 Jerrys, he added, was of gigantic magnitude. The play on words was brought out by an accidental remark of Solomon's, the well-known banker. Capital punishment, the Jew was overheard saying with reference to the guilty parties. He was understood as saying, a capital pun is meant, which led to an investigation and the relief of the greatly excited public mind. The superintendent showed some of his old tendencies as he went round with us. Do you know, he broke out all at once, why they don't take steps in Tartary for establishing insane hospitals? We both confessed ignorance. Because there are no mad people to be found there, he said with a dignified smile. He proceeded to introduce us to different inmates. The first was a middle-aged, scholarly man, who was seated at a table with a Webster's dictionary and a sheet of paper before him. Well, what luck today, Mr. Mauser? Said the superintendent. 3 or 4 only, said Mr. Mauser. Will you hear them now? Now I'm here. We all nodded. Don't you see Webster ers in the words center and theater? If he spells leather, Lether, and feather, Fether, isn't there danger that he'll give us a bad spell of weather? Besides, Webster is a resurrectionist. He does not allow you to rest quietly in the mold. And again, because Mr. Wooster inserts an illustration in his text, is that any reason why Mr. Webster's publishers should hitch one on in their appendix? It's what I call a connect a cut trick. Why is his way of spelling like the floor of an oven? Because it is underbred. Mauser, said the superintendent, that word is on the index. I forgot, said Mr. Mauser. Please don't deprive me of Vanity Fair this one time, sir. These are all this morning. Good day, gentlemen. Then to the superintendent, adieu, sir. The next inmate was a semi-idiotic looking old man. He had a heap of block letters before him, and as he came up, he pointed, without saying a word, to the arrangements he had made with them on the table. They were evidently anagrams, and had the merit of transposing the letters of the words employed without addition or subtraction. Here are a few of them: Times, smite, post, stop, Tribune, true nib, World, Dr. Owl, Advertiser, res very dat, is true, read, Allopathy, all owe the pay, Homeopathy, oh the oh my pa. The mention of several New York papers led to 2 or 3 questions. Thus, whether the editor of the Tribune was H.G. really, if the complexion of his politics were not accounted for by his being an eager person himself, whether Wendell Phillips were not a reduced copy of John Knox, whether a New York feuilletoniste is not the same thing as a fellow down east. At this time a plausible-looking, bald-headed man joined us, evidently waiting to take a part in the conversation. "Good morning, Mr. Riggles," said the superintendent. "Anything fresh this morning? Any conundrum?" "I haven't looked at the cattle," he answered dryly. "Cattle? Why cattle?" "Why, to see if there's any corn under 'em," he said, and immediately asked, "Why is Douglas like the earth?" We tried but couldn't guess. "Because he was flattened out at the polls," said Mr. Riggles. "A famous politician formerly," said the superintendent. "His grandfather was a secessionist in the Revolutionary War. By the way, I hear the freeze oil doctrines don't go down in New Bedford." The next inmate looked as if he might have been a sailor formerly. "Ask him what his calling was," said the superintendent. "Followed the sea," he replied to the question put by one of us. "Went as mate in a fishing schooner." "Why did you give it up?" "Because I didn't like working for 2 masters," he replied. Presently we came upon a group of elderly persons gathered about a venerable gentleman with flowing locks, who was propounding questions to a row of inmates. "Can any inmate give me a motto for M. Berger?" he said. Nobody responded for 2 or 3 minutes. At last, one old man, whom I at once recognized as a graduate of our university, anno 1800, held up his hand. "Rem aque tetigit." "Go to the head of the class, Jocelyn," said the venerable patriarch. The successful inmate did as he was told, but in a very rough way, pushing against 2 or 3 of the class. "How is this?" said the patriarch. "You told me to go up Jocelyn," he replied. The old gentleman, who had been shoved about, enjoyed the pun too much to be angry. Presently the patriarch asked again, why was M. Berger authorized to go to the dances given to the prince? The class had to give up this, and he answered it himself. Because every one of his caroms was a tick-it to the ball. Who collects the money to defray the expenses of the last campaign in Italy? Asked the patriarch. Here again the class failed. The war clouds rolling dun, he answered. And what is mulled wine made with? 3 or 4 voices exclaimed at once. Sicily Madeira. Here a servant entered and said, luncheon time. The old gentlemen, who have excellent appetites, dispersed at once, one of them politely asking us if we would not stop and have a bit of bread and a little mite of cheese. There is one thing I have forgotten to show you, said the superintendent. The cell for the confinement of violent and unmanageable punsters. We were very curious to see it, particularly with reference to the alleged absence of every object upon which a play of words could possibly be made. The superintendent led us up some dark stairs to a corridor, then along a narrow passage, then down a broad flight of steps into another passageway, and opened a large door which looked out on the main entrance. We have not seen the cell for the confinement of violent and unmanageable punsters, we both exclaimed. This is the cell, he exclaimed, pointing to the outside prospect. My friend the director looked me in the face so good-naturedly that I had to laugh. We like to humor the inmates, he said. It has a bad effect, we find, on their health and spirits, to disappoint them of their little pleasantries. Some of the jests to which we have listened are not new to me, though I dare say you may not have heard them often before. The same thing happens in general society, with this additional disadvantage, that there is no punishment provided for violent and unmanageable punsters, as in our institution. We made our bow to the superintendent and walked to the place where our carriage was waiting for us. On our way, an exceedingly decrepit old man moved slowly toward us, with a perfectly blank look on his face, but still appearing as if he wished to speak. Look, said the director, that is our centenarian. The ancient man crawled toward us, cocked one eye, with which he seemed to see a little, up at us, and said, Sarvant, young gentleman, why is like give it up? Because it's a. He smiled a pleasant smile, as if it were all plain enough. 107 last Christmas, said the director. Of late years he puts his whole conundrums in blank, but they please him just as well. We took our departure, much gratified and instructed by our visit, hoping to have some future opportunity of inspecting the records of this excellent charity, and making extracts for the benefit of our readers. End of Visit to the Asylum for Aged and Decayed Punsters by Oliver Wendell Holmes. Read by Bill Mosley.
When the World Was Young by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He was a very quiet, self-possessed sort of man, sitting a moment on top of the wall to sound the damp darkness for warnings of the dangers it might conceal. But the plummet of his hearing brought nothing to him save the moaning of wind through invisible trees and the rustling of leaves on swaying branches. A heavy fog drifted and drove before the wind, and though he could not see this fog, the wet of it blew upon his face, and the wall on which he sat was wet. Without noise he had climbed to the top of the wall from the outside, and without noise he dropped to the ground on the inside. From his pocket he drew an electric nightstick, but he did not use it. Dark as the way was, he was not anxious for light. Carrying the nightstick in his hand, his finger on the button, he advanced through the darkness. The ground was velvety and springy to his feet, being carpeted with dead pine needles and leaves and mold which evidently had been undisturbed for years. Leaves and branches brushed against his body, but so dark was it that he could not avoid them. Soon he walked with his hands stretched out gropingly before him, and more than once the hand fetched up against the solid trunks of massive trees. All about him, he knew, were these trees. He sensed the loom of them everywhere, and he experienced a strange feeling of microscopic smallness in the midst of great bulks, leaning toward him to crush him. Beyond, he knew, was the house, and he expected to find some trail or winding path that would lead easily to it. Once he found himself trapped. On every side he groped against trees and branches, or blundered into thickets of underbrush, until there seemed no way out. Then he turned on his light, circumspectly, directing its rays to the ground at his feet. Slowly and carefully he moved it about him, the white brightness showing in sharp detail all the obstacles to his progress. He saw an opening between huge trunk trees, and advanced through it, putting out the light, and treading on dry footing as yet protected from the drip of the fog by the dense foliage overhead. His sense of direction was good, and he knew he was going toward the house. And then the thing happened, the thing unthinkable and unexpected. His descending foot came down upon something that was soft and alive, and that arose with a snort under the weight of his body. He sprang clear, and crouched for another spring, anywhere, tense and expectant, keyed for the onslaught of the unknown. He waited a moment, wondering what manner of animal it was that had arisen from under his foot, and that now made no sound nor movement, and that must be crouching and waiting just as tensely and expectantly as he. The strain became unbearable. Holding the nightstick before him, he pressed the button, saw, and screamed aloud in terror. He was prepared for anything, from a frightened calf or fawn to a belligerent lion, but he was not prepared for what he saw. In that instant his tiny searchlight, sharp and white, had shown him what 1,000 years would not enable him to forget. A man, huge and blond, yellow-haired and yellow-bearded, naked except for soft tan moccasins and what seemed a goat skin about his middle. Arms and legs were bare, as were his shoulders and most of his chest. The skin was smooth and hairless, but browned by sun and wind, while under it heavy muscles were knotted like fat snakes. Still, this alone, unexpected as it was not what had made the man scream out. What had caused his terror was the unspeakable ferocity of the face, the wild animal glare of the blue eyes, scarcely dazzled by the light, the pine needles matted and clinging in the beard and hair, and the whole formidable body crouched and in the act of springing at him. Practically at the instant he saw all this, and while his scream still rang, the thing leaped. He flung his nightstick full at it, and threw himself to the ground. He felt its feet and shins strike against his ribs, and he bounded up and away while the thing itself hurled onward in a heavy crushing fall into the underbrush. As the noise of the fall ceased, the man stopped and on hands and knees waited. He could hear the thing moving about, searching for him, and he was afraid to advertise his location by attempting further flight. He knew that inevitably he would crackle the underbrush and be pursued. Once he drew out his revolver, then changed his mind. He had recovered his composure, and hoped to get away without noise. Several times he heard the thing beating up the thickets for him, and there were moments when it too remained still and listened. This gave an idea to the man. One of his hands was resting on a chunk of dead wood. Carefully, first feeling about him in the darkness to know that the full swing of his arm was clear, he raised the chunk of wood and threw it. It was not a large piece, and it went far, landing noisily in a bush. He heard the thing bound into the bush, and at the same time himself crawled steadily away. And on hands and knees, slowly and cautiously he crawled on, till his knees were wet in the soggy mold. When he listened, he heard naught but the moaning wind and the drip-drip of the fog from the branches. Never abating his caution, he stood erect, and went on to the stone wall, over which he climbed and dropped down to the road outside. Feeling his way in a clump of bushes, he drew out a bicycle and prepared to mount. He was in the act of driving the gear round with his foot for the purpose of getting the opposite pedal in position, when he heard the thud of a heavy body that landed lightly and evidently on its feet. He did not wait for more, but ran, with hands on the handles of his bicycle, until he was able to vault astride the saddle, catch the pedals, and start a spurt. Behind he could hear the quick thud-thud of feet on the dust of the road, but he drew away from it and lost it. Unfortunately, he had started away from the direction of town, and was heading higher up into the hills. He knew that on this particular road there were no crossroads. The only way back was past that terror, and he could not steel himself to face it. At the end of half an hour, finding himself on an ever-increasing grade, he dismounted. For still greater safety, leaving the wheel by the roadside, he climbed through a fence into what he decided was a hillside pasture, spread a newspaper on the ground, and sat down. "Gosh," he said aloud, mopping the sweat and fog from his face. And "gosh," he said once again, while rolling a cigarette and as he pondered the problem of getting back. But he made no attempt to go back. He was resolved not to face that road in the dark, and with head bowed on knees he dozed, waiting for daylight. How long afterward he did not know. He was awakened by the yapping bark of a young coyote. As he looked about and located it on the brow of the hill behind him, he noted the change that had come over the face of the night. The fog was gone. The stars and moon were out. Even the wind had died down. It had transformed into a balmy California summer night. He tried to doze again, but the yap of the coyote disturbed him. Half asleep, he heard a wild and eerie chant. Looking about him, he noticed that the coyote had ceased its noise, and was running away along the crest of the hill, and behind it, in full pursuit, no longer chanting, ran the naked creature he had encountered in the garden. It was a young coyote, and it was being overtaken when the chase passed from view. The man trembled as with a chill as he started to his feet, clambered over the fence, and mounted his wheel. But it was his chance, and he knew it. The terror was no longer between him and Mill Valley. He sped at a breakneck rate down the hill, but in the turn at the bottom, in the deep shadows, he encountered a chuck hole and pitched headlong over the handlebar. "It's sure not my night," he muttered, as he examined the broken fork of the machine. Shouldering the useless wheel, he trudged on. In time he came to the stone wall, and half disbelieving his experience, he sought in the road for tracks, and found them. Moccasin tracks, large ones, deep bitten into the dust at the toes. It was while bending over them, examining that again he heard the eerie chant. He had seen the thing pursue the coyote, and he knew that he had no chance on a straight run. He did not attempt it, contenting himself with hiding in the shadows on the off side of the road. And again he saw the thing that was like a naked man, running swiftly and lightly, and singing as it ran. Opposite him it paused, and his heart stood still. But instead of coming towards his hiding place, it leaped into the air, caught the branch of a roadside tree, and swung swiftly upward, from limb to limb like an ape. It swung across the wall, and a dozen feet above the top, into the branches of another tree, and dropped out of sight to the ground. The man waited a few wondering minutes, then started on. 2. Dave Slaughter leaned belligerently against the desk that barred his way to the private office of James Ward, senior partner of the firm of Ward, Knowles and Company. Dave was angry. Everyone in the outer office had looked him over suspiciously, and the man who faced him was excessively suspicious. "You just tell Mr. Ward it's important," he urged. "I tell you he's dictating and cannot be disturbed," was the answer. "Come tomorrow." "Tomorrow will be too late. You just trot along and tell Mr. Ward it's a matter of life and death." The secretary hesitated, and Dave seized the advantage. "You just tell him I was across the bay in Mill Valley last night, and that I want to put him wise to something." "What name?" was the query. "Never mind the name. He don't know me." When Dave was shown into the private office, he was still in the belligerent frame of mind. But when he saw a large, fair man whirl in a revolving chair from dictating to a stenographer to face him, Dave's demeanor abruptly changed. He did not know why it changed, and he was secretly angry with himself. "You were Mr. Ward?" Dave asked with a fatuousness that still further irritated him. He had never intended it at all. "Yes," came the answer. "And who are you?" "Harry Bancroft," Dave lied. "You don't know me, and my name don't matter." "You sent in word that you were in Mill Valley last night." "You live there, don't you?" Dave countered, looking suspiciously at the stenographer. "Yes." "What do you mean to see me about? I am very busy." "I'd like to see you alone, sir." Mr. Ward gave him a quick, penetrating look, hesitated, then made up his mind. "That will do for a few minutes, Miss Porter." The girl arose, gathered her notes together, and passed out. Dave looked at Mr. James Ward wonderingly, until that gentleman broke his train of inchoate thought. "Well?" "I was over in Mill Valley last night," Dave began confusedly. "I've heard that before. What do you want?" And Dave proceeded, in the face of a growing conviction that was unbelievable. "I was at your house, or on the grounds, I mean." "What were you doing there?" "I came to break in," Dave answered in all frankness. "I heard you lived all alone with a Chinaman for a cook, and it looked good to me. Only I didn't break in. Something happened that prevented. That's why I'm here. I come to warn you. I found a wild man loose in your grounds. A regular devil. He could pull a guy like me to pieces. He gave me the run of my life. He don't wear no clothes to speak of. He climbs trees like a monkey, and he runs like a deer. I saw him chasing a coyote, and the last I saw of it, by God, he was gaining on it." Dave paused, and looked for the effect that would follow his words. But no effect came. James Ward was quietly curious, and that was all. "Very remarkable, he murmured. "A wild man, you say. Why have you come to tell me?" "To warn you of your danger. I'm something of a hard proposition myself, but I don't believe in killing people, that is, unnecessarily. I realized that you was in danger. I thought I'd warn you. Honest, that's the game. Of course, if you wanted to give me something for my trouble, I'd take it. That was in my mind, too. But I don't care whether you give me anything or not. I've warned you anyway, and done my duty." Mr. Ward meditated and drummed on the surface of his desk. Dave noticed they were large, powerful hands, withal well cared for despite their dark sunburn. Also he noted what had already caught his eye before, a tiny strip of flesh-colored court plaster on the forehead over one eye. And still, the thought that forced itself into his mind was unbelievable. Mr. Ward took a wallet from his inside coat pocket, drew out a greenback, and passed it to Dave, who noted as he pocketed it that it was for $20. "Thank you," said Mr. Ward, indicating that the interview was at an end. "I shall have the matter investigated. A wild man running loose is dangerous." But so quiet a man was Mr. Ward that Dave's courage returned. Besides, a new theory had suggested itself. The wild man was evidently Mr. Ward's brother, a lunatic privately confined. Dave had heard of such things. Perhaps Mr. Ward wanted it kept quiet. That was why he had given him the $20. "Say," Dave began, "now that I come to think of it, that wild man looked a lot like you." That was as far as Dave got, for at that moment he witnessed a transformation and found himself gazing into the same unspeakably ferocious blue eyes of the night before, at the same clutching talon-like hands, and at the same formidable bulk in the act of springing upon him. But this time Dave had no nightstick to throw, and he was caught by the biceps of both arms in a grip so terrific that it made him groan with pain. He saw the large white teeth exposed, for all the world as a dog's about to bite. Mr. Ward's beard brushed his face as the teeth went in for the grip on his throat, but the bite was not given. Instead, Dave felt the other's body stiffen as with an iron restraint, and then he was flung aside, without effort, but with such force that only the wall stopped his momentum and dropped him gasping to the floor. "What do you mean by coming here and trying to blackmail me?" Mr. Ward was snarling at him. "Here, give me back that money." Dave passed the bill back without a word. "I thought you came here with good intentions. I know you now. Let me see and hear no more of you, or I'll put you in prison where you belong. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Dave gasped. "Then go." And Dave went, without further word, both his biceps aching intolerably from the bruise of that tremendous grip. As his hand rested on the doorknob, he was stopped. "You were lucky," Mr. Ward was saying, and Dave noted that his face and eyes were cruel and gloating and proud. "You were lucky. Had I wanted, I could have torn your muscles out of your arms and thrown them in the wastebasket there." "Yes, sir," said Dave, and absolute conviction vibrated in his voice. He opened the door and passed out. The secretary looked at him interrogatively. "Gosh," was all Dave vouchsafed, and with this utterance passed out of the offices and the story. 3. James G. Ward was 40 years of age, a successful businessman, and very unhappy. For 40 years he had vainly tried to solve a problem that was really himself, and that with increasing years became more and more a woeful affliction. In himself he was two men, and, chronologically speaking, these men were several thousand years or so apart. He had studied the question of dual personality probably more profoundly than any half-dozen of the leading specialists in that intricate and mysterious psychological field. In himself he was a different case from any that had been recorded. Even the most fanciful flights of the fiction writers had not quite hit upon him. He was not a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, nor was he like the unfortunate young man in Kipling's Greatest Story in the World. His two personalities were so mixed that they were practically aware of themselves and of each other all the time. His other self he had located as a savage and a barbarian living under the primitive conditions of several thousand years before. But which self was he, and which was the other, he could never tell. For he was both selves, and both selves all the time. Very rarely indeed did it happen that one self did not know what the other was doing. Another thing was that he had no visions nor memories of the past in which that early self had lived. That early self lived in the present, but while it lived in the present, it was under the compulsion to live the way of life that must have been in the distant past. In his childhood he had been a problem to his father and mother, and to the family doctors, though never had they come within 1,000 miles of hitting upon the clue to his erratic conduct. Thus they could not understand his excessive somnolence in the forenoon, nor his excessive activity at night. When they found him wandering along the hallways at night, or climbing over giddy roofs, or running in the hills, they decided he was a somnambulist. In reality he was wide-eyed awake, and merely under the night-roaming compulsion of his early self. Questioned by an obtuse medico, he once told the truth, and suffered the ignominy of having the revelation contemptuously labeled and dismissed as dreams. The point was that as twilight and evening came on, he became wakeful. The four walls of a room were an irk and a restraint. He heard 1,000 voices whispering to him through the darkness. The night called to him, for he was, for that period of the 24 hours, essentially a night prowler. But nobody understood, and never again did he attempt to explain. They classified him as a sleepwalker, and took precautions accordingly, precautions that very often were futile. As his childhood advanced he grew more cunning, so that the major portion of all his nights were spent in the open at realizing his other self. As a result, he slept in the forenoons. Morning studies and schools were impossible, and it was discovered that only in the afternoons under private teachers could he be taught anything. Thus was his modern self educated and developed. But a problem as a child he ever remained. He was known as a little demon, of insensate cruelty and viciousness. The family medicos privately adjudged him a mental monstrosity and degenerate. Such few boy companions as he had hailed him as a wonder, though they were all afraid of him. He could outclimb, outswim, outrun, outdevil any of them, while none dared fight with him. He was too terribly strong, madly furious. When 9 years of age he ran away to the hills, where he flourished, night prowling for 7 weeks before he was discovered and brought home. The marvel was how he had managed to subsist and keep in condition during that time. They did not know, and he never told them, of the rabbits he had killed, of the quail, young and old, he had captured and devoured, of the farmer's chicken roost he had raided, nor of the cave lair he had made and carpeted with dry leaves and grasses, and in which he slept in warmth and comfort through the forenoons of many days. At college he was notorious for his sleepiness and stupidity during the morning lectures, and for his brilliance in the afternoon. By collateral reading, and by borrowing the notebooks of his fellow students, he managed to scrape through the detestable morning courses, while his afternoon courses were triumphs. In football he proved a giant and a terror, and in almost every form of track athletics, save for the strange berserker rages that were sometimes displayed, he could be depended upon to win. But his fellows were afraid to box with him, and he signalized his last wrestling bout by sinking his teeth into the shoulder of his opponent. After college, his father, in despair, sent him among the cow-punchers of a Wyoming ranch. 3 months later, the Dowey cowman confessed he was too much for them, and telegraphed his father to come and take the wild man away. Also, when the father arrived to take him away, the cowman allowed they would vastly prefer chumming with howling cannibals, gibbering lunatics, cavorting gorillas, grizzly bears, and man-eating tigers, than with this particular young college product with hair parted in the middle. There was one exception to the lack of memory of the life of his early self, and that was language. By some quirk of atavism, a certain portion of that early self's language had come down to him as a racial memory. In moments of happiness, exaltation, or battle, he was prone to burst out in wild, barbaric songs or chants. It was by this means that he located in time and space that strayed half of him who should have been dead in dust for thousands of years. He sang once and deliberately several of the ancient chants in the presence of Professor Wirtz, who gave courses in Old Saxon, and who was a philologist of repute and passion. At the first one, the professor pricked up his ears and demanded to know what mongrel tongue or hog German it was. When the second chant was rendered, the professor was highly excited. James Ward then concluded the performance by giving a song that always irresistibly rushed to his lips when he was engaged in fierce struggling or fighting. Then it was that Professor Wirtz proclaimed it no Hog German, but Early German, or Early Teuton, of a date that must far precede anything that had ever been discovered and handed down by the scholars. So early was it that it was beyond him, yet it was filled with haunting reminiscences of word forms he knew, and which his trained intuition told him were true and real. He demanded the source of the songs and asked to borrow the precious book that contained them. Also, he demanded to know why young Ward had always posed as being profoundly ignorant of the German language. And Ward could neither explain his ignorance nor lend the book. Whereupon, after pleadings and entreaties that extended through weeks, Professor Wirt took a dislike to the young man, believed him a liar, and classified him as a man of monstrous selfishness for not giving him a glimpse of this wonderful screed that was older than the oldest any philologist had ever known or dreamed. But little good did it do this much-mixed young man to know that half of him was late American and the other half early Teuton. Nevertheless, the late American in him was no weakling, and he, if he were a he and had a shred of existence outside of these two, compelled an adjustment or compromise between his one self that was a night-prowling savage that kept his other self sleepy of mornings, and that other self that was cultured and refined, and that wanted to be normal, and live, and love, and prosecute business like other people. The afternoons and early evenings he gave to the one, the nights to the other. The forenoons and parts of the nights were devoted to sleep for the twain. But in the mornings he slept in bed like a civilized man. In the night time he slept like a wild animal. As he had slept, David Slaughter stepped on him in the woods. Persuading his father to advance the capital, he went into business, and keen and successful business he made of it, devoting his afternoons whole-souled to it, while his partner devoted the mornings. The early evenings he spent socially, but, as the hour grew to 9 or 10, an irresistible restlessness overcame him, and he disappeared from the haunts of men until the next afternoon. Friends and acquaintances thought that he spent much of his time in sport, and they were right, though they never would have dreamed of the nature of the sport, even if they had seen him running coyotes in night chases over the hills of Mill Valley. Neither were the schooner captains believed when they reported seeing, on cold winter mornings, a man swimming in the tide rips of Raccoon Straits, or in the swift currents between Goat Island and Angel Island, miles from shore. In the bungalow at Mill Valley he lived alone, save for Lee Sing, the Chinese cook and factotum, who knew much about the strangeness of his master, who was paid well for saying nothing, and who never did say anything. After the satisfaction of his nights, a morning's sleep, and a breakfast of Lee Sing's, James Ward crossed the bay to San Francisco in a midday ferryboat and went to the club and on to his office, as normal and conventional a man of business as could be found in the city. But as the evening lengthened, the night called to him. There came a quickening of all his perceptions and a restlessness. His hearing was suddenly acute. The myriad night noises told him a lulling and familiar story. And if alone, he would begin to pace up and down the narrow room like any caged animal from the wild. Once he ventured to fall in love. He never permitted himself that diversion again. He was afraid. And for many a day the young lady, scared at least out of a portion of her young ladyhood, bore on her arms and shoulders and wrist divers black and blue bruises, tokens of caresses which he had bestowed in all fond gentleness, but too late at night. There was the mistake. Had he ventured love-making in the afternoon, all would have been well, for it would have been as the quiet gentleman that he would have made love. But at night it was the uncouth, wife-stealing savage of the dark German forests. Out of his wisdom, he decided that afternoon love-making could be prosecuted successfully, but out of the same wisdom he was convinced that marriage would prove a ghastly failure. He found it appalling to imagine being married and encountering his wife after dark. So he eschewed all love-making, regulated his dual life, cleaned up $1 million in business, fought shy of match-making mammas and bright-eyed and eager young ladies of various ages, met Lillian Gersdale, and made it a rigid observance never to see her later than 8 o'clock in the evening, run of nights after his coyotes, and slept in forest lairs, and through it all had kept his secret save Lee Sing. And now, Dave Slaughter. It was the latter's discovery of both his selves that frightened him. In spite of the counter-fright he had given the burglar, the latter might talk, and even if he did not, sooner or later he would be found out by someone else. Thus it was that James Ward made a fresh and heroic effort to control the Teutonic barbarian that was half of him. So well did he make it a point to see Lillian in the afternoons, that the time came when she accepted him for better or worse, and when he prayed privily and fervently that it was not for worse. During this period no prize-fighter ever trained more harshly and faithfully for a contest than he trained to subdue the wild savage in him. Among other things, he strove to exhaust himself during the day, so that sleep would render him deaf to the call of the night. He took a vacation from the office and went on long hunting trips, following the deer through the most inaccessible and rugged country he could find, and always in the daytime. Night found him indoors and tired. At home he installed a score of exercise machines, and where other men might go through a particular movement 10 times, he went hundreds. Also, as a compromise, he built a sleeping porch on the 2nd story. Here he at least breathed the blessed night air. Double screens prevented him from escaping into the woods, and each night Lee Sing locked him in, and each morning let him out. The time came in the month of August when he engaged additional servants to assist Lee Sing and dared a house party in his Mill Valley bungalow. Lillian, her mother and brother, and half a dozen mutual friends were the guests. For 2 days and nights all went well, and on the 3rd night, playing bridge till 11 o'clock, he had reason to be proud of himself. His restlessness fully hid, but as luck would have it, Lillian Gersdale was his opponent on his right. She was a frail, delicate flower of a woman, and in his night mood, her frailty incensed him. Not that he loved her less, but that he felt almost irresistibly impelled to reach out and paw and maul her, Especially was this true when she was engaged in playing a winning hand against him. He had one of the deerhounds brought in, and when it seemed he must fly to pieces with the tension, a caressing hand laid on the animal brought him relief. These contacts with the hairy coat gave him instant easement and enabled him to play out the evening. Nor did anyone guess the wild, terrible struggle their host was making, the while he laughed so carelessly and played so keenly and deliberately. When they separated for the night, he saw to it that he parted from Lillian in the presence of the others. Once on his sleeping porch and safely locked in, he doubled and tripled and even quadrupled his exercises until, exhausted, he lay down on the couch to woo sleep and to ponder two problems that especially troubled him. One was this matter of exercise. It was a paradox. The more he exercised in this excessive fashion, the stronger he became. While it was true that he thus quite tired out his night-running Teutonic self, it seemed that he was merely setting back the fatal day when his strength would be too much for him and overpower him. And then it would be a strength more terrible than he had yet known. The other problem was that of his marriage, and of the stratagems he must employ in order to avoid his wife after dark. And thus, fruitlessly pondering, he fell asleep. Now where the huge grizzly bear came from that night was a long mystery. While the people of the Springs Brothers Circus, showing at Sausalito, searched long and vainly for Big Ben, the biggest grizzly in captivity. But Big Ben escaped, and out of the mazes of 1,000 bungalows and country estates, selected the grounds of James J. Ward for visitation. The first Mr. Ward knew was when he found himself on his feet, quivering and tense, a surge of battle in his breast, and on his lips the old war chant. From without came a wild baying and bellowing of the hounds. And sharp as a knife thrust through the pandemonium came the agony of a stricken dog, his dog, he knew. Not stopping for slippers, pajama-clad, he burst through the door least seen it so carefully locked, and sped down the stairs and out into the night. As his naked feet struck the graveled driveway, he stopped abruptly, reached under the steps to a hiding place he knew well, and pulled forth a huge, knotty club, his old companion on many a mad night adventure in the hills. The frantic hullabaloo of the dogs was coming nearer, and swinging the club he sprang straight into the thickets to meet it. The aroused household assembled on the wide veranda. Somebody turned on the electric lights, but they could see nothing but one another's frightened faces. Beyond the brightly illuminated driveway the trees formed a wall of impenetrable blackness. Yet somewhere in that blackness a terrible struggle was going on. There was an infernal outcry of animals, a great snarling and growling, the sound of blows being struck, and the smashing and crashing of underbrush by heavy bodies. The tide of battle swept out from among the trees and upon the driveway, just beneath the onlookers. Then they saw. Mrs. Gersdale cried out and clung fainting to her son. Lillian, clutching the railing so spasmodically that a bursting hurt was left in her finger ends for days, gazed horror-stricken at a yellow-haired, wild-eyed giant whom she recognized as the man who was to be her husband. He was swinging a great club, and fighting furiously and calmly with a shaggy monster that was bigger than any bear she had ever seen. One rip of the beast's claws had dragged away Ward's pajama coat and streaked his flesh with blood. While most of Lillian Gersdale's fright was for the man beloved, there was also a large portion of it due to the man himself. Never had she dreamed so formidable and magnificent a savage lurked under the starched shirt and conventional garb of her betrothed. And never had she had any conception of how a man battled. Such a battle was certainly not modern, nor was she there beholding a modern man, though she did not know it. For this was not Mr. James J. Ward, the San Francisco businessman, but one unnamed and unknown, a crude, rude savage who, by some freak of chance, lived again after thrice 1,000 years. The hounds, ever maintaining their mad uproar, circled about the fight, and dashed in and out, distracting the bear. When the animal turned to meet such flanking assaults, the man leaped in, and the club came down. Angered afresh by every such blow, the bear would rush, and the man, leaping and skipping, avoiding the dogs, went backwards or circled to one side or the other. Whereupon the dogs, taking advantage of the opening, would again spring in and draw the animal's wrath to them. The end came suddenly. Whirling, the grizzly caught a hound with its wide sweeping cuff that sent the brute, its ribs caved in and its back broken, hurtling 20 feet. Then the human brute went mad. A foaming rage flecked the lips that parted with a wild, inarticulate cry, as it sprang in, swung the club mightily in both hands, and brought it down full on the head of the uprearing grizzly. Not even the skull of the grizzly could withstand the crushing force of such a blow, and the animal went down to meet the whirring of the hounds. And through their scurrying leaped the man, squarely upon the body, where, in the white electric light, resting on his club, he chanted a triumph in an unknown tongue, a song so ancient that Professor Wirtz would have given 10 years of his life for it. His guests rushed in to possess him and acclaim him, but James Ward, suddenly looking out of the eyes of the early Teuton, saw the fair, frail 20th century girl he loved, and felt something snap in his brain. He staggered weakly toward her, dropped the club, and nearly fell. Something had gone wrong with him. Inside his brain was an intolerable agony. It seemed as if the soul of him were flying asunder. Following the exciting gaze of the others, he glanced back and saw the carcass of the bear. The sight filled him with fear. He uttered a cry and would have fled had they not restrained him and led him into the bungalow. James J. Ward is still at the head of the firm of Ward, Knowles & Company. But he no longer lives in the country, nor does he run of nights after the coyotes under the moon. The early Teuton in him died the night of the Mill Valley fight with the bear. James J. Ward is now wholly James J. Ward, and he shares no part of his being with any vagabond anachronism from the younger world. And so wholly is James J. Ward modern that he knows in all its bitter fullness the curse of civilized fear. He is now afraid of the dark, and night in the forest is to him a thing of abysmal terror. His city house is of the spick and span order, and he evinces a great interest in burglar-proof devices. His home is a tangle of electric wires, and after bedtime a guest can scarcely breathe without setting off an alarm. Also, he had invented a combination keyless door lock that travelers may carry in their vest pockets and apply immediately and successfully under all circumstances. But his wife does not deem him a coward. She knows better. And, like any hero, he is content to rest on his laurels. His bravery is never questioned by those friends who are aware of the Mill Valley episode. End of When the World Was Young by Jack London. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
Witches' Loaves by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Commander. Witches' Loaves by O. Henry. Miss Martha Meacham kept the little bakery on the corner, the one where you go up 3 steps and the bell tinkles when you open the door. Miss Martha was 40. Her bank book showed a credit of $2,000, and she possessed 2 false teeth and a sympathetic heart. Many people have married whose chances to do so were much inferior to Miss Martha's. 2 or 3 times a week a customer came in whom she began to take an interest. He was a middle-aged man, wearing spectacles and a brown beard trimmed to a careful point. He spoke English with a strong German accent. His clothes were worn and darned in places, and wrinkled and baggy in others, but he looked neat and had very good manners. He always bought 2 loaves of stale bread. Fresh bread was 5 cents a loaf. Stale ones were 2 for 5. Never did he call for anything but stale bread. Once Miss Martha saw a red and brown stain on his fingers. She was sure then that he was an artist and very poor. No doubt he lived in a garret, where he painted pictures and ate stale bread and thought of the good things to eat in Miss Martha's bakery. Often when Miss Martha sat down to her chops and light rolls and jam and tea she would sigh, and wish that the gentle-mannered artist might share her tasty meal instead of eating his dry crust in that draughty attic. Miss Martha's heart, as you have been told, was a sympathetic one. In order to test her theory as to his occupation, she brought from her room one day a painting that she had bought at a sale, and set it against the shelves behind the bread counter. It was a Venetian scene. A splendid marble palazzo, so it said on the picture, stood in the foreground, or rather, fore water. For the rest there were gondolas, with the lady trilling her hand in the water. clouds, sky, and a chiaroscuro in plenty. No artist could fail to notice it. 2 days afterward the customer came in. "Two loaves of stale bread, if you please. You have here a fine picture, madam," he said while she was wrapping up the bread. "Yes," says Miss Martha, reveling in her own cunning, "I do so admire art and—" No, it would not do to say artists less early. "And paintings," she substituted. "You think it is a good picture?" "Der ballet," said the customer, "is not in good drawing. Der perspective of it is not true. Good morning, madam." He took his bread, bowed, and hurried out. Yes, he must be an artist. Miss Martha took the picture back to her room. How gentle and kindly his eyes shone behind his spectacles! What a broad brow he had! To be able to judge perspective at a glance, and to live on stale bread! But genius often has to struggle before it is recognized. What a thing it would be for art and perspective if genius were backed by $2,000 in bank, a bakery, and a sympathetic heart too! But these were daydreams, Miss Martha. Often now, when he came, he would chat for a while across the showcase. He seemed to crave Miss Martha's cheerful words. He kept on buying stale bread. Never a cake, never a pie, never one of her delicious Sally Lunns. She thought he began to look thinner and discouraged. Her heart ached to add something good to eat to his meager purchase, but her courage failed at the act. She did not dare affront him. She knew the pride of artists. Miss Martha took to wearing her blue-dotted silk waist behind the counter. In the back room she cooked a mysterious compound of quince seeds and borax. Ever so many people use it for the complexion. One day the customer came in as usual, laid his nickel on the showcase, and called for his stale loaves. While Miss Martha was reaching for them there was a great tooting and clanging, and a fire engine came lumbering past. The customer hurried to the door to look, as anyone will. Suddenly inspired, Miss Martha seized the opportunity. On the bottom shelf behind the counter was a pound of fresh butter that the dairyman had left 10 minutes before. With bread knife Miss Martha made a deep slash in each of the stale loaves, inserted a generous quantity of butter, and pressed the loaves tight again. When the customer turned once more she was tying the paper round them. When he had gone, after an unusually pleasant little chat, Miss Martha smiled to herself, but not without a slight fluttering of the heart. Had she been too bold? Would he take offense? But surely not. There was no language of edibles. Butter was no emblem of unmaidenly forwardness. For a long time that day her mind dwelt on the subject. She imagined the scene when he should discover her little deception. He would lay down his brushes and palette. There would stand his easel with the picture he was painting in which the perspective was beyond criticism. He would prepare for his luncheon of dry bread and water. He would slice into a loaf. Ah! Miss Martha blushed. Would he think of the hand that placed it there as he ate? Would he— The front door bell jangled viciously. Somebody was coming in, making a great deal of noise. Miss Martha hurried to the front. 2 men were there. One was a young man smoking a pipe, a man she had never seen before. The other was her artist. His face was very red. His hat was on the back of his head. His hair was wildly rumpled. He clenched his 2 fists and shook them ferociously at Miss Martha. At Miss Martha. "Dummkopf!" he shouted with extreme loudness, and then "Tausend Dampfer!" or something like it in German. The young man tried to draw him away. "I will not go," he said angrily, "else I shall told her." He made a bass drum of Miss Martha's counter. "You have spoilt me," he cried, his blue eyes blazing behind his spectacles. "I will tell you. You was von meddling some old cat." Miss Martha leaned weakly against the shelves and laid one hand on her blue-dotted silk waist. The young man took the other by the collar. "Come on," he said. "You've said enough." He dragged the angry one out at the door to the sidewalk, and then came back. "Guess you ought to be told, ma'am," he said, "what the row is about. That's Blumberger. He's an architectural draftsman. I work in the same office with him. He's been working hard for 3 months drawing a plan for a new city hall. It was a prize competition. He finished inking the lines yesterday. You know, a draughtsman always makes his drawing in pencil first. When it's done he rubs out the pencil lines with handfuls of stale breadcrumbs. That's better than India rubber. Blumberger's been buying the bread here. Well, today, you know, ma'am, that butter isn't, Blumberger's plan isn't good for anything now except to cut up into railroad sandwiches." Miss Martha went into the back room. She took off the blue-dotted silk waist and put on the old brown serge she used to wear. Then she poured the quince seed and borax mixture out of the window into the ash can. End of Witches' Loaves. Recording by Joshua Commander, Humboldt, California.